Awakening Summit. I want to welcome everyone here today. Thank you for coming out. This is pretty exciting, right, here in New York. Who would have thought? And I'm going to introduce her soon, but, our visionary, Donna Ferrara, is really the person behind putting this whole thing together. So I'm Elisa V. I'm co-host of The Mel Carmine Show, Patriots Across the Pond with Stu's News, The Razor Zone, and the Forecast Weekly Roundtable, which you might have seen with myself and Mike Bara, who's here, and Laura Eisenhower, who's here, and, of course, Mel Carmine. So I'm thrilled that you guys are all here today. I'm going to be leading the events throughout the day, and you're really in for an amazing couple of days. We here are pattern recognitionists. I prefer to use that as opposed to conspiracy theorists, right? I think that's outdated. We shouldn't be using that anymore. It also has too many things have happened that they're no longer conspiracies. And the speakers that we have are going to be speaking about all subjects, from the world of exopolitics, financial history, quantum wellness, governance, leadership, spirituality, and of course, the dark world of human and child trafficking. So buckle up. We also have some amazing vendors. Most of our speakers are very well-known authors, so they have their books that you can, take home and go down more rabbit holes with. We have health products and all kinds of spiritual crystals and things for your, to awaken and raise your vibration. So the last few years and decades for many of us have been a crazy journey, and we're sitting on the cusp of what many of us believe is a golden age, and so many wonderful things that we're hoping are going to start to come to fruition in our lives in the area of health, to be more happy, to be more abundant. And this summit has really brought together some of the leading minds on a plethora of subjects into our view of history, what's going on now in the present, and then, of course, where we're headed. So I encourage you guys to mix and mingle with one another. We're all very much of like mind, and, we here are the digital soldiers, the keyboard warriors, right? The patriots that have withstood so much over the last few years, and many of us decades. And so I invite you to enjoy all this. Just a few announcements before we begin. As your host, if you have any questions, if I can help you, please seek me out. I'd love to get to know, any of and all of you. We're also going to break for lunch at 1:10. We have a half hour. It's not very long, but we have a lot in the lineup, so we had to do it that way. And we're going to begin promptly at 1:45 for the afternoon session. Remember to make time to visit the vendors, and here's to an amazing New York Awakening Summit. With that, I would like to introduce Donna Ferrara, the visionary of this event, to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our very first New York Awakening Summit right here on Long Island, right? And if you don't know the speakers that you're going to be listening to today and tomorrow, you're in for a wonderful, wonderful journey, a wonderful awakening. You're going to ponder a lot of new thinking. You're going to wonder if some of what you're hearing is true or not. We're just gathering here today to raise our consciousness to the possibilities of what we're seeing might not be all that there is to know. I think most of you are aware that some of the current events and things that you're hearing maybe aren't sitting right with you. My goal truly in this gathering, which I'm going to be going forward with probably on a yearly basis, and we're going to be spreading the word of love and hope, that we are the adults and the voices of wondering where all the missing children have been going. The missing children are missing because somebody is buying them. And as uncomfortable as this subject is, everything that you're going to hear today, as spiritual as it is going to bring you back around to, well, then who is buying our children? And the big thing about a child being abducted, I'm not going to go into all the darkness attached to that, is that it really has no prejudice. When children are abducted, they don't care who their parents are. They don't care a thing about the pain and suffering they've taken and caused that family. They have a lust and an appetite for children. And I am living the rest of my life with dedication, and I hope you all join me and raise your consciousness and your surroundings, your environment, and speak gently to others, because it's a very dark conversation, and many people just don't want to have it. I know it's there, and somebody else is going to be taking care of it. Well, obviously, there's not enough coming out in your local news, in your local communities, and your local representatives all around America. I want to make Long Island #1 and to be dedicated to bringing the awareness that children are missing and somebody is buying these kids. And what is that concept even about? No good human being, no loving God child would ever abduct a child, okay? So I bring to you this weekend, I wanted to thank the fantastic speakers, my great MC, Elisa V, Tracy, who ran the venue here, and thank you to the American First Warehouse. Thank each and every one of you for coming. I hope that you can open your heart and your mind to the reality that we are in a life-shifting change right here on the planet, and there's no mistaking why we're here. So with that, I think I'm going to turn the mic back over to you, Elisa. Yep, come on up. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask everybody to stand. We're going to do our Pledge of Allegiance, and then we're going to lead right into our national anthem. Okay? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I think we are going to get queued up with our national anthem, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stars and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Okay, please be seated. And we are about to begin what is going to be a crazy day of wonderful information. I want to just tell you guys, if anybody has not seen this, there's a video, I think you could probably find it on YouTube if anybody's seen it, about the origin of the national anthem and how Francis Scott Key came up with these words, and I'm kind of getting chills just thinking about it, and how it all had to do with holding our flag up while they were being bombarded by the British Navy, and how many of our patriots and founding fathers died to hold that flag up. It's very, very touching. It will bring tears to your eyes. Okay, so we are going to start with our first speaker today, Brad Olson, and a little bit about Brad. Brad Olson's passion for writing goes far beyond his book publishing business or the online content he produces. His books have reached a wide audience across the country and around the world and have won numerous awards. His work has been reviewed in top publications, and he continues to lecture nationwide on various subjects. He has appeared on dozens of television and nationally syndicated radio shows over the course of 2 decades. Yet, for all the fanfare, Brad Olson likes to spend time with his friends and family while attempting to be outdoors as much as possible. Although the professional task of book publishing occupies most of his year, Brad Olson is also the founder and event producer of the How Weird Street Fair in San Francisco, California. Between writing online and print publication articles, new book marketing work, special sales fulfillment, administrative tasks, he manages various projects with outsourced collaborators and produces one of the largest festivals in the city. Wearing his publisher's hat, he makes the stated goal of only releasing only the kinds of books he would value owning himself, which incorporates thought-provoking and critical content and with a wide appeal to readers. His book publishing business, CCC Publishing, is distributed by Independent Publishers Group. We welcome Brad Olson.
Well, thank you guys. Thanks for coming out. Great to be here in Long Island, my first conference in New York. In fact, my first time even outside of Brooklyn on Long Island, so it's great to be out here. And yesterday we went to the Wardenclyffe Tesla complex there, which is opening up as a science center. That was a great check off my bucket list to do that. And was this trip to Antarctica. Let's see if we can get the screen up now. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to do that. Let's say play slideshow. There we go. Okay, so these are a bunch of pictures I took. This is actually about a 90-minute talk. I got 30 minutes here, so I'm going to go real quick so I can get through it. 7 years ago, I took a sailboat trip down to Antarctica. And my new book is called The Secrets of Antarctica, Untold History of the Ice Continent. It'll be out at the end of this year, so unfortunately I don't have it on my table now. But these are some shots I took and then other research I found down there just to kind of give you a basic understanding of this continent. No, the world is not flat. And I know because I went there. This is the portion of the continent I went to. It's called the Palmer Peninsula, also known as the Antarctica Peninsula. And right around the time I was going down there, NASA came out with this map. And indeed, there are areas that are warming up. This is the area that I went to, all those islands and the continental landmass of West Antarctica. But then there is some changes going on in the continent. And in blue, it's actually increasing in ice. In fact, this last year, it was a net increase in ice. But there are areas that are melting, and it is changing, and I'll show you some of the evidence for that. But Mother Nature, in her infinite wisdom, prevents this sea level rising by keeping the continental ice on the shelf. Because if this were to slide off, this represents 70% of all the fresh water in the planet locked in ice. But just like a full glass of water, if you were to put ice cubes in it, it would overflow. But it hasn't happened, because otherwise Long Island might be underwater. And we're still here, so that's good news. Southern Ocean is now the 5th recognized ocean in the continent. You could win a little bar bet if people want to ask you what the 5 oceans are. And it's basically around the 60 latitudes south are the confines of the Southern Ocean. And indeed, it really is a change of color, saline content, and even texture, because the cold water from Antarctica meets the upwelling of the nutrient-rich salt water. And it's actually 2 different colors. I was below deck throwing up when we crossed over the line from seasickness. Yeah, this is the hardest trip I've ever taken, by far. And that's where we went, from Ushuaia to the Palmer Peninsula. And that was about 4 days on a sailboat to get down there. Yeah, it was pretty intense. So a lot of countries have made claims to Antarctica, but with the Antarctica Treaty, it abolishes all those claims. And this is one of the longest lasting treaties that has remained, devoting the whole continent to science, non-military proliferation, and ecological preservation. So when people say, oh, you can't even go there, well, you can go there. I went there. And a lot of scientists go there, and they're about to start going there again in November. So the time to travel to Antarctica is between November and March, because that's their summer down there. And that's the best time to travel across the very treacherous Drake Passage right there, where I was in my bunk, not really enjoying the trip over. But once we got there, we got into the, there are these channels between the islands and the continent. The water was a lot calmer and didn't have seasickness for the rest of the trip. And it's the stark kind of beauty of Antarctica that really leaves a lasting impression. These are some shots I took. This is called Paradise Harbor. It's paradise in a different kind of way. This is Port Lockroy, which is the southernmost mailbox. It's now a museum, but it was once part of the British spying on the Germans in New Schwabenland. We'll get to that in a little bit. Operation Tamerlan, which is going to feature in my new book, because there was a lot going on down there right before World War II and right after. Most people go down in cruise ships, but even on cruise ships, about 50% people get seasick. It's pretty unavoidable. And then this was one of the biggest thrills, was going through this channel called the Lemire Strait that people hadn't even climbed some of these mountains. There's a whole Lonely Planet, 254 pages, saying that this peak was only climbed first time in 1991. So it really is still a land of great mystery down there, and a lot of anomalies, such as 4 south poles: the geographic, the magnetic, the geomagnetic, and maximum inaccessibility. And every continent has maximum inaccessibility. It's just the point that is the farthest away from any civilization or for the coast. And that's up there. Geographic South Pole and geomagnetic South Pole, that's where you get the southern lights. Unlike here, we get the northern lights. And what is also really interesting is the magnetic pole is now off the continent. It is actually on its way towards Australia. And I'll show you a picture of what might happen if we have another pole shift, because Antarctica would not be covered in ice anymore and could very well be semi-tropical, as it once was, because fossils have been found there, including some dinosaur species. But the most remote location in the whole planet is called Point Nemo, and this was only discovered a couple decades ago. So it just shows that there are parts of this planet that are still yet unexplored, including the depths of the ocean and what is underneath the ice sheet, are still some great unknowns on planet Earth. Here's our ship, the Chief One, as we are sailing into Deception Island, which is still an active volcano. It did erupt only about 20 years ago, and there are several research stations on the inside here, because if you can get through Neptune's bellows, there is a submerged rock there that has sank a few ships. But once you're inside there, it's very calm harbor. And this volcano went off about 30 years ago and did some destruction, including on some old whaling stations that we were at there. And since it's so cold there, there's no insects and wood never deteriorates. So you can still read the names of these young Norwegian whalers from the 19th century. And the Lonely Planet also said that there was a hot spring right out here that we're walking back from. Unfortunately, the tide was coming in. Had the tide been going out, could have just laid down and had a hot spring experience, but instead we just walked around with our shoes off. So they came from outer space. These are the meteorites that are all over Antarctica, because it is one big collection dome of ice. So these are locations where meteorites have been collected, the most famous of which is this one, ALH 8400. You guys remember about 30 years ago when news media says, we finally found alien life? Well, that's it, in the form of bacteria, microbes. And these small sets of meteorites, including this one, are pieces of the moon and Mars knocked loose by giant impacts and set on a collision course with Earth. So this is actually a Martian. Mars attacks, look out. What's really fascinating to me and will be a big part of my upcoming book are the subglacial lakes, over 150 discovered under Antarctica, and many interconnecting with under ice rivers, creating a whole different world down there. And not only several universities have been doing scans. So you guys have heard about the recent ones in Egypt where they've been able to find several levels and miles of chambers and a whole world underneath the Giza Plateau. Not that we didn't already have a pretty good idea something was down there. But this is the same with Antarctica. Now they're finding giant areas of lakes, all with rivers and whole ecosystems. Because Antarctica is the most geothermically active continent in the world, there are over 93 known geothermal locations with 14 active volcanoes. You have the propensity for these very large domes under the ice. And to me, that's just fascinating. That's like a lost world down there. Remember Jules Verne's Voyage to the Center of the Earth kind of thing, and so much that we've heard about under the ice of Antarctica. And this is really fascinating because that's covered by 2.2 miles of ice. This is called the Polar Plateau here on eastern Antarctica. The Russians cored down 2.2 miles to get to Lake Vostok. It was first discovered on satellite just because of the depression it made on the ice. But the Russians got down there about a decade ago and then pulled up a clean sample from Lake Vostok and found that there was bacteria that came off of a fish of an unyet as known species. So that's really fascinating that there is the possibility of life being devoid of any kind of sunlight down there. Do you guys ever remember those fish? You could get them. I had them in my aquarium as a kid from Mammoth Cave, and they had no eyes. So life will adapt to areas without having sunlight. And there's a show that's similar to Skinwalker Ranch called Blind Frog Ranch. And indeed, the frogs that come out of a cave there have no eyes. They have just adapted to the environment. So I would suspect that the same is true here down in Lake Vostok, that there would be these species that have evolved out their vision of eyes. So these are the southern lights called Aurora Australis. And the southern continent was known as Australis before it was discovered. And when Australia was discovered by Abel Tasman, the Dutch mariner, which Tasmania is named after, they named Australia after Australis. And so then Antarctica got its name from the ancient Greeks, all the way back to there, who never saw Antarctica but surmised that there must be a southern continent to hold the weight of the northern continents, which is essentially true, because they thought that they had a pretty good idea that Africa was the largest continent in the southern hemisphere, but not nearly as big as Asia and Europe. And so they named it after a constellation in the northern sky called Arctos, Arctos. And the name came from the Greeks calling it Anti-Arctus, the opposite of Arctus. So they're naming it after an unknown constellation in an unknown continent, and then the name Antarctic Antarctica came about. There are 60 scientific stations down there. We went to 6. Some more pictures I took. All the stations have these signs. I guess everybody's really homesick. This is one from Chile, of all the cities in Chile where the researchers were from. And there was a funny story. About 50 years ago, they're pulling out from the Brown base, and there was a doctor who did not want to spend the winter in Antarctica. And as the boat was pulling out, they said, "No, you got to stay. We're leaving. We'll see you in 6 months." He burned the base down. He wanted to leave that bad. So, of course, they had to come back and pick everybody up. They'd be dead in a week or two. So that's the kind of isolation that people fear down there, and for good reason, because it is very, very desolate. But beautiful. There was a team, another boat, that was scuba diving. And you can kind of see here how clear and clean the water is. And they showed us, one day we went aboard the boat, and they showed us some pictures and videos. I'm a scuba diver, and boy, some of those pictures they showed of the creatures that live down there are colorful, fluorescent, bright colors. It's like you're on a coral reef, but it's not coral, it's just cold water. And so these are just some of the weirdest things I found. Right before I went down there, Dr. Michael Sala, I said, "What should I be looking for?" And he said, just right around then, 7 years ago, these cosmic rays have been observed coming out of the Earth from Antarctica at a 30-degree angle. And that location where they're coming out from is very close to the South Pole. And we're going to get to there and look at the possibility of being a giant hole under the ice. So I thought this was funny. They told us every time a new arrival comes to the station, they watch the movie The Thing, right? With these giant craft under the ice. Well, I think that art imitates life sometimes. And so when I got back, I was watching The Thing again, and indeed, they find a giant mothership under the ice. And this map, I was just taking screenshots off the movie, happens to be Dronning Maudland, which is where the Nazis set up New Schwabenland. So it once was connected to all the other continents, the ancient supercontinent of Gondwana or Pangaea. And it's known that they were once all connected because you find in the fossil records these adjoining species, megafauna and megaflora, on all these continents that connect to Antarctica. So it must have been a land bridge or connected somehow back then. So this is what would happen if those poles shifted. Long Island would be, it'd be like northern Canada. California and Nevada, where I'm out at, we might be on the edge of the Wisconsin glaciation or the new pole cap. And similarly, you can see how the magnetic pole is now drifting towards Australia. So Australia could be the next Antarctica. And middle of North America would be the new North Pole. Shifts about 45 degrees. But nothing down in Antarctica as far as trees or bushes or anything like that. All you get are lichens and mosses. But when I was doing my line of inquiry about if anybody had heard, this is what I asked when I went to all the 6 bases, as well as talking to sea captains before the trip, if they had heard of 3 large craft under the ice. And they got the nickname Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria. And I'll show you some ideas of what they might look like. Nope, nobody heard that. Have you heard of any pyramids poking through the ice? No. Have you heard of antediluvian civilizations or giants or any kind of paranormal weird stuff? No. So it's kind of stonewalled with all that. But what I did find out that there was a big no-fly zone over the South Pole. And I did find that there was another base that had a UFO experience prior. But the sea captain that I was talking to on New Year's Eve right before our trip, he said, check out this freeze-dried seal. It's over 3,000 years old in the McMurdo Dry Valleys. And he says it's the most studied seal in history because nothing freezes or nothing rots down there. It's too cold. And also Mount Erebus has a standing lake of lava. It's only one of 2 volcanoes in the world that has a lava lake that's continuously down there. And it's also spitting up microscopic gold particles that have been found near the volcano. If you were to collect all 80 grams of gold per day, it would be worth about $6,000. And that's because there are many rifts that go through Antarctica, including, this is a German map of this deep subsea trench discovered by previous German expeditions, found to be of volcanic origin. It was discovered to run right through the new German colony of New Schwabenland, revealing itself in the form of warm water lakes, caves, crevices, and ice tunnels, most of which were found suitable for human habitation, with the simple addition of electric lighting. The trench was an excellent deep sea route for the U-boats. So they would be coming right on down here. At the end of the war, there was even called the Führer's convoy. He probably escaped and lived the rest of his life in South America, but the U-boats would have the deep sea North Atlantic Trench to follow right to New Schwabenland. So these are those dry valleys where they found the seal has not seen rain for 2 million years. Dinosaur species that have been found, including the Loch Ness monster, or the plesiosaur, and some species of dinosaurs that are completely unique to Antarctica. This is the guy that told me about the UFO sighting. He studies the ice fish, unique species found only in Antarctica that have no hemoglobin. They're kind of see-through fish, but they're the keystone species for all the seals and the penguins to feed off them. And when we got to the Palmer base, this is the crew chief who took us on a tour. And just because we were Americans, we were able to get in there. He said, take a picture of this in the galley, this picture of this glacier. Okay, I did. And I said, why? He said, well, when we get outside, I'll show you. And when we got outside, there's this little island right there that was once covered in this ice shelf. And he said that just occurred about 2 or 3 years ago, that the ice bridge finally broke off on Pi Day. That's March 14th. And they named it Pi Island. Pi like the equation, 3.14. And the point of this is there are still new lands being discovered down there. They didn't even know Pi Island existed when Bob Farrell here first came to the Palmer base 25 years ago. And he also said that looking out over Anver Island here, that this whole ice plateau has shrunk quite a bit. In his time, you would not be able to see the mountains in the distance when he first got there, but now you could. So things are changing there, but like I showed you with that NASA map, it's changing in such a way that some areas are increasing in ice. Just like some penguins are reduced in numbers. So this used to be a huge penguin colony of Adelie penguins. Now they're a small fraction of what they used to be and shrinking because you have opportunistic other penguins, the chinstrap and the Gen 2 on the Palmer Peninsula, that are moving into their terrain and they're competing for food. But they have no fear of humans. I took this picture with my iPhone, just kind of coming right up to a mother and its chick. Usually the mother would hiss at you or be intimidated, but not at all. They're just kind of like, hey man, you're blocking my view. What are you doing? They don't have any fear of humans. It's wild. That was one of the things that I found most outstanding about going down there. Same with the seals and even whales swimming right under our boat. The race to the South Pole was a matter of 35 days. The Norwegian Amundsen made it there first. The 5 Brits, all 5 of them perished on the return trip. But Amundsen was using sled dogs, and the other 5 were not. They were pulling their own sleds. Okay, so a little speculation about what might be down there, and this is a big part of what my upcoming books are going to be about, including this hole in the ice. Very contentious. Had long discussions with people. Is it there? Is it not there? Eric Hecker, who was on base for years, like, there's no hole there. I would have known. Well, would you know? I live 200 miles from Area 51. Would I know that what's going on in Area 51? No, they're not going to tell me. But a lot of other people have seen it, including Brian S. And this is his map with Linda Moulton Howe, who's a colleague of mine and has given me a lot of information about Antarctica, and gave me Brian S.'s phone number. We had about an hour conversation a few months ago, and he described the hole in the ice. And he said they were doing an emergency evacuation. They needed to fly someone out real quick. And they went over the no-fly zone, and that's when he saw the hole in the ice. And this hole happens to be exactly where the no-fly zone is, and where Admiral Byrd, who first flew over the South Pole in 1929, and I have the schematics of his flight pattern, he flew right over this X. So he would have seen it, because when he went back in Operation High Jump, Admiral Byrd wrote about in his diary flying into the hole and going well down to the continental level. That's 2 miles through this hole in the ice, and seeing this fantastic civilization there, as he describes in his diary. Brian S. also talked about UFOs over the Transantarctic Mountains and these missing scientists. And I can tell you the conditions on the surface are very harsh. These missing scientists were gone for over a week. They finally got the call that they were back. When they went and picked them up, they were stone-faced cold. They wouldn't talk about the experience. They all had to go right into quarantine, and then they were flown out of there, never revealing what happened. At one point, Brian S. went over to one of them and put his hand on his leg to say, hey man, what happened with you guys? The guy wouldn't look at him, was stone-faced, just get us out of here kind of thing, and the jury's out. I think they made their way under the ice, like Buzz Aldrin, who wrote this very cryptic tweet, we have seen the face of evil, and we're all in danger. So there's something down there that is very frightening to these researchers, to people. And I would suspect that the Nazis found their way down there too. In fact, I know they did, because I now have maps showing the U-boat routes that go under the ice here. And this will be in my next presentation, and of course in my new book, about where they put Point 211, the New Schwabenland, found in the Schumacher Hills. This is these lakes that never freeze. And the Mulich-Hoffman Range was also identified as an ideal place to build a base during the German Antarctic expedition, 1938-39. And you see these these oak leaves. It says there, the specially designed badge or emblem of the Deutsche Antarctic expedition. The swastika and the oak leaves clearly reveal Thule Society fraternity. And that was one of their secret societies where they were looking into all these artifacts and anything they could find around the world to help them in the war effort, including the Spear of Destiny and what might have been under the Tibetan Plateau. So this is the Schumacher Singruppe, those series of lakes. It's out here in Queen Maud Land. South Africa was allied and aiding the Germans in World War II. They have a base there. The Germans are still there. They haven't gone away. When I saw this map of the Cold War era bases, that's West Germany's flag. The Neumeier base is still there, and the Konin base is still there. Put that one in your memory bank, because we're going to get there in a minute. But Belgrano 2 is where they had that UFO experience a few weeks before I was there, and the guy who was studying the ice fish was telling me about it. So this is at the Conan base, and if you use Google Earth and you go back to 2013, I just did it a few weeks ago, this is what you'll find, that there's some kind of base out there. Here's a runway strip, some snowmobile tracks. Emery Smith says this is a doorway that goes into a massive craft underneath there, and that's actually been also verified by the remote viewers from the Farsight Institute. They use these GPS coordinates to send their remote viewers down there, and indeed what they found was a massive craft under the ice. I'm just checking my time here. I've got about 10 more minutes, so I got to move here. If you go there today to these coordinates, this is what you'll find. To me, it's like they put a circus tent over the top of this grill, and then the winter winds and snow just covered it up again. But in 2013, they were doing some kind of excavation here, digging it out and getting in there. So I've done a bunch of TV shows too where Olson says these are UFOs under the ice. I don't know that. I mean, they're round shaped. They look disc-like. Here's the coordinates. You guys want to take a picture of this? Look for yourself. This is what you'll find. But what I did find interesting, and I've gone back to a lot of these sites for the book, they're all near research stations, are within 5 or 10 miles of all these sites. So something like that's going on. And then you have these pyramid shapes. Are they really pyramids or nunataks, which are just attractive looking mountains under the ice? Talked to a tour company about maybe going back down there, the film crew, and going to these pyramids. And he says, yeah, they're just nunataks, they're just mountains. I said, well, how do you know? Well, we fly over them, we see them. I said, have you ever climbed them, or have you ever taken a sample? Have you ever looked at them? No, but they're down there in 3 different locations I've been able to find on Google Earth. And I think the jury's still out. So I would like to go down there with a film crew and do some samples and really find out one way or the other if they're intelligently built, if this is some kind of antediluvian civilization. Well, that's a game changer. That shows that there are and were pyramids and a high advanced culture on Antarctica in some faraway time. And then you find these pyramids on other maps too, official maps here in the McMurdo Sound. And so there is some belief that these pyramids were part of Atlantis. This is just some Fitbit data that was kind of determined that it was just some guys doing a little running race, and wasn't really anything. But then all these elites are going down there in the year 2016, 2017, including John Kerry on election day. You know, you'd think he'd be electioneering for Hillary in the very famous 2016 election. No, he's down in Antarctica. You got Patriarch Krill, and there's a real interesting backstory about that it may have had something to do with the Ark of Gabriel, which just in the year before Patriarch Krill went down there was taken out of Saudi Arabia. I don't know if you guys remember it, I think about 2015, there was a big stampede at Mecca. 260 some people died in a stampede. That was the cover story, but really it was this opening of a very ancient artifact called the Ark of Gabriel that, when opened, released some kind of plasma energy that killed all those people. The Saudis didn't know what to do with it. The Russians were the only ones that said, well, we'll take care of it. And indeed, there were Russian ships at the port of Jeddah about a month after that so-called stampede, And those ships were heading right down to Antarctica. And then just following him was Patriarch Kirill, who had met with Pope Francis before he went down there. So something was going on the religious stage that made them feel the necessity to go down there. Then you have Buzz Aldrin going down there. We've seen the face of evil. We're all in danger. He had to be medevaced up out of there. King Carlos of Spain goes down there, another penguin lover, I guess. But I think the most interesting was Prince Harry. He goes down there to the South Pole. And they go cross-country skiing for a week over the polar plateau. Well, we're told there's nothing for hundreds of miles in every single direction unless they had permission to go see the hole in the ice, which I think is quite plausible. And what else might they find in the Illuminati Disneyland? Well, the guy that I talked to from Antarctica Tours, he said there are no double prop Huey helicopters, so maybe this is Greenland or Patagonia, or maybe this is all photoshopped. I don't know, but these are pretty convincing pictures. These are definitely real. These are some kind of giant capped entrances to an underground base. I believe these are German. These are. This is very close to New Schwabenland. There's actually two of them. And so this is probably an underground base there. Whether Byrd found these artifacts and other things, in this age of AI and Photoshop, it's kind of hard to determine. But I did find, when looking at some of these sites, that they are intentionally covered over and quite sloppily just plopping down a big rectangle and holding that from view. But then there's other places like this, where you have these pyramid-like structures with snowmobile tracks and steps going up. They're just like more than a nun attack, I'll tell you that. They look pretty convincing. So just want to show you a couple maps here, including Magellan, the first to sail through Straits of Magellan. And then right before Magellan in 1520 was Piri Reis, who is coming up with this map of Antarctica, including creatures. And remember how I showed you Pie Island discovered below the ice, right? Same thing here on the Piri Reis map. And now they've been doing scans of the Weddell ice sheet and finding there are islands there, just as he said. And all the way back to Ptolemy, showing the first world map, including Antarctica. It's all over the place. Here's the Bache map from the 18th century, showing a canal going underneath the ice. And indeed, if we were to look at Antarctica free of ice, there is an ice channel there. And I think the Germans actually found this route, getting very, very close to the South Pole with their U-boats. And it's on some maps that have been discovered. The other one, the Phineas map, shows what Antarctica would look like with the ice cap as one big supercontinent. And then other people and remote viewers saying they're pulling giants and mammoths and antediluvian civilization. I wish we could have some kind of corroboration, more photographs instead of illustrations for this. But also the remote viewers say that there are colonies down there. They call them the Interplanetary Corporate Conglomerate in several locations, mostly in Western Antarctica. This is probably where John Kerry went to when he went missing. And then there's the Eltenin antenna, which was discovered in 1964, way deep down there, some kind of antenna that was found when they were scanning the Drake Passage. And lastly, I just want to, I know we're running out of time here, but I just want to show you southern Thule Island, the Falkland Wars in 1982. It broke off into two directions. One of them went to South Thule Island. Here's another area that Google Earth will not show you what's going on, but I think we're thinking right here is where the base was, which was the Corbett Uruguay base. This is where the Falkland Wars ended, on this ship. The last operation, Operation Keyhole. And they were going for something. So you can see this base right offshore, same base as here. The British captured it, and then they blew it up, and they got out of there. But they came back with the black goo. And this is a whole chapter in my new book. It's something I've talked to Miles Johnston on several occasions. The black goo is an intelligent, living, self-organic life form. And this is what the Falkland Wars was all about. They're going down there to get it. I could probably do a whole presentation on the black goo. They were using it for their super soldier program, according to several whistleblowers and Miles Johnston's had on the bases project, because it can self-organize and mechanically change itself in various ways. So I just want to show you this last video here. We were trying to get audio before, but it didn't work. Anyways, I'll just kind of say what I saw. We're coming into Port Lockroy, and there we see some whales out there. I put this video online after I got back on Facebook, and somebody recognized these whales as right whales, R-I-G-H-T. Why is the name right? Well, they died the right way. When the whalers would harpoon them, the right whales would float to the top, so they could pull them in much easier. And they nearly went extinct. The whales are slowly coming back because the gestation period of a female whale is almost 2 years. The seal population has come back, but the whales are now protected under the Antarctic Treaty. You can see the bull male here with his pod of probably family members swimming right at us. We think, wow, okay, where'd they go? And here comes the bull male, just as far as you and I are away from each other. And they all swim right under the boat. That was kind of a creepy feeling. Kind of felt like, oh man, this could be Moby Dick here. I might end up in the belly of a whale. But you can see how beautiful it is on a nice sunny day just like today. And then they blow up some bubbles here. I'm kind of looking around. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? All of them just kind of vanish for about 10 minutes. And then they blow up some bubbles here at the end, and a little signature goodbye. And then about 10 minutes later, we see them way, way out there again. So then they went about their way, and so did we. So that's what I got for you guys. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it. And I think I'll be on again tomorrow. So,
yes, and Britt, how does everyone, you have your books over there.
Yeah.
How does everyone follow you? Why don't you tell everyone who isn't aware?
Sure. Well, it's bradolson.com is my website, or CCC Publishing is our book publishing website. And I'm also pretty active on Facebook if you want to see kind of my updates there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great.
Wonderful. Okay, how many people here totally love the IRS? Okay, so we've now got we've got Mike Bara coming on, and he is going to give us a lot of information, and a little bit about Mike. If any of you are not following him on his Rumble channel, or he's often part of our weekly roundtable on the forecast. But Mike Bara is an American author, lecturer, and television personality best known for his books on space exploration, alternative history, and conspiracy theories, which we are now calling pattern recognition. A former aerospace design engineer, he gained prominence through co-authoring Dark Mission, The Secret History of NASA, with Richard C. Hoagland. Bara frequently appears on television programs such as Ancient Aliens and is a regular speaker at conferences where he discusses hidden aspects of NASA, the moon, Mars, and the possibility of extraterrestrial life. Mike?
Yeah, see.
Okay.
I'll figure it out. All right. Hi guys, give me a sec to get set up here and rolling. Was that a great presentation by Brad or what? I want to know more about the black goo. I want to know. The black goo is pretty weird.
Pretty weird. It's in my book, Beyond Us.
You know, they had that in the X-Files. If you remember, the X-Files did a lot of stuff with the black goo and using it to control people's minds and that sort of thing. So that's all part of the reality. Shoot, I hate it when this happens. Okay, don't look at this. Of course. This is the exciting part of the stream for everybody at home. And then we boot. Yeah, I hope so. I have to boot up first. All right. Brad, what I want to know is why didn't you talk about the Striders? Have you guys heard about the Striders? Striders are a rumored life form in Antarctica that they're like 4-foot wide spider type creatures that basically eat anything they can find out on the ice, and it's pretty terrifying. So that's like the best. That's the fun part of Antarctica. Okay. What do we do to flip over? There we go. Okay. All right. First of all, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you coming out. My name is Mike Bara. I'm an author and I'm a TV star, Brad. I do TV. I've done shows like Ancient Aliens and stuff like that, and it's been my privilege to do that. By the way, new show coming out, UFOs Uncovering the Truth, is coming out like in a few months. I just shot some in Austin, so that'll be a good show too. But it's great to be here. Like to thank Donna Ferrara for putting this on, and Elisa for hosting, and all the speakers. It's always a pleasure to be here with Brad and Laura and Carrie Cassidy, who's going to blow your brains out with some really cool stuff later on today. So I can look forward. And the thing is, Carrie and I fight a lot. I don't mean to, but we just have slightly different perspectives on things, 3i Atlas, but she's going to give you some really eye-opening stuff. So where I got started in all this was aliens. It wasn't necessarily awakening in terms of finances or awakening in terms of the criminal activity that goes on in our government and all world governments, basically. So this is where I got started, but it opened my mind up and made me a conspiracy theorist, right? So I call myself, in my bio, a born-again conspiracy theorist, which means that once I realized that there was a conspiracy, that there were conspiracies and that this stuff was real, I had to proselytize. Like, what does a born-again Christian do? They go out and they preach the gospel to everybody. And that was what happened to me, but it was around conspiracy theories. And what turned me was TWA 800. I don't know if you guys remember this, but it was a plane that took off from JFK. I believe it was over Long Island, and it got shot down by a missile. And I was a Boeing aerospace engineer, and I would watch these press conferences, and I would watch James Kallstrom and these FBI guys get up there and lie through their teeth. And I knew that their explanation, by the way, was that, there were frayed wires in the fuel tank, the center fuel tank, and it sparked and blew the airplane up. Well, that's complete nonsense, because jet fuel doesn't it doesn't explode like that. It's not like gasoline, right? It's very, very high flash point, low flash point, I don't remember, but it doesn't ignite easily. So that's not going to happen. And so I knew that everything that they were saying was a lie. And then you start talking to witnesses and you see people posting videos. This is the early days of YouTube and things like that. And, you know, telling stories about how they actually saw guys from the government actually bend the metal out that was in. So you could see an entrance wound and an exit wound in the aircraft wreckage, and they actually bent the metal to make it look like it exploded from the inside rather than a missile going through it. And the whole thing was because Bill Clinton wanted to cover up that his military was incompetent, and they shot down their own plane. There was actually there's a picture of a target being dragged that they were shooting at, and this 747 flew into the target area. The missile tracked it and hit it. And so that's when I was like, wow. Well, I wonder if all this other crazy stuff that people have told me for years about the Rothschilds and the banks running everything might be true. And you get into it, and then I met Richard C. Hoagland. We wrote this book, Dark Mission, which was a New York Times bestseller in 2007, and it just got me working with him and going down this road of, well, things are not as they seem, and NASA lies to you about everything. They lie to you about the size of Mars. They lie to you about the habitability of Mars. They lie to you about life on Mars. Brad just showed you that you know, the first thing they did when that meteorite picture came out was try to shoot that down. They discovered life on Mars in 1976 on the Viking probes. There were 2 experiments, and the 2 different landers both found biological life, microbes. And they shot it down. They've shot it down for years and years and years. Why? Because it's not time yet. They have a plan to reveal that we're not alone in the universe, but it's on their terms and their timeline, and you can go back and look at documents like there's a thing called the Brookings Report that tells you all about how if you discover artifacts, and that was my thing, the face on Mars, there's these structures, pyramids on Mars, there's stuff everywhere, on the moon and on Mars, and they said, well, okay, you can tell people this, but you better take it really slowly, because if you don't, they'll go crazy, especially the scientists and the engineers who think they're the smartest guys on the block. They're going to go nuts if you tell them that you're not the top of the heap. So I spent a lot of time in this UFO field, the conspiracy field, that kind of thing, and you know, appreciating and understanding just how deep the rabbit hole really went. And this is not going to work, so I'm going to do it by hand. Okay. So there's also other lies that they told you. They haven't told you a lot of things about who you are, what your value is. They haven't told you the truth about why aliens are here. And they haven't told you the truth about who you are, where you came from, and how much you're worth, which is the most important thing. The Matrix is a really important series of films, mostly the first film. Why? And along with another movie that the Wachowski brothers, sisters, what are they? I don't know. They can't decide if they're brothers or sisters. But at any rate, that movie, Jupiter Ascending, is about these families that control the finances of the universe, and the human beings in that movie, Jupiter Ascending, they made this elixir from human beings that kept everybody young and healthy and everything. Guess what that is? That's the, can I say it? Adrenochrome. That's the metaphor. So they've been trying to tell you, but the metaphor for the financial system is the Matrix, especially when Morpheus says, I'm only going to offer you the truth. And what they've done is they've spent all this effort to turn you into a battery, a source of energy. Now, you are all a source of commercial energy. And there's even things I can't tell you about. But what this does, what I say to people is, everything that happens in the political world is because of one of 2 things, either money or aliens. Okay? In John F. Kennedy's case, they killed him because of money and of aliens. And I have a whole separate presentation I'm probably not going to have time to get to, maybe tomorrow, about why they wanted to kill President Kennedy. And it was because he was going to go to the moon with the Russians together. He had proposed this publicly. He had proposed it privately. They had agreed. The Russians, Sergei Khrushchev, the son of Nikita Khrushchev, says, my dad agreed. Guess when he agreed? He agreed around the last week of October 1963. Guess when they killed John F. Kennedy? 3 weeks later. Because he had actually started issuing memos saying, we're going to do this with the Russians. Well, why would that be such a big deal? Because guess what? There's a lot of stuff left over on the moon from people who visited here before. I don't know if you can call them people, but that drove the assassination. That was the last straw. And so these things are all connected. And also, of course, President Kennedy had taken away the Federal Reserve's ability to issue credit and charge interest to the people of the United States, and started issuing silver certificates. And we're going to talk about silver and gold a little bit today. But it drives political events. Now, the most recent political event that was driven to create a political outcome, which is never-ending wars. Right now, it's in the Middle East. There'll be another. They're kind of moving on from the Middle East war, and now they're trying to start a war with Russia. So, but 9/11 was the turning point event, and we all saw what happened that day here in New York City. And I don't know. I've been to Ground Zero, and it's weird because now when I go there, having seen this on TV, I realize in 25 years. I understand completely differently what really happened that day and why it had to happen. And I want to try to explain that stuff to you guys today. So those of you who don't know, in the United States, of course, started on July 4th, 1776, a Declaration of Independence. It started the War of Independence. And it was basically signed by a bunch of guys who were, by the way, also Freemasons. So it was a Freemason. The United States, we exist because of a Freemasonic conspiracy, right? We do. And they conspired in taverns and bars and pubs to create this new nation that they wanted to be independent from the yoke of the oppression of the British Crown in this particular case. So what most of you don't know is that there's actually the original laws, the highest laws that we have are not our Constitution. And we'll talk about a Constitution in a minute. It's the Articles of Confederation. Now, the Articles of Confederation apply to the Republic of the United States. Remember, we just did the Pledge of Allegiance, yeah, right? And to the Republic for which it stands. What does that mean exactly? What is a republic compared to a democracy? And those are issues that are important. And you notice how Democrats, and I'm not here to rip anybody. If there's some Democrats in the room, welcome. We're glad you're here. But you notice how the Democrats are always talking about the threat to democracy. Well, I don't want a democracy. I want to live in a republic. Because the rules of the Articles of Confederation are very simple. If you harm your brother, you make him whole. You negotiate with him in good faith to make him whole. If you run over one of his cows, you give him one of your cows, that kind of thing. You're basically expected to operate like an adult. So the story we're told, though, is that, they taxed us 2% on our tea, and it made us really mad, and we went to war with the British Crown, Washington and all those guys, and we crossed the, the Delaware? Washington crossed the Delaware on Christmas Eve to slit the throats of a bunch of Brits and fight the Revolutionary War. And that's the history that you're told in school. And it's partially correct because some of those things did happen. But the colonial army should not have had a chance against the Redcoats. The Redcoats were very well organized. They were a great military force. They were the most powerful force in the world. But what we're always told is, we defeated them in battle and surrounded the Brits, and they surrendered. They gave up. But what really happened was that Cornwallis surrendered to Washington at Yorktown. That's the story we're always told. Washington defeated him. He's a brilliant general, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. And there's some truth to that. But what really happened was this. What really happened is that the war in the Americas was too expensive. And the French had been financing the United States, or the burgeoning United States at that time, to fight this war against their enemies, their European enemies, the British. And it just got too expensive. So what King George agreed to do was, he said, look, okay, we'll come to an agreement. You guys can go your own way, but we get a portion of your economic prosperity. We get a portion of your national property. And in return for that, we will secure your debt to the Rothschilds Bank of France. So think about this. You've got these two competing royal crowns. You've got the French crown and the British crown fighting over this new land, and finally coming to an agreement with the American government that you guys can go your own way, but we get a chunk of everything you make. And we said, okay, we'll do that. So the Treaty of Paris came along in 1873. And, we've heard about this. There's a lot of agreements on it. But basically, it was the rules for how the war would be concluded. Then we came up with something that we are all familiar with, the Constitution of the United States. It took 6 years to negotiate the Constitution and to debate it. And we're all told, oh, this is our highest law. No, it's not our highest law. The Articles of Confederation are your highest law, which basically gives you, among other things, the right to travel. What that means is that this is beyond any constitutional right. You can travel anywhere you want. That means you can travel without a driver's license. You don't have a driver's license, we're gonna put you in jail or fine you. No, you're not, because I have a right to travel. It's right here in the Articles of Confederation, which still exist today, which still are in force today. The Articles of Confederation are the laws of the Republic, where people are expected to be grown-ups and not run people over and drive drunk and all that kind of thing. But what most people don't understand is, what is a constitution? Well, it comes from the word constitutor. What the heck is a constitutor? A constitutor is someone who agrees to pay someone else's debt. So we had to have a constitution. That's why, for instance, the Iraqis now have a constitution, because we have secured their debt in return for stuff we'll talk about later. So this was the structure. This is the Constitution is a financial document. If you go through and look at the words that are capitalized, and if you read between the lines on the things that are said there, this is an agreement between the Crown of England and the newly formed United States government, which says, okay, in return for our national property, the property of our national government, we will finance your debt. We will pay your debt off to the Rothschilds Bank of France, and now you owe us. So the Crown owned the United States at that point, and at that moment, in 1789, the United States became a bankrupt corporate entity, and the Republic died. Just like in Star Wars, the Republic's done. It's actually, to me, where we are at now is more like ancient Rome in Caesar's time today. But the Republic still exists, and you can still operate in the Republic, but you have to know how to do it, and you have to be very careful or you get into trouble. So what's the difference between a democracy and a republic? In a democracy, everyone participates in every decision, or they have a right to, through voting. Not everybody votes, but they have a right to. The majority rules. There's no protection of individual rights. Ask Tina Peters, who's in prison in Colorado for exposing election fraud in 2020. Where are her rights? Ask the president. I mean, the FBI went through the First Lady's underwear drawer. They panty raided the First Lady. So there are no individual rights in a democracy. There's no protection of property rights. They can tax you out of your house. How do they tax you out of your house? Didn't you own your house? Didn't you pay the mortgage off? Isn't it yours? Not according to a democracy. They're not practical for large countries, and it always ends in turbulence and violence. Anybody, does that sound familiar to anybody right now? What's going on? Whereas in a republic, the government, you're governed by elected representatives, but they follow the established set of laws. The individual rights are protected. Property rights are protected. And that's why they felt in the Constitution and with the amendments the need to enumerate specific rights. Because everybody knows what your rights are in a republic, but in a democracy you have to spell it out or it doesn't exist. It's great for large and diverse populations, and basically it avoids the mobocracy and the tyranny because everybody follows these established rules. Right now, they're not being followed. That's why you see Trump, I believe, having to do many things by executive order, and we can get into the fact that Let's talk about the New Deal. The New Deal is hilarious when you get into it. But what that did is it put us into a state of bankruptcy. This country has been bankrupt since 1789. Now, international bankruptcy, was that a me? Yeah? Okay. International bankruptcy is a 70-year cycle. So let's go back and look at American history from a 70-year cycle from 1789. But first, bankruptcy goes in 70-year cycles for nations. The U.S. is 24 years into the current cycle before it plans on going extinct again in 2069. So when you have personal bankruptcy, they discharge your debts, right? That's the word, discharge. Discharging in a legal sense, according to Black's Law Dictionary, does not mean your debts are forgiven. It means you don't have to pay them for 70 years. On the assumption that you'll be dead in 70 years, because children don't acquire debts, only adults do generally. So it, in effect, writes your debt off. But in reality, if you live that next 70 years, you are supposed to go back and, again, try to resettle with your creditors. If you can afford to pay them off, you pay them off, or you come up with another deal. I'll do this and do that and the other thing if you will discharge my debt for another 70 years. So in 1789, we had the Constitution, and then in 1791, as part of the constitutional agreement with the Crown of England, we created the first central bank, the Bank of the United States, 1791, and it had a 20-year charter. That 20-year charter expired in when? 1811. What happened right after 1811? War of 1812. You know what the War of 1812 was all about? We said, screw you guys. We're not extending the charter of the Bank of the United States, which was basically England's bank in the US to collect their debt. The British said, oh, no, you don't, and they invaded. So they invaded, they attacked, they burned the White House, they took the president prisoner. But you know what the first thing is they did when they got into Washington, D.C.? Where did they go? Anybody know? Nobody knows. I do. I'm the only one here who knows because it's my lecture. They went to the courthouse. They didn't go to the White House. They didn't go to the Capitol. They went to the courthouse. What's in the courthouse? Brad, you probably know. All the titles to the land are in the courthouse. So they went and they took all the titles and they said, we are going to take all these unless you agree to reestablish a new Bank of the United States, which was something else and called it something else. And, you know, we ran it. We agreed to finally do that. The War of 1812 went about its course, and that was basically what that whole thing was all about. So everything, all of these major events are political and financial. They're not based, they're all rooted in finances. So let's fast forward 70 years after 1789 is 1859. Well, what happened in 1859? The northern states went to the southern states and they said, we have this debt that we owe. We used to owe the Rothschilds Bank of France, and now we owe it to the British Crown, and it's been 70 years, and they want their money. So the southern states said, okay, you know, the southern states were mineral rich. They had all the cotton. They had, oil wasn't really a big deal, but they had the cotton, they had the agriculture. And the southern states said, well, we're not going to pay that debt. And that debt, by the way, at that time had gone up to $500 million. That's why Ron Paul always says the national debt in reality is only $500 million. Because what happened is that basically the southern states said, screw you, we're going to form our own country. So they did. They formed the Confederacy. And the North said, well, okay, no, you don't. So guess what? Again, by this time, the debt, I think, had been sent back to France. The Rothschilds Bank of France financed Lincoln. They came up with slavery as sort of a red herring political issue to get everybody fired up. And we went to war and killed each other. Now, at the end of that war, this is really interesting because at the end of this war, the Civil War, the Confederacy didn't surrender. Technically, they never surrendered. The elected government of the Confederacy never surrendered. Lee surrendered his sword to Grant at Appomattox, But the Confederacy itself never surrendered. It still exists as a legal entity, and its currency, the Confederate dollar, still exists as a legally exchangeable currency, which is really, really interesting stuff when you get into the dynamics of it. So then, of course, there's the whole thing about the 13th Amendment. The original 13th Amendment basically said you can't have any kings, and they removed that and changed it into a new 13th Amendment, which had to do with slavery and servitude, to sort of seal up this whole thing. But that was when our organic Constitution, the Constitution for the United States of America, was replaced with the current Constitution, which is the Constitution of the United States of America. By the way, everything in politics and in finance is a trust. You know, in a trust you have a beneficiary, a benefactor, what do you call them, grantor, beneficiary, and a trustee. The United States is a trust. The Republic of the United States is a trust. The name of the trust is the In God We Trust. That's the name of it. So that still exists. So what happened is that basically we lost the rights to our national property in the Revolutionary War when we went with the Constitution. And then in the Civil War, because the South lost, we basically gave up the states' rights. So now the states now had lost their sovereignty. So our national government lost their sovereignty, and the state governments lost their sovereignty. And they begin to erode the powers because they knew they couldn't do it all at once, so they had to very slowly erode the powers. So then you flash forward to 1909, 20 years before 1929. So 1929 is the next 70-year cycle. So you have the meeting at Jekyll Island of all the bankers, Warburg Pincus, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers by that time had emerged, and they created the so-called Federal Reserve. And along with the Federal Reserve, of course, a few years later, they came up with the new currency law, where you had to pay the income tax. And of course, everything they promised you about what the income tax was going to be is a lie. It's only ever going to be this much. It's never going to be more than that. It's only going to be temporary. And this is also when, if you notice the politicians, they changed, the clothing changed to the standard banker's suit, which is the coat, the button-down shirt, and the tie. That was called a banker's suit back in the day, and that's when presidents became bankers and started dressing like that. That's when men's fashion suddenly changed. So then, of course, what happens in 1929? Well, in 1929, there was a major thing called the stock market crash, which led to the Great Depression. And the Great Depression led to the run on banks. It led to the fact that the unemployment rate was like 38% at one point in the United States. Imagine that. I mean, people complain when it's 5%. 38%, people were starving. We had a very, very hot 1930s period. The Midwest basically dried up and blew away the Great Dust Bowl. And then they did the next thing they had to do. So this was the deal we had to make to get the bankers off of our backs in 1933. After the 1929 crash, this was all created to bring in the New Deal. Took a few years to bring in the New Deal, and they brought it in, and they basically said, okay, you can't have any gold and silver anymore. So if they take away your gold and silver, and Roosevelt declared, a national holiday and all this other stuff, but if you take away the gold and silver, you take away the real money. If you look at Black's Law Dictionary from 1933, it says money is either 0.9999 pure gold or silver. That's what money is. So until that point, we flipped these laws. Until that point, the only real money was gold or silver. Well, why is gold and silver important? Why are they so important today? Because if you buy something with gold or silver, if you buy a house, guess what? If you buy it with gold or silver, you have a title that's called an alloidial title to that property. That means nobody can tax it, nobody can take it, it's yours in perpetuity, and you can pass it on to your heirs in your will or to anybody you want. And no one can ever tax you out of it or take it from you. And they had to get rid of that because the next thing after they took the national government sovereignty and after they took the state's government sovereignty was they had to take your sovereignty, the individual right to control and live under a republic where you had the right to control your body, to control what happened to you, By the way, if you should ever get arrested for anything, don't sign any paperwork, because that paperwork hidden in there is you giving them permission to put you in jail. Just refuse to sign it, and they literally can't put you in jail. They might put you in jail for a day or two, but eventually they have to let you go if you won't cooperate. So all of this stuff becomes voluntary. You've lost your sovereignty. Well, how do they take your sovereignty away? They close down the banks. They reopen them. They begin to issue the paper currency, which was still theoretically backed by gold, but that was all a lie. And by the way, the gold was valued, I think, at $46 an ounce. The gold in Fort Knox, if there is any, and remember whatever happened to that? Remember Trump was going to audit the Fort Knox? What happened to all that? Well, I'll tell you what, there's probably way more gold in there than we think there is. But all they have to do, basically, to pay off the current national debt would be to simply say, by the way, the gold in Fort Knox is now valued at the current market rate, which is what, $4,000 an ounce or something? At the what? $3,800. Close to $4,000 an ounce. And it goes from $46 an ounce to $3,800 an ounce. All of a sudden, we have enough money to pay off this paper national debt. But here's what the New Deal did. It created all these different agencies: the FDIC, the FERA, the FCC, the Federal Housing Administration, the SEC, the Securities Exchange Commission. You know how everybody calls it the Securities and Exchange Commission? But that's a different entity than the Securities Exchange Commission. The Securities Exchange Commission is different in that this creation of this entity allows them to basically target anybody they want and call them a financial criminal. That's what power it gives the government. So these are very specific. So here's the thing that most people don't realize. The only reason that any of the New Deal actually came into law is because the United States was put under a declaration of emergency. These agencies are all created under the president's emergency powers enumerated in the Constitution. So we have been in a state of emergency here in our country since 1933, when FDR declared a state of national emergency. I remember going to the White House website when Clinton was president, and it said the current state of emergency was going on. This is when peace and prosperity was breaking out all over the world. The Berlin Wall fell. But we were in a state of emergency because of the dire threat posed by the nation of Serbia and Montenegro. It's ridiculous. But most people don't realize that these things are all these agencies are extra constitutional. So it created a tremendous amount of power in the executive branch. Now, President Trump can talk about cutting Doge cuts and shutting down the government and all the stuff that's going on right now, but all he has to do is simply cancel all of the states of emergency that the United States is under, and there's probably several, and all these agencies instantly cease to exist. They become illegal overnight, and all he has to do is say that. These things no longer exist. He doesn't want to do that, I guess, for his own reasons, because he's operating within the system, and they're trying to do this in such a way that it's not shocking to you guys. Because when you get to the truth of this, you're going to find out it is pretty shocking when you get to the truth of what they did here. Now, what happened in the 1930s, actually, let me go back to this, led to the creation of a couple things. What happened then is that they begin to issue very intensely the birth certificate, okay? Now, this has to do with admiralty law, and a birth in shipping is a place where you store your ship, right? BERTH. But we came up with the birth certificate, and this is that made every individual a corporate asset. Okay, this is the asset. His name is Michael Herbert Bara. Here's what his footprint looks like. He weighs this much. He has this color hair. He has these color eyes, and he becomes an asset for the corporation. So then they created that, and we'll talk about in a second. I'm going to talk about what that's led to, but it's pretty weird. But right away, what happened after that was they started financing Hitler in Germany. The Rothschilds. Do you know he wrote Mein Kampf on a typewriter provided by the Rothschilds family in prison? To write Mein Kampf, he was told what to put in his stuff. They promised him, he'd be in control. German nationalism would return, which. I'm a nationalist. I support nationalism. I think that, you read the story of the Tower of Babel in the Bible. It talks about how we're each unique, right? Spanish are different than Americans. Americans are different than Canadians. Canadians, Australians, English, we're all different. We all have different cultures. And I think this need to dissolve those lines between us blurs our uniqueness. So I don't have a problem with that. So Hitler, of course, started rebuilding Germany, partly to build up their economy, which was in a shambles. So he built the German war machine. World War II started. The Germans were very successful at the beginning, and then what happened, of course, is that the Japanese, for no reason whatsoever, attacked us at Pearl Harbor and brought the United States into it because Roosevelt and Churchill wanted to get the U.S. involved in World War II. Now, Roosevelt and Churchill were both 33rd degree Scottish Rite Freemasons. And you guys have all seen the Da Vinci Code, and you've heard about all this, the Templar treasure and the secrets. Well, what was the Templar treasure? It was the Ark of the Covenant, and it was brought from the Holy Land to France at Rennes-le-Chateau, which is all true. And then it was moved to the castle in Scotland. And then it was moved to Oak Island, the Curse of Oak Island. You guys have heard of this TV show. That's really what they're looking for. It's the Ark, which is supposed to be a weapon. And now it's at Mar-a-Lago, in case you guys haven't seen it. I mean, people say, why does Trump have a replica of the Ark of the Covenant at Mar-a-Lago? And my response is always, replica? You think that's a replica? And that's the other thing, too. I heard this, too. This is just conspiracy stuff. This is crazy. But you remember the Bush funeral? Pappy Bush, right? Who, by the way, Pappy Bush was... His name is Scherf, okay? His father was a Nazi, high-ranking Nazi. And Barbara is Aleister Crowley's daughter. If you know who Aleister Crowley is, look him up. But so they went through this stuff, and they, at the funeral, remember when they opened up the envelopes? I'm told that what was on the envelope was the Ark. There was a picture of the Ark. And Trump was telling everybody, I have this now, so you're effed. But I don't know if that's true. But that's just what I heard. So, the war raged on. 45 million people were killed. It's probably more than that. But they were all killed, and the war went back and forth. We had the Holocaust. Germany, we went back and forth for 5 years at the time. That was an incredibly long war. Eventually, we raised the flag at Iwo Jima. And then, the Japanese had a really bad day at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the war eventually came to an end. The devastation was immense, but it was done on purpose because the bankers were behind this whole thing. They started the whole thing. They convinced Hitler that he was the descendant of Frederick Barbarossa. That's why the invasion of Russia was Operation Barbarossa, because he thought he was a Teutonic Knight. And he was fighting Churchill and Roosevelt, who he was convinced were the evil Freemasons, because they were descendants from the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar and the Teutonic Knights, the Germanic Teutonic Knights, they broke off back when the church went after the Templars. So this has been a symbolic war going on between these secret societies for hundreds and hundreds of years. But they were all convinced that they were in the right. They were all convinced that they were doing this for, bigger reasons. But the devastation was enormous. Now, so after World War II, what happened? There was something called the Marshall Plan. Do you remember that? To rebuild Europe and Japan. And what was the Marshall Plan? Well, okay, the first thing we did was we went into these countries and we printed new money. The United States printed the new German Deutschmark. The United States printed the new Japanese yen. So we print 20,000 for them, 20,000 for us, 20,000 for them, 20,000 for us. So our mint printed all, basically, the IRS, Treasury Department. They printed all the money, but we for every one we gave them, we printed the same amount for ourselves. So how was the Marshall Plan paid off? Well, American taxpayers didn't pay it. We were still only paying 2% of our income in income taxes in the 50s. But 10 years after the war, the German Deutschmark and the Japanese yen both revalued. They revalued to, a couple bucks. So the yen became $2.35 compared to the US dollar. Well, guess what? If you're holding 1 million yen at that point, they go from being worth a penny to being worth $2.5 million if that was the value. It's all paper money. It's all funny money. It's not backed by gold. There's nothing of intrinsic value. It's just what you say it's worth. So everybody who was holding the yen and the Deutschmark got really rich really fast. So that leads to stuff that happened later on. Guess what? In 1999, that's 70 years after 1929. So what happened then? Well, they made some changes to the tax laws that were interesting, that you can still use. 5 minutes? Okay. Shoot. And right after that, Saddam Hussein invades Iraq, or invades Kuwait. And then we invade Iraq. And guess what we did? We printed the new Kuwaiti money, the new dinar. It revalued. Guess what? All of a sudden, the United States had a surplus. Remember the budget deficit? Remember Clinton going on about the deficit? All of a sudden, in 1999, 2000, we had all this money. Bush started giving us Bush bucks. So the 70-year bankruptcy cycle runs like this. 1789, the Constitution was enacted. The Bank of the United States was in 1791. War of 1812, when we tried to close that down. The Civil War in 1859. Jekyll Island meeting in 1909 to get ready to how we're going to pay off these creditors. Stock market was crashed, started World War II, led to World War II. And then 1999, 9/11 was planned. And it sent us into a 25-year war in the Middle East that's still not quite over. So here's the part they don't tell you. That when they instituted the birth certificate is a financial instrument. What they do is they take your birth certificate along with the birth certificates of everyone else in your birth year, and they create what they call a security. You have to have 4 paper financial instruments to create a security, but they put them all together and they place a value on them. And that value is pretty extraordinary. I got to rush through this stuff because I don't have a lot of time. When I found out about this in 2009, somebody told me, go to Fidelity Investments. I said, okay. So I went to Fidelity Investments website and I typed in, they said, search for a mutual fund. I said, okay, I'm going to put in my birth year, 1970. Okay, 1970, 1960, whatever it was. I put in my birth year. Did you know that there is, you can't do it anymore because they've shut it down since people like me started talking about it, but okay. All right. What time is it now? Anybody know? Okay. Oh, okay. So it came back and it said $11.65 billion. So what that means is every person born in 1970 or 1960 or whatever year it was is worth $11.65 billion. So when they say, oh, they're printing money out of nothing. No, they don't. They print it out of your bank account. Out of your account, because you are the battery in the Matrix movie. You are the financial currency. What is currency? It's an electrical charge. It's energy, right? You are the financial currency that keeps the economic engine going. And there's other stuff. There's it's pretty amazing stuff. But if you have a new Social Security card, you got your number on the front, Michael Jackson 000. But the real interesting part is if you flip that card over. These are the cards that have been issued since 1999. What happened in 1999? We had to come up with a new bankruptcy discharge. We had to be discharged, so we had to come up with a bunch of agreements. So they changed the tax laws. They let you put in, I'm not supposed to talk about this. They let you do something called the 1099 OID, original issue discount, which is issuing credit. Well, guess what? What's credit? You think this is money? It's not money. It's an IOU. It's a promissory note. It's a debt. It's credit, right? So when you spend this, you're issuing credit. So basically, it allowed everybody to take a tax deduction for everything you spend. And I know several people who got paid doing that, and their tax software works. But anyway, on the back, remember, also the color of democracy is blue. The color of a republic is red. So this is your republic funds. So if you look at the back of your Social Security card, if it's issued since 1999, you have a letter and you have 9 numbers. Okay, the letter is the designation of the Federal Reserve District Bank at which this account is held. And that is your account number. So there are 10 district banks. F is the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta. So this guy's account that's the number, account number, and that is the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta. So you're not supposed to do this, and I'm not encouraging anybody to do this. In fact, I would discourage you from doing this, except maybe to pay off a public debt, like a tax bill or something. So what I did is I went and I looked up the routing number for the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, which is published out there, right? It has a routing number. That's F. So you look it up, and I got it, and said, okay, you want to pay this bill off, credit card off? I said, yeah, I want to pay this off. What's the routing number of your bank? Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta. Okay, what's your account number? My account number is 31098043. What do you think happened? Paid it. Paid it right off. Zipped right through. Live, paid it off. Now, they came back like 2 weeks later and said, well, you can't do that. And I said, well, why not? They said, well, that's not your account. And I said, how do you know that? Can you prove to me that? So anyway, we went back and forth. But what happened is, eventually, they argued with me, tried to get me to pay them in regular fiat dollars as opposed to my public or private dollars. And eventually, it just disappeared off my credit report. It just disappeared. Capital One, thank you very much. So when they print, now look, and I'm not recommending you do this because if they want to, they can claim it's wire fraud or some BS like that, which is the easiest thing. You can basically claim any financial transaction as wire fraud. But it is important to know that you might be able to do it for public debts, like to the utility company or the state. If you, so if you're really in desperate states, I would try it, but I'm not recommending you do this. I can't believe I'm streaming this. I'm in big trouble now. But when they say they print money out of nothing, bullshit. They print it out of your account because you have a financial value as a living, breathing soul. Yeah, the straw man account is associated with that. That's the all capital letter thing, but it's kind of like that. The straw man account is a separate corporate entity that's not really it's tagged to this, but it's not part of the overall presentation. That is what? D is Federal Reserve Bank of what? D is Cleveland. So this guy's account is Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland. That is the account number. And then they started doing things like adding extra letters at the end because they printed so much money they ran out of numbers to put on these things. But I guarantee you write to the IRS, you go to the website, you say, I lost my Social Security card, I need a new one. They're going to send you a new one with this red number on the back. It's one of 10 that you have. So not only are you worth $11.65 billion or whatever your birth year is worth, you're worth that times 10. That's supposed to be your money. That's put in trust for you. What FDR and the criminal banksters were supposed to do is let you know that you live in a republic and you have access to that money. If I run over Brad's dog and I hurt him and he says, I love that dog. Well, if I gave you $500,000, would we be even? And Brad says, okay, yeah. I'm supposed to be able to access that money to give him that. I maybe don't use it to buy a Ferrari, probably not the best use of it, but in order to make my brother whole, that's what I'm supposed to be able to do. And they lied to you and they kept you from knowing this forever. Because banks don't have any money. Only you have money. Only you can create money. You ever heard the expression, sign on the dotted line? Okay. Where does that expression come from? It comes from a check or a creation of something. Because if you were to take your check, and if you look at that, those are actually words. You go to your check, take a check out of your checkbook, and scan it as high a resolution as you can and zoom up on it. And you know what it says there? It says authorized signature. Authorized signature. Why? Because we found Federal Reserve documents that say that only the signature of a living, breathing human being can create money. So when you author that check, you are creating that money. And guess what? You write a check for $1,000, you get $1,000, or you issue the $1,000. The bank gets $10,000 because it's a fractional reserve banking system. So how are all these institutions bankrupt? How much money are they spending? Where is all this money going? But it's all coming from you as a living, breathing individual. And then they tax you on your own money. When you buy a house, a mortgage, you apply for the loan. They're not loaning you money. They go to the Federal Reserve Bank window and they say, oh yeah, Mike Bara, number, whatever he is, D0057340, wants to spend $300,000 on a house. Oh, okay, here's $3 million. They give you the $300,000 and they make you pay it back to them with interest. That's why when you look at your paperwork on your mortgage, what does it refer to you as? The homeowner. And I guarantee you, you go through your mortgage paperwork, you're going to find a note on there that says, I understand that I am granting the bank an interest in property that I already own. Because the second you signed the application, you created the money and you own the property. So everything, I gotta stop. Everything they have ever told you about all this is a lie. Oh, I got 5 minutes. And everything they've told you is a lie about finances. Every single one of you is rich beyond words. But they trick you and they lie to you and they manipulate you into not thinking that you live in scarcity when you actually should have access to all of these funds. And they have been like vampires sucking the commercial life out of you for at least 90 years now, since 1933, if not before that. So they've tried to strip you of all your rights. They continue to start these wars. The whole purpose of the invasion of Iraq was part of the discharge plan. We're going to get you a new Middle Eastern 25-year war, and now they want to start a war with Russia. And I think the weapons of mass destruction were probably real, because I've had reports that they were, but they created this whole war to invade Iraq because what did they want to do then? They wanted to, guess what? Print the new Iraqi dinar, just like they did in Germany and Japan and Kuwait. Kuwait was actually a test run to see if it would work. And the plan was they were going to revalue the Iraqi dinar in 2011, June 30th, 2011. And if everybody was holding it, you would get whatever the new value was, $3, $4, whatever it is. But it's interesting because for some reason, this guy signed an executive order that allowed a private individual to own Iraqi dinar and other exotic currencies like the Vietnamese dong. Prior to that, in Kuwait, you had to have $10 million. You had to be a certified investor worth $10 million to be able to even buy the Kuwaiti dinar and profit from it. But for some reason, this guy allowed you to buy it as an individual. So that's the plan now. What we're sitting on now is the precipice of a complete financial reset, backed by gold. They've gone into the when Trump goes to the Vatican, what's he doing? He's claiming the gold. When Trump went to England, remember when he was there visiting the Queen, when the Queen was still alive? He basically took her surrender. The Crown of England surrendered to the U.S. and said, you guys are now in control. That's why, remember that they made such a big deal about him walking in front of the Queen? They don't show you the part where she motions him to walk in front of her, right? Because he's now the sovereign and she is the debtor. So everything's on the brink of changing. And, I don't understand why it hasn't happened already. It was supposed to happen August 1st. It's supposed to happen September 1st. It's supposed to happen, Carrie, I think when we talked at the Quantum Summit, Carrie said September. I was hearing back then March. It should have happened by now. But when it happens, when Trump talks about the golden age, he's not exaggerating. So I don't have a lot. I don't think I have this last slide. But basically where we're sitting is that My understanding is that there is an alliance to get rid of this old system. This old system is corrupt to the core. It's been exploiting you forever. But they're not going to tell you the part I just told you. They're not going to tell you you're worth $100 billion. $100 billion. They're not going to tell you that. That part of it we're not supposed to talk about. But they are going to reset so that everything is far more equitable. You've heard about these financial programs, NASARA, JASARA. The IRS is going to go away. Why? Because you know what the IRS does? The IRS's sole purpose, which is a corporation, by the way, not a government agency, but a corporation domiciled in Puerto Rico, they exist to collect money for the foreign creditors of the United States. So what we're supposed to do is flip back into a republic where we stop fighting overseas wars, we stop taxing people on their own money, and we stop exploiting the human race. That's what we're hoping we're going to transition to. So I'm out of time. Thank you for your attention. And did I say that? Thank you for your attention to this matter. So thank you guys. And seriously, just take a risk, okay? Find the nearest currency exchange, and on your way home, go drive there, spend $60, and buy yourself a million Vietnamese dong, okay? It can't hurt. Stick it in your drawer. You never know when it's going to happen. Yes, sir, real quick. Well, the Iraqi dinar should have revalued weeks ago, months ago. They actually have a holiday. They're holding the holiday for an extra 5 days. They're beyond pissed that it hasn't happened already. Well, there's a public rate, there's a private rate you're going to be able to get at a behind-the-scenes exchange, but it's supposed to be $5.96, and I heard it might go up from that. But that was the rate that was put into their budgets. So if you hold $1 million Iraqi dinar, which is about $1,100 to buy, you should have $5 million after that, give or take. Theoretically, if you're smart, and I just told you about it, and now I'm probably going to be in a lot of trouble. So, thanks, Elisa.
Tell everyone how they can watch you, because if they want to follow more of what you're talking about,
Yeah.
especially about the
Okay, yeah, I do have a show that I do that's focused. I have a friend, Jennifer Falah, who is a psychic and a remote viewer. Call her whatever you want. And we've been doing a show called Real News Live with Mike and Jen. It's on Rumble. It's also on Mike Bara 333 on YouTube. And we broadcast Mondays and Wednesdays. We do shows about basically the financial situation. And then I've got other programs I do. I do Mel Carmine's show with Elisa. So I go back and forth between finances and aliens, but I'm really ready for the financial part to be over and just go back to talking about aliens, because that's really what I know. So thank you, guys. Oops.
We're going to get our afternoon session started. So if you take your seats. And, this is being live streamed, so for anyone out there who's watching this on the live stream, you can still get tickets. If you're around the area, you can still get tickets for tomorrow. We're going to be back again tomorrow. All the speakers that are speaking today are going to speak on different topics tomorrow, so if you couldn't make it today, please join us tomorrow. And we are going to welcome next Heather Holmes. So a little bit about Heather. Heather is an healthpreneur, a health educator, an international speaker, and an expert on bacteria, biofilm, and environmental health issues. With an 18-year career in medical devices working with hospitals, and 7 of those years focused in infection control, Heather has advanced knowledge of arteries, veins, bacterial function, and the human body in general. In 2009, focused on curing herself of lifelong chronic bronchitis and 20 years of sinus infections, Heather began development of groundbreaking quantum-level probiotic technology called P2 Probiotic Power, a lifestyle line of consumer products that clean, balance, and protect air, skin, teeth, gut, and surfaces. Heather's soil spore probiotic technology is also incorporated into products for livestock, mold and fire remediation, commercial cleaning, HVAC coil cleaning, and wound care. The driving force behind her passion is her divine purpose to make people, pets, and the planet healthier by providing products that are safe and use nature to balance nature. And I want to welcome everyone to, her products are on display here, so you can, go over to her table when you have a chance. Without further ado, Heather Holmes.
Hi, everybody. I am really grateful you're here, so thank you for being here. Is this up yet? Is this up? Do what? Oh, first slide? It's up. Is it up? No, that's not it. That's not it. How do I get to it? Here, I'm going to escape and just... Is it up now? Okay, now I'm going to hit slideshow. Technology. Come on. It's thinking about it. Okay, so Elisa gave you a little bit of introduction to me, but what you don't know is that I actually got into Chinese medicine and acupuncture when I was 15. I got into free-range chicken when I was 22. So I had always been in the natural mindset for things that I use for my body and my environment. But being in and working with conventional medicine in hospitals for so long, you just forget about it, okay? And what happened in 2008 is the hospitals worked with a company and medical companies worked with the company, and I was going to be required to get hepatitis A, B, C, and tuberculosis before I could even do business with the hospital. And I said, thank you very much, bye-bye. So, yeah, and those are golden handcuffs because we do very well in that. So what I did is I put my whole 401k into my company. So I started it in 2009. And the interesting part is I had all these visions for it, and I thought, I'm going to just blast it everywhere, and everybody will love what I'm doing, and that was not the case. So the retailers looked at me like I had two heads. The hospitals, when I would ask infection control practitioners that I worked with for a very long time, in your perfect world, what would you like to see? And they would always say, I want to control my bacterial balance or bacterial environment. And I said, great, I have just the thing. And then they would say, do you have an EPA certified product, a disinfectant? And I said, no, we don't believe in that. Okay, well, next. Food processing plants. Couldn't go to food processing plants, forget it. And you wonder where all of these Listeria and Salmonella recalls are coming from. So we're in a war, and what I'm going to talk about today is something that affects 80% of all disease and infection. And you know it as the plaque on your teeth, but it does a whole lot more. So we have a serious problem, and the serious problem is our bacterial world has turned back on us. Okay? How did we get there? We got there, number one, with the use of antibiotics, overuse of antibiotics. How many people here have ever taken an antibiotic? Okay. So antibiotics have contributed to this. They kill all the good stuff. Number two, overuse of disinfectants. What happened during the pandemic? Bleach, 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 antibacterial. Everybody push, 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 right? Okay, here's a fun fact. I actually called 50 labs to try to get our stuff tested against COVID-2. Not one lab had it. Nobody could do it, but miraculously, Lysol, effective against COVID, Febreze, effective against COVID. Bleach. Interesting, right? Not really. You know the drill. So disinfectants kill off all the good bacteria. Why did that happen? All right, we're gonna just do it this way because you can see that, right? Okay, so we're gonna do this. Next, overuse of antibacterial. So how many people have ever used 409, Windex? Yeah. So those things are killing it too. But then what happened during the pandemic? Sanitize, hand sanitize, hand sanitize. Purells everywhere, right? Okay, worst thing you can do. Strangely enough, even natural cleaners kill good bacteria. So you may be forward thinking and think, I'm going to use a natural cleaner. I love essential oils. I'm going to use those. Essential oils kill probiotics except for mandarin orange, spearmint, and vanilla. Okay? So I love essential oils, but because I know what I know, I don't use them. But that doesn't mean you can't. I'll tell you a way that you can still. Hydrogen peroxide kills it. Tea tree oil. By the way, tea tree oil, if any of you have tea tree oil in your products, is an endocrine disruptor. So is lavender. So we now have established that killing bacteria probably isn't the best thing to do, and especially for your health. So the thing that we need to do is put it back in balance. But before we do that, I need you to understand what creates this imbalance truly. So bacterial resistance is something that we have and we can't get around right now because we've overused all the things that I just talked about. So in turn, the bad bacteria, because it's not in check, turns into MRSA, staph, E. coli, salmonella, listeria, legionnaires. I can go on and on. And these things aren't going away for one specific reason. So what happens when bacteria is imbalanced? What happens to your gut? Inflammation, leading to autoimmune, which eventually can lead into other problems, which includes cancer. Okay? So I want you to remember this today. Everything begins and ends with bacteria. There's not a health issue that occurs in your body without imbalance of bacteria. So if killing bacteria is not the answer, what happens and what's the most important thing that you need to remember why you never, ever, ever again want to kill bacteria? So this word that's right here in the second bullet point, biofilm. Remember I told you when we started, I said you have plaque in your teeth, right? Okay, plaque in your teeth is biofilm. So now you know more than any of the other people outside this room. You know the word biofilm. And biofilm is what actually makes pathogens. Okay? So we have to stop killing the germ. And by the way, the advertisers did an incredible job, didn't they, for like the last 50, 60 years. If you kill enough bacteria, 99.1% of all bacteria, you're safe, you're clean, you're protected. That couldn't be further from the truth. And the reason is because of this word, biofilm. There is nothing that they have ever created that can actually get rid of biofilm. In fact, the CDC says, and they, in their own words, that 99% of bacteria that live in biofilm cannot be cleaned away with any bleach, any disinfectant, anything. This biofilm exists at the microscopic level of your teeth, your skin, the surfaces you touch, okay? And this biofilm, by the way, is not stationary. It can form anywhere on a wet or a dry surface, it breaks off. I always do the Geico pig, because literally, it's literally breaking off and going here, it's floating in the air, it's on your cell phone, it's on your glasses, it's literally everywhere. So this is what it looks like under a microscope. This is actually staph that you're looking at. So this shelter is created by the bad bacteria when it's not in check. And by the way, the balance of good and bad is 10 good ones to 1 bad one. So when we take an antibiotic, what's going to come back faster? Yeah. If I use something to kill bacteria in the environment in which I live, what's going to come back faster? Okay, so we can see how this goes, right? So the good bacteria take a long time to come back, because what happens with that one bad bacteria when there's nobody sheriffing that area is it will abscond, let's say in your gut, it will abscond minerals and platelets. Now you have a mineral deficiency and you have a platelet deficiency. Okay? In your environment, on your counter, they're going to do the same thing, and they're going to form staph, everything that can harm you. Salmonella and Listeria are probably most common, and Listeria comes from, it's a waterborne organism. E. coli, remember the Chipotle outbreak? Remember that? So when you've got this, it's like whack-a-mole. You're literally doing this, because E. coli living in this biofilm matrix can multiply enough in 24 hours that you could stack it to the sun and back 100 gazillion billion times. That's how fast these pathogens replicate. Cholera outbreak, same thing, right? So we have to be thinking in terms of going in a different direction. And if we know that biofilm is responsible for 80% of all disease and infection, what do we want to do? We want to get rid of it, right? It's one thing to get rid of it. It's another thing to stop it from coming back. And enzymes will pit biofilm, but they can't get rid of it. Colloidal silver will pit biofilm, can't get rid of it. So we have to be thinking about the fact that if I plug into your brains today, biofilm is on everything. So I'll go back to this slide for a second. So you see this on your teeth, but contact lenses, think about your contact lenses. This is biofilm on stainless steel. And as I said, it breaks off and it goes everywhere. So when it's inside you, it doesn't just stay in your gut. It can go systematically. I used to do stents for the whole body. And I have seen stents. I had stents to go in your iliacs right here, your kidneys, your carotids, your subclavians, everywhere, because the plaque goes systemically in your body. All of these lovely things that I mentioned before live in this biofilm community. Now, picture biofilm as being like 1,000 sheets of plastic wrap. If I drop water on that, representing a cleaner, can I get through that? You can't get through that. So the other way to think about it is the tightest chain link fence that you can possibly imagine that no cutter can get through. That's what biofilm is. Have you ever seen biofilm on a wound? Anybody ever seen biofilm on a wound? No. So if you've ever, for instance, had a serious cut, did you see the yellow stuff that grows on there sometimes, the yellowy green stuff? That's biofilm. Moldy shower curtain, biofilm. Catheter infections, orthopedic infections, sinus infections. So Elisa, when she introduced me, I was on antibiotics 6 times a year. I wrecked my gut. I got chronic yeast infections and chronic urinary tract infections, and I just wanted off the hamster wheel. So if any of you have ever experienced that, it is just debilitating and miserable. And then I got pneumonia a couple times too. So, you know, you wreck your gut. Obviously, we know this with the antibiotics, but at the time there was nothing to counterbalance it. So I started taking acidophilus probiotics, and that helped me a little bit, but that's what got me down this track, and I started studying probiotics. So all of those pills lining the shelf are not efficacious. You can, even your yogurt, I'm sorry, I'm going to burst your bubble today, but even your yogurt, by the time they process it, doesn't have much probiotic benefit for you. And on top of that, kombucha and things like that, you can get some of those probiotics in you, but they're plant-based. And plant-based work very different from the probiotics that are going to help you get rid of biofilm, because they're very fragile, they're temperature sensitive, they require sugar to stay alive, so they really aren't the best. So our gut and our external environment in which we live, our home or this building or whatever, bacteria act exactly the same. They never change. And the role of bacteria is to carry out a job. So when they confer enough of them, and I'm actually going to go deeper into that tomorrow, and you'll have a little bit of a bacterial lesson tomorrow, and I won't make it too painful, but you know, you really have to understand that bacteria have their own language, just like in France they speak French, and Spain they speak Spanish, and then there is a universal language like English that they use to communicate with different species. So they're highly intelligent, they seriously outnumber us, so you can never ever kill enough to ever do anything, quite frankly. So they do act the same. Now, we already talked about what the negative impact is and what it can lead to. So gut dysbiosis, SIBO, leaky gut, all of that stuff. And in our environment, the bacteria turn back on us. So there's never been a more important time to implement good bacteria. We owe it to ourselves, we owe it to our neighbors, we owe it to everybody to do this. And we have to allow nature to take care of nature. And here's a little statistic for you. We are actually barraged by almost 250 pounds of environmental toxins on an annual basis. So how the heck are we supposed to keep our gut healthy? How do we do that? And I will propose to you that the first point of contact you have with the germs and viruses is on the outside of you. So you can do whatever you want to try to get your gut healthy, and I commend you for doing that, but your immune system has memory. If you get a sinus infection, it will remember it. That's why you get them chronically over and over again. You don't eat well, you're stressed, you don't get enough sleep, you drink too much alcohol. And the same thing happens with any supplements that you're taking, and your gut will get lazy if you keep taking the same thing over and over again. So when I've worked with functional medicine practitioners for the last 10 years, and they don't even talk about this. They load people up, they become, I won't say all of them, but many of them, like the Western medicine doctors. So if you are going to a naturopath or you are a naturopath, I implore you to think about that, because if you give me 14 supplements, how do I know which one is really working for me? Our bodies are all different. And the same would be true with our probiotics. The good news is, if you use our stuff, it's never going to multiply more than plus or minus 10%, and that's bacterial balance, so that it will never overrun you, and your body will just use what it needs. Your environment will just use what it needs. So, would you bring a knife to a gunfight? Probably lose, unless you can stab really fast. But this is really bringing, a gun to a gunfight. So we're using microbes or spores against spores, because that's what exists. And with that, this is a completely new scientific approach This slide's not very big, and I can't read it without my glasses, quite frankly. But anyway, what's really important here is that you don't have to kill anything, because when we do, we create more resistant bacteria that turn back on us, okay? We also want to address that biofilm issue, because if it's responsible, and it is, for 80% of all disease infection, we want to provide a way to get rid of that. So the probiotics that I'm going to talk to you about are soil spores, and the way that they work is wherever they're applied, they go down to the microscopic level where all the bad things are that you don't want in that biofilm, and there's a competition. It's like a scrimmage. Let's just call it a scrimmage for a football, and the football is food. So all bacteria compete for food. And our guys multiply fast enough that we can literally grab that food, and that's food is what the bad bacteria would use to create more of this biofilm shelter that feeds them and protects them. And by the way, it's not just bacteria that live in this biofilm. Mold, fungus, viruses, all live in the biofilm and frolic in there. Okay? So we outcompete them, and then we blanket that area, we clean away the biofilm, and blanket that area to stop it from coming back. And that prevention part is really key. So if I look at a surface, when you use, let's just say a natural cleaner, for example, I'm just cleaning away surface dirt and grime. That's it. If I go a little lower and I get to that second level that you see there, the detergent effect, I can clean a little deeper. If I incorporate enzymes like scrubbing bubbles or OxyClean or whatever, I can go a little deeper. And I mentioned previously that if you use enzymes, it will pit the biofilm, and it will give you the appearance that you've eradicated whatever was wrong, okay? But now we know, and you're smart now because you know this, not that you weren't smart before, but now you're even smarter, is you can get to the microscopic level with our probiotics, and we go down to that microscopic level, and that is where the biofilm is. And you need the combinations. For instance, if you're going to actually clean a surface or you clean your body, you need the detergents. You need the enzymes, and our probiotics create natural enzymes. They also create natural biosurfactants. So when you apply them to a surface, all bacteria eats, whether it's good or bad. So they eat, excrete, and what they're excreting is natural biosurfactant. So they're re-engineering that surface for you, and they're cleaning for you. So they also clean for a whole week. So part of the technology is that we keep the probiotics sleeping in the bottle. So you have 3-year shelf life, and then they're activated with water. So you always have live bacteria working for you. So I mentioned bacterial balance is 10 good ones to 1 bad one. And I also talked about the difference between plant-based and spore-based probiotics. And the big difference is that the spore-based probiotics that we use are not fragile. They're hardy warriors. They can get rid of that biofilm. They can prevent it. They can live between freezing, just above freezing, 32 degrees, to 120 degrees Fahrenheit. The other ones have to be refrigerated most of the time. We don't require any sugar, and I don't think you want to clean your counter with sugar. Okay. And they also, when they're in your gut, by the way, they can act like a natural antibiotic. And they also are the only ones that make it to your colon. And they also are the only ones that go dormant when you don't need them. And then they can come back when you do. So they're super cool. So what I always talk about is how you create your home biodome of health. And the best way to do that and to balance is with the correct probiotics. So I always talk about it from the perspective, if you populate your skin, which is the largest organ you have, your mouth, which is the gateway to your brain and your gut, the surfaces you touch, and the air that you breathe. So there are free-floating mycotoxins. If you talk to Carrie Cassidy and Neil, they'll tell you that when we were in Florida speaking together, Neil got very sick from the air that was in the hotel. So there's mold that grows in there, black mold a lot of the time, and we're 100% effective against black mold. We're 100% effective still without killing anything against salmonella, listeria, legionnaire, all of that. And the reason is because we get rid of the biofilm, which is the culprit, and prevent it from coming back. So this is my baby. This is the product that got me off of all of the antibiotics and retrained my immune system. And that's the beauty of the probiotics. They will retrain your immune system when you apply them. And they will make your immune system stronger. So this comes in 3 different sizes. It has a 2-ounce travel spray. And by the way, if you fly often and travel, it should go up your nose, it should go in your ears, on the tray tables, on the seat belts, in the air vents, because those are vectors of infection. The air exchange is terrible on planes. Stay out of the hospital if you can, but if you're going to go into the hospital, bring this with you. This is new for us. I started the studies in 2017 on non-healing wounds. And wounds get really bad biofilm. And that is the main reason why wounds do not heal. It is also very difficult in people that are diabetic or obese. In order for your body to heal a wound without the probiotics, there's a wound cascade that starts. So your capillary beds have to fill with blood. And then your ions have to charge the blood. Macrophages have to be roaming around and stopping anything that could not allow that wound to heal. And then it goes up. But what's happening on the outside is it's a race against time, because whatever bad bacteria is in your environment, it's going to start populating into that wound. So this has to happen really fast to counteract what's going to happen here. But unfortunately, in people that can't get their capillary beds perfused, whether it be a dirty environment that they live in, not eating properly, insufficient blood supply, it's harder to heal the wounds. But the only fighting chance they really have initially is to get rid of that biofilm and stop it from coming back. So the way that we work in wounds, when you clean it with our stuff, it preps it for the treatment. And everybody should have this in their medicine cabinet because you have a 3-year shelf life. Don't use bacitracin, don't use neosporin, don't kill any more bacteria. Just get this on here. And by the way, make sure you take a look at that poster I have over there of wounds. And now something that's popping up right now is Mohs surgery. Anybody know what that is? Have you had it? Your mother, okay. So Mohs surgery, M-O-H-S, is they started out doing 2 procedures in these surgery centers. Now they're doing 45 a day and it's climbing. So what they do is they go in and they address the basal cells and squamous cells, cancer cells, without harming the tissue around it. But when they send you home with this open wound, they tell you to go to CVS, Walgreens, whatever, and pick up Aquaphor or Vaseline, which is the absolute worst thing you can possibly put on that wound. So these doctors don't know. And it's coming back. They come back, so they get the procedure, and then it rejuvenates, and they come back. Why? Bacteria always have the first and last word. So you didn't get to the source. You didn't get to the biofilm. And by the way, there's no cancer that can start without bacterial imbalance. So when we look at these wound care products, what's really neat that we found with wounds that they just couldn't heal once we broke what's called the polysaccharide chain of the biofilm. So the biofilm is formed when the bad bacteria excrete sugars and they collect, what? Am I done? 2 minutes, okay. Yeah, so they grab that. So we need to get this on wounds as quickly as possible, and this applies to your pets as well. We've worked with livestock for the last 16 years, and we've seen miraculous things. So this is out now. Chewy is carrying it. If anybody has pets, chewy.com. And this board is over there. We have body care products ranging from mouthwash. That mouthwash is multi-purpose. You can put it in diffusers. You can put it in a nebulizer for your sinuses. You use it as a mouthwash, clean your toothbrush, soak retainers, mouth guards, dentures, all of that. Skin spray, minor cuts, blisters, rashes, jock itch, ringworm, deodorant. Use it as deodorant. And women, if you're prone to urinary tract infections and yeast infections, spray it in your underwear. Use it as deodorant. And then body wash is really important. And pet products, stuff to go in your pet's water. All of these are based off of livestock. This is just a lesser formulation because you don't need it. The spray there takes out skunk odor, truly. Really good for pets that swim. Get it up in their ears. It keeps coats clean in between washings. And then you have your shampoo. Very gentle, rinses clean. Last but not least, your cleaning products. I talked about the cleaner. We have a clean air spray. Get rid of Febreze, get whatever. It'll take care of the free-floating mycotoxins. It also eats the excrement of dust mites, which is the second leading cause. Stuff for your washing machine, put it into your fabric softener dispenser. And last but not least, your fruit and veggies. I have gone on podcasts, talked about the whole continuum. All these food recalls, please, please, please clean your fruits and vegetables. Water doesn't do it. Your Dawn dish soap, whatever, doesn't do it. So, and by the way, I'm not going to go into this now. These are studies, but we have a 4-year hospital study, and when you acquire MRSA or staph or something in the hospital, they don't get reimbursed for that. It costs over $200,000 to the hospital, and that you pay for that. So these are really important, but we reduced those infections by 96%, and we did consistently over 4 years. So I talk about not killing bacteria, but we're 100% effective against all of these because we get rid of the biofilm. So I hope all of this made sense to you today. And now, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Go take a look at the products, and I thank you very much. Thank you.
Very educational, right? And I can tell you, her body wash, I use a lot of her products. They're amazing. I mean, the face and body wash is wonderful. The spray, any of us have used Febreze or any of those things. First of all, there's so many studies that say that like animals who are around a lot of these products develop some serious health problems. So it's chemicals. And the spray is wonderful. Definitely go over and check out what she has because it's really good product. So we are going to have one of our speakers introduce another one of our speakers. And I'm going to ask Laura Eisenhower to come up, and she's going to introduce our next speaker. Laura. For anyone who didn't hear, Heather is doing a raffle. She has dog and cat ornaments, and she also is going to be raffling off one of each of her products, so visit her table. Okay, so we're going to invite Laura Eisenhower up.
Hello, everybody. It's really wonderful to be here. I look forward to doing my talk in a little while. And I'm so glad I made it. It was a close call. So I am so thrilled to introduce my good friend, Ra Castaldo. I've known him for years, and I've gotten quite a number of his pendants, and I've made necklaces with it. I wasn't able to bring them because I've already gifted them or sold them, but I got way into it once I started to get his pendants. And he's got quite the story, so it's wonderful and amazing that he was able to join us. And you definitely want to check out that table. They're just really, really beautiful copper-wrapped crystals and stones and all sorts of copper jewelry and yeah, like crystals that aren't part of the jewelry that are just on display. So let me tell you a bit about him because he's going to do a talk. So Ra Castaldo is a mystic, a poet, a musician, and a radio host known for his ancestral lineage of dream seers and shamans. A cowl bearer with psychic gifts heightened by a near-death experience in childhood, he founded the Mystical Spiral and hosts Spiral Radio and Eye of Ra, exploring mysticism, healing, and consciousness, ancestral roots, and mystic birth lineage. He creates and offers copper healing tools, gemstone jewelry, and crystals steeped in his metaphysical craftsmanship. At age 9, he experienced an NDE, which is a near-death experience, that significantly enhanced his innate spiritual sensitivity, expanding his access to dream prophecy, psychic vision, and interdimensional insights. His website is mysticalspiralstore.com, and it's so wonderful that you are here with us today. Everybody meet Ra.
So do I plug my laptop into this, or? I'm gonna pass this around too. Do I plug my laptop into there? Take this one out, right?
Excuse me?
I have a few pictures to go along with it. It's not many.
That's your laptop, right?
This one's mine, yeah. I think it's that one, yeah. Yeah. That side? Should be on that side. Yeah, I think that's it. Is it one of these? Regular ones? No, I thought it was a different one. How is it not going into this? Maybe it can't go into this one. Is it only for apples? This is a Lenovo, so. Oh yeah, that cable doesn't go into mine, I don't think. This is a Lenovo. Allegiant. I don't know. Thanks. Thank you. All right. I don't claim to be a computer specialist, definitely not. Well, thank you, Laura, for the beautiful introduction. I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys all came out today. First and foremost, I think I'd like to explain a little bit about myself. First of you probably haven't seen me before, maybe here. I'm 47 years old. I've been in the community for a long time, but I kind of chose to stay behind the scenes for a long time as well, due to some of the family connections I've had and family lineage I have, that it's not very common for us to speak about who we are. It's a pleasure to be here and to be alongside such great speakers like Mike, Laura, Brad, Carrie, everybody here today. And I really appreciate you guys coming out. Thanks to Donna for setting me up, and Laura connected me to Donna as well.
If you can unplug your computer and just replug it in.
Now we can. see it? I don't think you can see it up there, though, right? I don't know. Well, I don't think you can see the pictures that I have for some reason. Oh, it is? All right, okay. Well, thank you for Donna Laura for connecting me. I've been in New York most of my life, 44 years out of the 47 years of my life. Oh, thank you, sir. Especially in the Hudson Valley. I grew up in the Hudson Valley, and growing up in the lower Hudson Valley, you guys know that that's a hot spot for spiritual activity, UFOs, and I've had various experiences of plasma-like orbs or crafts since I was a young child. The first time was in 1984 in Brewster, New York. And these plasma orbs, I've come to find out, are called the Aku in ancient Egypt. These are beings of light. And 20 minutes will go by fast, so let me first just give you guys a little presentation of who I am and a brief background, and it will lead into our incredible conversation of the universe of plasma and the golden noose of the gods, and some of the translations that I've done that are groundbreaking and are going to be really surprising to you all. Plasma basically is the universe of light. 99.9% of the universe is plasma. It's the fourth stage of matter. It's everywhere. It's interconnecting everything. It's interconnecting galaxies, nebulas, star systems, right? So I would describe myself first as a Renaissance man. I'm a songwriter, a musician. I have family connections to the Society of Biblical Archaeology, so I've been translating ancient religions and writing since I'm 17 years old. I'm a senior undergraduate in plasma physics, and I also am a lifelong martial artist and competed in Muay Thai, kickboxing, karate, and wrestling. I come from a long line of blacksmiths and mystics from throughout Italy and the Mediterranean. My bloodline is specifically called the Tanara, and they're the ones that hold and preserve the stellar mysteries and pass them down. And I've come to find out that my current incarnation, even though I'm from the Italy and Mediterranean with my family, they call me Rock Castaldo, but my name is actually Raffaele Antonio Castaldo. It's an acronym. It's basically a nickname. So, but even though I come from Mediterranean Italy, I feel like I've lived multiple incarnations. And in Sanskrit, they call a rishi is someone who basically is a sage or seer. And I find that I've traveled in many different lifetimes in galaxies on a cosmic conveyor belt of many incarnations in many different forms and galaxies like us all. A rishi, very simply, like I said, is a sage or seer, but more specifically, a rishi is one that learns the universal language of the light. I have spoke all over the world, including the Universal Peace Conference in India, hosted by the Swamiji Uma Sankar, the Sun Yogi. And many of you may not even realize that my work has influenced several of well-known authors, astronomers, actors, and musicians. Today we'll be presenting just a taste of my groundbreaking research, which is only just starting to unveil what our ancestors actually achieved supposedly thousands of years before we even had a telescope. The Tanara, my bloodline, are the ones who are keepers of the stellar mysteries. There are two factions, basically. We call the Benedante and the Malandante, which basically are the evildoers and the good doers. The Benedante are the ones who protect and help cleanse the collective consciousnesses of their communities and their localities and specific energy grids. The Malandante are the ones who poach from this collective consciousness, who steal the energy and abilities of others, steal the life force and others to get more powers and material gains. This is done, of course, astrally, in dream time, and spiritually, which manifest physical results. Not everyone inherits these certain traits in my hereditary bloodline, but many of those that do have a specific rare type of birth. All right, so you guys, that'll be my first picture you'll see here. Should pop up. So that is being born in the caul. I'm not sure if you guys know what the caul is, but I was born still inside the caul. It's the amniotic sac. Sometimes babies are born with the caul just on their head and face, like a veil. I was born still enveloped in the whole caul, and with the umbilical cord wrapped around my neck. They call it an in-caul with nuchal cord birth. One in about 155,000 babies are born this way. And most are just born, like I said, with it on the head and face, but I was born still enveloped in the whole caul. And many people born this way experience hypersensitivity to sound, light, touch, vibration, and tend lucid dreams. They're highly telepathic and can communicate with other dimensions. As far back as histories go, babies born this way were coveted by midwives and shamanistic tribes would raise them as healers and seers. In ancient Egyptian times, the caul was described as the net of Neith, fishing the child from the cosmic womb. Also, the veil of Isis. Some say this is why Isis is enveloped in a veil around her head and face, completely enveloped in a veil. Of course, many of these symbols have multiple metaphors and multiple meanings, but the tracking and coveting of babies born this way was not a primitive belief system. I have come to find out from my own life experience that even in our modern times, covert military agency has hospitals on the payroll, and they track and try to manipulate, control, and use these children as what some people nowadays would call super soldiers. But make no mistake about the term, they are being enslaved in every sort of way. Children born in the caul make some of the best candidates for these clandestine operations. Babies are given a code or sigil at birth, which has their blood type, DNA, etc. encoded within it. This code is used in star magic during equinox, solstice, and eclipses to manipulate the life of the child and the person. These are what we call in Italian mysticism the ember days, where the veils between dimensions of light are thin. In fact, as on these nights throughout the year is when organized astral battles take place between different factions. Ultimately, this goes back to the original Asura and Deva wars over the light. I will explain more about this in my presentation tomorrow. Concerning my own life and birth, it took many years of research, solar yoga, and various other techniques to figure out some of my own life path and how it took me across this path, and I became aware of what was transpiring and took my power back. My birth doctor, Dr. Jerome Levinson, was a doctor in the Army and Army intelligence who retired to Westchester County, New York, Mount Vernon, New York, as a private practice, delivering children. His colleague and friend, who also resided in Westchester County at the time, was Dr. Andraj Puharich. Dr. Puharich is well known for his Faraday cages, working with psychics and telepathy. I met Dr. Puharich in 1988 when I was 10 years old, the year after I had my near-death experience in 1987. In 1997, I had to have an operation to save my life, and during that, I had what can only be described as an out-of-body or near-death experience. It was more like a spiritual initiation where I died and came back different. Let me briefly explain this event because it was not just an NDE, but a spiritual initiation. I don't have time to explain what led up to this in detail, what led up to the event, but basically I had a sporting accident, and I had to have an emergency operation to save my life. Most of that day I lost memory of. But what I do remember is right before I woke up on the operating table, and I was hovering over my body. So I guess you can say it was like a magnetic duplicate of myself. My plasma soul version, my light body, however you want to look at it. I was like a dream, but way more vivid, way more intense. I remember hovering over my body as my body was being worked on in the operating table. And I made this conscious decision of like, it looked like there was a lot of pain and I didn't want to go back to that pain. The minute I made that choice, I shot like Google Earth, completely straight up, like a rocket out of the earth. As I was passing and leaving the earth, I entered a green sea of intelligence. It was vivid, it was awake, it was alive, it was sentient. It sounded like dolphins or whales. It sounded like bird song. And I was escorted by orbs of light. And I was hovering above earth in the same position that my body was in on the operating table, like an open scissor, like this. And basically, I didn't understand the terminology at the time. It took me about 20 years to understand the region that I think that I was in, which is in the magnetosphere, on the night side of the magnetosphere. I think this is the duat, what the Egyptians call the duat. And I was basically in front of a whirling vortex of what I thought at the time was watery light, and it was in a cylinder form. And my body went into this cylinder form. And I'm making this sound longer than it was. It was about 30 seconds of what I remember. But as I was hovering like this, and I went into that cylinder of light, inside of it was like all the knowledge of my life and the universe. But I didn't like get any of the knowledge. It was just, I knew it was like sentient, and I felt like it was judging, weighing, analyzing every fiber of my being. And it was sentient and alive and more vivid and more alive than this reality can ever feel. And then I remember getting sucked back into my body, and I woke up on the operating table in that same position, and I was confused, I was upset, I was back here and in pain, and I was left that amazing experience, and didn't understand why. The blinking recollections of that experience, it was a constant plague for me. It sparked my research into such advanced topics at a very young age. It took me over 20 years before God or the universe, however you want to look at it, to show me where I really was and what I experienced. And I now know that I was in what we call the magnetosphere, and that watery light substance I was communicating with was plasma. I have been shown the magnetosphere is an incredible dynamic region where the Egyptians called the Am-Tuat, in Hebrew, the many compartments of Gehenna, Greek, Hades, and so on. The place where the plasma streams of Lethe, oblivion, and Mnemosyne, memory flow. Life on Earth as we know it could not exist without this incredible region. I also drastically changed the way I saw the world, etc. It was very hard to deal with. What was mild hypersensitivity as a child was now much more intense. My life took really difficult turns as a teen. I don't have time to go into it, but by the time I was in my early 20s, I had various spiritual experiences in my early 20s, and I decided to radically change my life and follow my true path, to help humanity once again find a higher harmonic evolution of souls. This is the reason why I believe I am here now, to help humanity understand the path of souls and to understand the universe of light, which is plasma. Nowadays, plasma is a hot word and topic, but this has been an important topic for me for almost 20 years now. You have certain groups like Thunderbolts of the Gods who do have some valuable information, but unfortunately, they, like so many others, turn their work into a dogmatic religion of sorts, which unfortunately is also very common in science circles and is completely the wrong way to go about things. Let me pull up these other pictures. All right. What we are taught in school is very archaic. The universe is 99.99% plasma. It's the fourth state of matter. It's the Akashic field. It's everything stringing and branching together all life forms and nebulas and galaxies, possibly millions of light years of plasma is a nebula. On a galactic scale, actually, plasma is measured in millions of light years. When you see a nebula, it could be, say, millions of light years of plasma. In ancient Egypt, they have what's called a boat of millions of years. That is a beautiful description of a nebula or some sort of huge boat of plasma. Gods of the thunder, gods of solar storms, gods of the stellar winds, gods of the sun, all advanced knowledge of the plasma universe. What we were taught about the sun is in school is very archaic. It's not a hydrogen gas sphere. It's actually a plasma sphere, a plasma star where it's so hot that electrons are stripped away and sentient and free moving. Right? And every sun and star is a plasma star, plasma sphere. They are streaming rivers of plasma that form a confluence of one big celestial ocean. This celestial ocean is talked about in all mythologies, all religions, from the pharaoh Unas crossing over into the Duat in the pyramid text, all the way to giving the Grim Reaper a quarter to cross the river Styx. It's all about the celestial ocean of plasma. Right? All these streams of plasma or lights of the universe, rivers of the light from the sun, are connected literally to the spinal current of humanity. From my own research, my own experiences, I have found out that the gods can be described as celestial lights or sentient plasma. Suns, stars, angels, deities, nebulas, quasars, pulsars, they're all lights of the heaven. The Rishi learns the universal language of the light consciousness and reflects that back into physical reality. The universe unfolds through light and sound. It's one of the profound insights of the Vedas, of solar yoga, the unity of water, light, and sound. To begin to receive the light language of the universe, the music of the sun, the rishi must first enter into a state of samadhi. A state of samadhi is a higher state of consciousness. Once in a state of samadhi, you can connect to the inner vibration behind the manifest worlds and connect it right to the spinal current of humans, which brings physical manifestation in this reality from the light received in samadhi. Now, I don't have much time, so let me get into right here. What you see right here is a coronal mass ejection from the sun. They are basically twisting magnetic field lines that form coronal loops, right? This is the Ankh of Egypt. The Ankh of Egypt is one of the most incredible symbols. You'll see it passing around from the 18th dynasty. That's Akhenaten, where one of these loops is literally being handed down from the arm of the sun. And Akhenaten changed his name from Amenhotep IV to Akhenaten, which literally means intelligence of the rays of the light from the solar disk, right? He was worshiping not just storms from the sun, but what I find out that this is a delivery system for souls, the Ankhs, right? So you'll see real quick before I go, this is Varuna in Vedic holding the golden noose, those loops, twisting cords that form those loops. You have Ganesha holding those loops. It's described as a pasha. And this pasha is a golden noose that comes from the celestial waters, lasso souls, and pulls them into the celestial ocean, right? And you have in Persia, twisting magnetic field lines that form the golden ring of the gods. Right here is the North Salem, New York balanced rock, where I go. I've been going there since the 80s. It's 90 tons of red granite. Give me one more minute. 90 tons of red granite. And granite has both quartz crystal and magnetite inside. And when you lift it off the ground like a dolmen, it's like lifting a guitar string off the fretboard where it can vibrate and resonate the solar rays that it's absorbing. This is where I was shown that the Ankh is the coronal mass ejection. And I'll finish more tomorrow because I'm pretty much out of time. But I had a lot more. But I'm out of time, so I appreciate you guys coming, and I will continue just tomorrow if you guys can come. Sorry. It went a little fast.
That was great. Was that incredible?
Sorry.
Thank you for sharing your story. It was so touching what you've gone through. So, Ra, excuse me, how do people follow you?
Okay, you can go to the Mystical Spiral Store on YouTube. I'm exploring the car.
The Mystical Spiral Storm. Store. Mystical Spiral Store. And I encourage you to read more. And please, he has the most beautiful crystals over at his tables and lots of other amazing esoteric carvings that he's done. Okay, so we are going to move along. We're going to bring Laura Eisenhower back up. And just a little bit about her, if you're not aware. Laura Eisenhower is a researcher, author, and an astrologer. She is an internationally acclaimed speaker who has presented her work worldwide. Laura is the great-granddaughter of President Dwight David Eisenhower, and she reveals exopolitical information about his administration that has been largely held in secrecy. She's considered by many to be one of North America's leading researchers and experts on health, exopolitics, alchemy, metaphysics, astrology, and galactic history. Laura works to free us from the 3D holographic time loop, false archonic systems, and military-industrial complex, and exposes hidden agendas so we can take our power back. Feeling a calling regarding her mission since she was a child, she has gained incredible insight through her wilderness adventures, psychic development, and has been connecting major dots about how to guide us into higher earth energies. She has a deep understanding of Gaia Sophia and our divine blueprint, Christ Sophia, and how they connect to the Venus transits, Earth grids, global alchemy, DNA, and ET races. Her passion is to inspire unity consciousness and bring us back to the 0-point unified field and totality of our divine powers. And remember, she also has her book that is available, which I've read, and it is incredible. And I welcome Laura.
Sorry. Yeah, I have that.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I mean, it's the work we're all doing. We're trying to just get free from this madness. And I'm going to get into just a little bit about the origins of the reversal grid network, what it means, how it's weaponized the zodiac, and how it shows up, in our lives. And when you look at what's interesting, when you look at the pillars of society, and you see the 12 houses of the zodiac, the connection is pretty phenomenal when you see the shadow inverted aspects of everything about the planetary energies and the signs. So I'm going to get into that and the alchemy that's available, because this is a time where the laws of alchemy are stronger than ever. This is why this was a prophesized window period and still is. And the laws of alchemy are really turning the lead of this human experience into gold. And it's not just some fluffy concept. It actually shows up in a lot of the different planetary shifts and changes. The thing is, though, psyops and false flags weaponize the different planetary alignments happening to bring us into a lower storyline so that we get hooked in and our energies get harvested and siphoned. Woohoo. Okay, so let's just go from the very beginning here. You can just kind of get an idea of where I get my information from. And it's been a lifelong thing. I've been processing this stuff for a really long time. I actually got a lot of it tattooed, and I'm like, I talk about this in my presentations. I guess I knew what I was doing when I wrote it all down, because I just had to ground it and anchor it. And it does have to do with this time of global alchemy. And it's a personal alchemy. It's an inner process. So I'm going to get into that. You can see all the different things. I'm not going to spend too much time on it because I don't have a whole lot of time. But as I go along, I'll reference some of the pictures that I got from Lisa Renee, energeticsynthesis.com. If you're not familiar with her, I highly recommend her work. It's just incredible. And as you saw in the first slide too, some comes from Keylontic Science, Ashiana DN, and a lot of dot connecting and a lot of downloads. So I was getting downloads since I was a young child, just really feeling into this mission. And it's one that we just all really have in common. And yeah, Eisenhower being born into the family was a huge catalyst too. So I was paying attention a lot to what was going on. As to like, how did I end up here? What's going on? How did I end up here? And my relationship with Eisenhower has just been a very interesting thing to uncover in my life. Also connected to the Mars recruitment that I went through. But the weaponization of the planetary grids. This is the weaponization of the human as well, and our creative energy. So where does this originate? The weaponization of planetary grids was originally a part of well, it was never originally a part of it. It was an overlay, right? So this weaponization was overlaid upon the planetary grid system that was originally a part of the Christos Sophia diamond architecture. And it was hijacked by Anunnaki Draco alliances, particularly after the fall of Tara and during the Atlantean cataclysms. So there's a lot of history there, right? And when we look at that overlay like it's on top of us as well, because our DNA, our energy system, our consciousness, our multidimensional nature is a part of the planetary grids and the multidimensional cosmos. But if you can block that energy, if you can begin to invert it and put it into reversals, then all of a sudden you're in a dependency bond with an inverted system that tricks you into thinking that you need it. So I look at it like a bad false parent, foster parent, where we're not really told our origins. And through these different pillars of society, we're given versions of authority that have a very, very dark underbelly. And it doesn't mean the people that are involved are necessarily dark, but they serve something that the waking up process helps them to see. Wow, do I really want to serve that? Do I really want to comply to that, consent to that, work for this, or even get a paycheck for this anymore? Because when your self-worth is tied up into it, with an inverted system, it's no different than being with a narcissist, abuser, deceiver, betrayer. You don't want to see what's actually going on, but you see enough red flags, and you're finally going to look, and then the red flags turn into bonfires, which I feel they are on the planet right now, forcing people to really look at what's going on. How is your creative energy being used? We are, obviously the creators of our future. So there's a lot of history to how this hijacking took place. And I don't like to just brand any being all negative or all positive, but there are factions and particular groups. And that's not the focus of this particular presentation. It's more the alchemical aspect of it. So during the Atlantean cataclysm, about 26 to 30,000 years ago, this is when the planetary stargates, the grids, and ley lines became controlled by the negative alien races. So again, you can see the Anunnaki, Nephilim, Alpha Draconis Orion group, and Zetas, Greys, and some Nordics, but not all of them, right? So that can get complex for people and overwhelming, like aliens and blah. But we're multidimensional. They're a part of who we are. We have duality in our lives at times. We can run into our negative ego. We can, start to carry characteristics and express characteristics of something nefarious. And we correct ourselves. When we correct ourselves, we actually are doing much bigger work than we can imagine. We actually collapse the control grids. We actually have incredible influence over our environment. And I know a lot of you who just feel called to go to different locations, you'll go and you'll work energy. And you might not even know what you're really going there for or what you're really doing. And you might not even be consciously working energy. It's just you showing up as your authentic self. Makes a huge difference to that area. You might find yourself weeping and not know why. You might find yourself just moving energy or having weird dreams or just strange encounters, right? So this is another part of the beauty of being in a location like this, is that we're working energy. We're not just coming and gathering, we're shifting the energy of the ley lines here and things that have happened historically in this particular part of the world. So the false matrix, what they did, they inverted the ley lines and stargate vortices. Many temples, churches, and military bases actually sit on these. They installed Metatronic reversals to siphon life force. And this was particularly along the Michael-Mary lines, where sacred union, alchemical marriage, hierogamic union was the essence of the Michael-Mary line, still is. So an overlay is just an overlay. This whole simulation thing or just this false matrix reality, it's not a reality, it's an overlay. So when you look at these lines that represent the Guinevere, Arthur, Christos Sophia, Yeshua, Magdalene, the sacred union energies, the Albion and Cathar bodies got unplugged, and this is a particular part of the world where these technologies were placed, like Stonehenge, to put things in reversal. So I'm going to get more into that, and you can find out more of this kind of information from Keylontic Science, Ashiana Dien, and Lisa Renee, energeticsynthesis.com. And this is the reason I pull it in is because it's got such relevancy to the shift of alchemical change, currently happening. So from my research with that and a lot of epiphanies going to these certain areas, being born in England and being obsessed with this, like sacred union, since I was a kid, scared away a bunch of boyfriends, but it's okay. And even in high school, right? It's like, I just want to have, let's not go there. All right, anyway, so they built the Nephilim reversal grid to harvest feminine energy and block the Grail womb codes, implanted AI-generated timelines using satellites and scalar tech to distort magnetic fields, created false ascension matrices, so instead of ascending, souls recycle into astral servitude. The Earth grid became a soul-farming architecture, constantly re-looping unresolved trauma and delaying ascension. So what is ascension? I think we tend to look at it outside of ourselves, or it's just a definition, when really, truly, it's us unhooking, calling our energy back, dismantling this dark weaponry within our own being and on the planet, and recognizing that we hold the override frequency, that we are powerful enough to correct these reversals because we hold the true architecture and template, just like the planet does. So in order to reach that, in order to get to that, it's important to see where the programmings are, where they come from, where they're streaming through, what got passed down to you. What might not be a programming could also feel like isolation, being ostracized, being misunderstood. That might not be a programming, but it's certainly a wound, and sometimes it's hard to deal with, the wounds of our lives. So anyway, another example of how deep this technology goes. Mass biological and mind control devices exist well beyond the technology of implanting tiny physical chips into humans, which accompanied many of the abductions by the Greys and non-benevolent Zetas, and are also an impending application of such electronic devices by the one world government to the population. Even brain signatures radiated by government HARP and Gwen towers are relatively superficial compared with ancient existing global grid systems, which can be used for manipulating the evolution of all life on the planet, including the planet's evolution itself. So that's global grid systems, mass mind control, Noel Hutley. So if you can manipulate the trajectory of a species, a human race as we are, well, then we're the ones that can stop it. And my kind of default when I'm like, what is going on, the madness of this world, is we can only really win the war within. We can really only win the war within, because it's a war on consciousness. We know that. Tomorrow I'm going to be talking about the history, some hidden histories connected to what happened after World War II and during Eisenhower's administration, what that means for us today. But I mean, this much, much bigger stuff is where we come in. We are more important than the governments. We are more powerful than, we can imagine. So it's just understanding that if things are in reversal, the trajectory of the human race that is in that inversion is going to be on a manufactured and engineered timeline. And that's an artificial timeline, right? So the whole purpose of this energy, the Nephilim reversal grid, is to interfere with the sacred union, with the integration of the masculine and feminine, to keep it out of balance. Saturn moon matrix, right? All the planetary energies being thrown into a lower octave and expression that we take on through getting caught up in the false flags, in the fake news, in the false authority systems, where we're literally experiencing a relationship with dark Saturn, the black cube Saturn. We recognize that there's a lot of dark stuff going on. We feel helpless, but every single one of us that unplugs from this control matrix is a part of everything coming up to the surface to set children free, to stop things like trafficking, just to put an end to the worst and most horrific things. I don't want to get into detail. Where's Donna? Just so I know, like, if I shouldn't say something. I don't know. I've got like YouTube PTSD. Like, can I say? So anyway. So these sacred sites, right? So where does it show up? It shows up in our relationships. It shows up just in the dynamics that we experience in life. We're modeled this. It comes through all these pillars of society. When I say pillars of society, I'm talking the medical industry, the educational, the religious, the entertainment, the political. So, there's some things to take and be like, great, I learned a lot from that, and other things to discard. But the most important thing at the end of the day is, what is your sovereignty? What is your inner truth? What is your intuition telling you? Nobody's going to know better than you. And if you're working with somebody that doesn't honor that and appreciate that, that's a part of this inversion, this dependency bond. And a lot of people don't realize they're doing it. And we're learning where we might find ourselves doing it and have to take that have to take the higher road and look at ourselves. Not everybody's willing to do that. So what are the role of the ley lines? Ley lines are Earth's energy meridians connecting sacred sites and power points across the globe. They carry light codes, ancestral memory, and evolutionary instruction. When distorted or hijacked, they spread trauma, war consciousness, and disconnection. When restored, they awaken DNA, heal land trauma, and reestablish sovereign communion with Source. I mean, if you binge watch as much crime stuff and paranormal and haunted forests and I mean, there's so much to heal. There's so much to repair, and it's in the nervous system of the planet, just like us. We're born, we have amnesia, we don't recall the galactic history that we might have memories of but can't really fully recall. We're not going to school to learn more about ourselves. We learn to get further away from ourselves and become something we're not. When you go to the doctor because something's wrong, a person very often loses themselves instead of gets to know themselves more, which is why disease even shows up. So all of this is flipping around, and there's a lot more, and this is the kind of group, right, that have these callings and missions to create the change that we need to see on the planet. So we either ascend or we're descending, and we're in this unstable low frequency. And unstable low frequency, I look at it just like a relationship. Are you going to stay with a toxic partner? Are you going to stay in a low frequency, unstable situation that makes you miserable? You know, and sometimes having good qualities is not always the best thing. I'm not saying get rid of the bad qualities, but or the good qualities, but sometimes you just have to walk away, right? From situations that you otherwise would want to be loyal to because you have a good heart. And I'm just realizing that this lower density isn't always compatible with being a big-hearted person. But it doesn't mean you lose your spirit, or have your spirit crushed, or lose your capacity to love. You just allow it to change form so you don't negate yourself. Same thing with saying no to anything out there. It's unstable for us to just put up with stuff. It's unstable to be in amnesia. It's unstable to forget who we are. It's unstable to do something because you want to be rewarded, because that's what you learned self-worth is all about, how much money you have in the bank. It doesn't matter what it is. It's either unstable or it's not. It doesn't mean if you're caught up with it, you're going to go downhill. It just means if you go down, you might have to climb up a little higher to get back to center, to yourself. So high frequency, stable. That's this group, right? Yeah, we don't always have a good day, right? But we have each other's back. We're real with each other. We love each other. We're authentic. That's what matters. So, and that's stable, right? And I think we've all survived betrayal and just really, horrific things, all sorts of really sad and tragic things. And there's been a lot of growth. And it takes a lot of strength to be here. And I sometimes feel strong, and then I realize when everything hits me all at once, wow, I'm still strong, but like, Jesus, come on. I don't know. And I knew I'd feel better the minute I got here. I had like 2 weeks of like monsoon season, one thing after another. It was just, and I've been through a lot, so I don't just say that lightly. Anyway, so I knew the minute I walked into this room and I just saw my good friends, I would feel so much better, and I do. So I just wanted to thank you for your love. Yeah. I'm going to get into this a little bit more tomorrow, just about things after Second World War, 1952. I'm going to cover that a little bit more. I know I don't have a whole lot of time, so I just want to talk about how connected we are to the weather, to the elements. So dual layers of weather phenomena: natural planetary purging, triggered by solar flares, planetary transits, and the awakening of dormant Earth codes. Gaia's own weather systems are trying to restore balance, flush density, dissolve false grids like the Saturn Moon matrix, reversal ley lines, or ancient trauma imprints. It's a body and consciousness just like us. These responses would be intense, but ultimately regenerative. But we have this overlay, and the overlay hasn't gone anywhere. It changes forms. Right? So artificial weather warfare is a synthetic layer. This includes geoengineering, HARP, chemtrails, scalar weapons, and the manipulation of the ionosphere. It's used to mimic or exaggerate natural events to serve an agenda: distraction, destruction, depopulation, or soul disorientation. Often coordinated with key astrological alignments, like eclipses or Mars-Uranus squares, to hijack the energy flow and overlay a synthetic outcome. So usually when there's a massive growth period, Pluto, Jupiter, Saturn, when it was conjunct 2019, 2020, we know what happened during that time. That really represented a huge growth period for humanity. But no, let's not breathe, don't even get, you guys know, we don't even have to go there. So, every time that there's a massive growth period, there's some kind of bait to pull us out of that potential growth period. And I think a lot of people feel that in their own personal lives. When you feel like you're doing really good, it's like the carpet's just pulled from underneath you. You feel like, wow, you got to climb back up. And you're just going to keep getting up. And it doesn't matter, because this is the mission, right? Sometimes it's easy to lose oneself into the judgment of it all, or how could this be happening? Or I was doing so great, and am I doing it wrong? But no, we're not just talking spiritual warfare, weather warfare. We're talking just awakening warfare. I mean, it's intense. But it's all a part of it. This is a war zone, a battle zone energetically. But we don't have to get so engaged in the battle and struggle that we're drained and miserable and angry and defeated, because that's what they want. So this is why when we come together and we can kind of laugh and just be like feeling the lightness and just the camaraderie of being fellow warriors for truth, for a beautiful and better future for our children, and for the end of this inverted, criminal, dark insanity that we've been dealing with for far too long. So your awakening actually reactivates your node, so your presence, your uniqueness in this system. As more of us awaken, the planetary grid actually corrects. The artificial systems like geoengineering, EMF grids, inverted ley lines begin to collapse or transmute. This is why your presence matters more than protest, because you are the correction. So every single one of you who has done the inner work or just had that rude awakening, saw what you didn't want to see, but did it because you're brave and you knew it was the right thing to do, and you changed your life accordingly in order to live your truth. Even if we don't all see it the same way, it doesn't matter. This is how we unify. We don't have to be the same or think the same. This is what actually collapses the control system. So in our own specific and unique ways that we find sovereignty, we unplug from this inversion, and it no longer really has anything to feed on. And if enough of us do it, it just pretty much implodes, and then this is where we are. We have a ways to go, and I can't wait for Carrie's presentation. She's going to get into major detail about what we've been currently dealing with, and I really enjoyed yours and Mike's and Raw. Oh my gosh, this whole event so far, I'm really just enjoying how many different angles we're all coming from, and all your stories and what you've experienced and what you're holding at this gathering is just so important. We have to remember that we're the correction, and no matter how much we get thrown down, the very act of getting back up is more important and more potent and more where the work is than not. Sometimes it's easy to see it just as a distraction or. Anyway, the original planetary blueprint includes storm intelligence as a purification function, but the control system learned to weaponize this purification and to redirect Gaia's own healing storms into chaos, magic, or engineered trauma loops. The Anunnaki-Draco alliances and their remnants today integrated planetary grids into reversal tech. Weather weaponization is an extension of soul harvesting. We are elemental: earth, air, fire, water, ether. And before I end, I'm going to get into that. So the idea of gods controlling the weather isn't a myth, it's a memory. These gods tampered with Earth's atmospheric plasma field to control energy, emotion, and even soul trajectory. Ra was talking about the higher beings. These are the ones that have figured out how to take our creative imagination and invert it so that, empathic souls or very sensitive souls or very multidimensionally aware children and individuals would have a really, really hard time holding that without losing their minds or going into addiction. That's the shadow side of Neptune. So, yes, I'm not going to get into that, but mutations in DNA can occur as a natural or unnatural process. The unnatural is our exposure to mind control, weather weaponry, chemicals, artificial intelligence signals, vaccinations, laboratory-made viruses, and toxic elements. The fifth element, ether, though, was put in reversals on the Earth. This has been corrected now. Our relationship to our inner spirit and ancestral clearing can help us align and integrate this energy. So it doesn't matter, what you might have consented to or decided to do, or what you believed in that you don't believe in anymore, or it's not safe or healthy or what you thought it was. That's part of the alchemy. We're not doomed. We are more powerful than bioweapons, 5G. We are the override frequency. We are the correction. So if they can keep us away from holding that in our strength and our knowingness, then we're still bound somehow. We're still bound somehow. And that's okay, because divorces are sticky. It doesn't happen overnight. That's why I always compare it to a relationship. We have to cut ourselves some slack, right? It's not easy to all of a sudden just be like, oh, it's like easy to walk away. So anyway, where do these inversions show up in the zodiac? The zodiac inversions, each archetypal code carries a hijacked version. It's turned inward, reversed, or exaggerated in polarity from Aries through Pisces. So instead of divine identity, you get ego inflation. Instead of sacred sexuality, you get abuse. Instead of galactic vision, you get false religions. So the 12-tree grid fragmentation, the nodes that would allow access to higher strands of DNA, were cut off or sealed with implants and trauma coding. That's why when we begin to move into a growth period, even on a collective level, there's some sort of hijack where it's like, no, go over here. Go pay attention to this news and get all caught up in all this, have a trauma response, be all anxious. I mean, I know, every day, all the time. And I live with somebody who starts at 6 in the morning listening to it, and I'm just like, I'm going for a walk. Like, seriously, this is not how we're gonna have a good day. Sorry. Anyway, and sometimes I'm just like, no, I'll just listen with neutrality. No, it's fine. I need to know what's going on anyway. And boy, I can just see how much it affects my field from when I just close it all down and I'm not really sure what's really going on. But then, anyway, so artificial soul caps. Through ancestral trauma, planetary war memories, and mass psychological operations, the upper strands were locked. Not erased, but inaccessible. Moon, matrix, and Saturnian control. These systems feed off lower triad looping, making it very difficult for the soul to climb the inner tree and activate the higher codes. We're going from tree of knowledge back to the tree of life, the restoration of that within ourselves and the planetary grids. The tree of knowledge, the duality. So if they can keep us out of balance, fractured, distracted, traumatized, and in this loop, that's where you feel like you're falling down the stairs. You thought you're doing really great, but who's measuring whether you're doing great or not? I mean, I had the worst 2 weeks of my life, and you guys aren't making me feel like I'm a complete, well, maybe you are, but no, like in your inner voice, like she's a little weird. I mean, but the point is, right, who's measuring that except for me? You know, I get to determine my perception about it. And it's too much to get into. It's just, and I know everybody, you know, you have those moments in your life where but it's always a reset. It's always an upgrade, and we forget that. We forget that we can trust something so much greater than what we can imagine, and it doesn't need to look a certain way. It just has to be managed with love and integrity and faith, really. So here's the 12 houses of the zodiac, and each house has some kind of infiltration. You can look at each house and see, oh yeah, I know where in society this has been tampered with or put into inversion. Self, appearances, beginnings, first impressions, and your attitude. I mean, just think about how we're raised in front of the television. Think about what they're doing to our children in schools, all the indoctrination, all the programming. So that's how we develop our personality, which is very often compartmentalized. Our Mars energy is ego, negative perhaps, maybe insecure, or maybe inflated, but it's lost its capacity to integrate the soul and the spiritual realms. And I'm not talking about this group, I'm just saying, you probably noticed that, right, growing up. Or you might have found, wait a second, this isn't really me. Let go of that identity, became more soul-centered. That is more than we can imagine, that simple step in just doing that. So every single house, you can see health, fitness, organization. Health, fitness, where has that been targeted? Right? Not all doctors, I don't like to throw anything under the bus. There's so many incredible doctors, there's so many incredible people that are in these industries, in these different pillars of society that are creating the change that's necessary, because they, if they're in their authenticity and truth, will speak their truth, and they'll help to collapse whatever control grid and system is running. And it takes a lot. And it's not for everybody, and it doesn't mean it's a requirement. It's just a process to get out of the sticky inversion. Because the thing is, we all will ascend eventually. I mean, there's no soul that I feel will ever be left out of what's available. It's just now is such a potent time that we can make huge leaps and create huge change and see real results on a planetary level, which is exciting. And that's why we're all coming together. So groups, friends, social causes, the 11th house, Soros-funded movements, that's where it's inverted. I mean, you know, so higher learning, career goals, fame, so, like Diddy. I mean, you know, just like who are the famous people of the world, and who are they now, and what are people finding out? You know, for people, I guess, might not have ever listened to him or even heard of him. But I'm just saying that all of this is shifting and changing. The awakening is happening in multiple areas of our lives. For some, it might be in a particular section. They might have survived a cult. For others, it might be getting out of a bad relationship. For some, it might be getting out of some kind of inversion in all 12 houses. It doesn't matter. But the whole point is that we collapse this control system. We move beyond the black cube Saturn, which basically is authority, mandates, tyranny, control, manipulation, false authority, and we move into the higher octave, which is self-mastery and being a teacher, and recognizing that these obstacles and blocks that we might come across are here to strengthen us. And once we realize that we can work with the law of structure on our own terms, then we answer to our own inner authority. And that is the key to flipping dark Saturn around. So every single planet has its shadow. We've been dealing with major Chiron. Chiron helps us to understand our mission through wounds and afflictions and shows us what we are missing and longing for. And I tend to like to say, your pain is your purpose. Think of, you know, the things that you overcame, the things that you learned along the way, the things that used to hurt until it didn't hurt anymore because you set it free, or you got an answer, or you followed that soul longing instead of just casting yourself as depressed or angry. And yeah, even if you do say that, there's a good reason for it, because you're appropriately responding to something that wants your attention. And the thing is, if we shove it down and we don't give it attention, it makes us sick. So we're in a time right now with a lot of Chiron squares, and that is being weaponized by more divide and conquer, more confidence in being a victim, more politically correct, and just, you can fill in the dots, right, of what you may have seen here. Attack on human identity, right? That's the shadow of Chiron and Aries, the wounded ego. How can that be utilized in a way that's going to keep us from actually healing that and get caught up in, you know, the depth of that wound? So when you're mindful, when you're conscious, you can recognize, wow, okay, I'm a warrior for healing, like Heather's talk, right? I'm a warrior for I mean, we all carry something where that is not a problem. We find strength in the wound. We find purpose. We direct it, and we take it somewhere. And that's a big difference. We want other people to join with this healing process. And we don't feel hatred. We don't feel judgment. We don't care who you voted for. You know, whether you got this or decided that, it doesn't matter. There are people that have overcome drug addiction, people who have had NDEs, as we know, and I'm sure some of you in this room. We've seen people recover from unbelievable trauma-based mind control, just unbelievable things. There's nothing I feel the human spirit cannot overcome. So it's not about, oh, shoot, made the wrong decisions. It's not in duality. It's just, can you free your mind of the game that was being played to pull you in a direction that you might not long-term feel good about if it were to come up again? And that's why we have exes, right? Yeah, we have memories with them, but is it going to live on and on and on? Well, if you get triggered all the time, like, that doesn't happen to me, but no, I'm kidding. So anyway, epigenetics, that's the South Node Virgo, right? How does the mind talk to the body? Science is proving that our body's ability to heal and repair itself is greatly affected by our beliefs, thoughts, emotions, and intentions, for they have a profound vibrational effect upon our continually evolving genetic code. We're the programmers of the code. DNA activation is our software upgrade. So if Mercury is the ruler of Virgo, an earth sign, and it rules our physiology, our physical lifestyle, our habits, our routine, and what we ingest. It rules the stomach, how we digest. Opposite is North Node Pisces. What is the mind speaking to the body? Because if it's a programming, the body will not respond in a way that might be sustainable long term. But if the mind starts to speak from the higher self, from your dreams and visions, which is the opposite, that we're integrating. This is all about integration of polarity, to dissolve the fences and seals, to integrate that dream energy, the Neptune, the Pisces, what your dreams and visions are. What is your higher self? What are the dimensions beyond the archons and the entity of the lower astral, the entities of the lower astral realm? What can you reach into and have your mind speak it to the body? You'll start to see healing miracles. You'll start to see a huge acceleration in your healing. You'll start to move out stuff that might scare you at first, because your doctor's not going to say, oh, you're just having, you're just integrating something and you've just knocked out a bunch of splinters and programmings from your childhood and from all those past lives you had way back in where was it, Egypt? I mean, so that's all changing, right? We're the future of how we're going to raise our children, and we're going to help them to get to know themselves in the face of these sort of challenges. And this is what's in front of us now. So psyops, false flags, and even geoengineered weather events are used to scramble the planetary repair process, disrupting the return of organic timelines and keeping humanity trapped in fear-based feedback loops. Yet despite this, the restoration is underway and the Earth is remembering, and so are we. So I'm not going to read that whole thing, but the reversal grids, astrological overlays, frequency fences that distort natural timing and suppress DNA activation. Because there is that flow, right? The synchronicities. There is such a beautiful flow. And there's always some sort of incredible breakthrough, epiphany, synchronicity that comes from facing that challenge or adversity. And this overlay is to panic, give that power away, and just be dependent, more and more dependent, because that is the name of the cabal engineered artificial timelines, is dependency and consent. And as long as we're dependent, we're enabling the very things that we wouldn't want to see as our future and the future of our children. So in every part of our life, when you challenge that and choose your intuition and work with somebody who honors that, that's the change we want to see. Your DNA is wired into the Earth grid. When you incarnate, your birth chart reflects the state of the planetary grid at the moment your soul entered. You're not separate from it. You're a walking node, a living antenna connected to this celestial terrestrial system. That's why planetary grid work is also internal healing work. You're syncing your body with the Earth's divine architecture. So every single slide from here on is the highest expression of each sign and the shadow expression, where being stuck in the unprocessed shadow can be really long and drawn out for some people. What is the DNA link to that particular sign? So each slide holds the different house, the different sign, and the DNA strand that it connects with. So we'll just skip ahead, because I only have a couple minutes here. But just for example, fourth house, Cancer, emotional lineage strand, highest expression, divine nurturance, emotional wisdom, sacred family. It's shadow infiltrated as emotional dependency, wounded inner child, ancestral bondage. And look at how much things in our society keep that trauma loop alive. That's how we stay stuck, because the inverted matrix gives us false solutions. So it doesn't matter where it streams through, even well-intentioned people, this is what they were taught. So people that have done that kind of work and have achieved incredible things and gone to school for it, it's just that one piece that when they step into changes everything, and they're going to be the best doctor you ever talk to, and it's going to be the most wonderful experience. And we're seeing people shift all the time, that are just becoming better in their field, more open-minded, less dismissive of what might seem to be out there, or they were taught to fear, or they were told it was woo-woo. Like astrology is a pseudoscience. I mean, it connects to our organs, it connects to our endocrine system, our circulatory system, everything from our head to our feet. So what about the alchemy? So it'd be great to go through all the slides. Ooh, anybody a Virgo who's a perfectionist? Virgo, ooh. But they're the healers, and they just purify everything. So it's like there's a gift to every single sign. I'm a Libra. I don't even want to talk about it. Then there's Scorpio. Anyway, so on and on here, but the zodiacal alchemical laws. If you look at the RNA and DNA, the nucleic acids of our DNA are earth, air, fire, water. The ether element was put in reversal. The system literally was rigged to keep out the 13th tone and 13th sign. The 13 families and the number 13, MJ13, even hijacked that number, that sacred number. And the whole system was rigged to keep this energy from landing. And what is that energy? It's the mother returning to reclaim her body. So the dark mother reversals, the mothers of darkness that a lot of SRA survivors talk about. And I know this, can be a lot for people, but the beauty is they didn't succeed. They really didn't think the mother would return and reclaim her body. And this is connected to Yeshua, this is connected to our divine blueprint, this is connected to the Father, this is connected to the higher dimensional energies of the cosmos. This is encoded in us. It's within us just as much as it's outside of us. The Anunnaki overlays that, and I don't want to, judge it good or bad. I'm just saying that once, we see that we inherited step-parent versus true source, divine blueprint, we'll be able to step into this more. And a lot of these beings that have fallen or that might have played a nefarious role, they can heal too, just like us. And not every one of us is going to experience them the same way. So what I say about it doesn't necessarily mean it's your truth. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything, but I do know that this reversal grid technology weaponized the zodiac, streams through the pillars of society, impacts us, and we get caught in this inversion. And this dark Saturn and moon thing is very much about the masculine and feminine, the patriarchal over the divine feminine, and just that imbalance. It doesn't even matter because sometimes, the feminine plays the patriarchal role. It's not really gender specific. As long as we're out of balance, it doesn't matter. That's why it doesn't matter what political party a person chooses. Or at least the name of the game for, a good couple decades, it didn't matter because they were both two heads of the same bird, or whatever that phrase is, two wings of the same bird. Now it's a little bit different, right? As we see with so much of this. And I've learned a lot. And a similarity with him and Eisenhower that's very interesting that I'll talk about. But look at just this 13th sign. It's landed. As of 2010, the sun started to move through the 13th sign of Ophiuchus. It's ruled by the ether. So you got earth, air, fire, water with most zodiac signs. Then you have the ether, Ophiuchus. And this is the great alchemist. It's connected to the Divine Mother, the pure, transparent, crystalline light, the cleansing power of cosmic love, recoding the DNA, aligning to the cosmic heart of Lyra and Andromeda, universal center, the galactic cords of Andromeda and Milky Way coming together, the cleansing of the blood, breath, and mitochondria. Why do you think there's been so many issues with blood and with breath? Because they are so afraid of us connecting with this energy. Because once we really connect with the power of the ether, and we're able to really transmute and alchemize all these bioweapons, all these frequency distortions, all the geoengineering, once we collapse that control grid because we're living in our sovereignty and truth, they're more scared of that than anything. And it doesn't have to be because the mother's returned. We don't have to label it. It's just simply being grounded with Mother Earth, with nature, with source, whatever the highest qualities of yourself are that keep you in alignment with your greatest integrity and soul-centeredness. So I know I gotta go. I have a lot more here, but all the different signs, the weaponized version, the higher version. But the thing is, you guys are the higher version. We're the higher version. No matter how many times we fall, we get back up again. And the beauty of community is that we have each other's back. We're gonna get through everything that they throw us, if they even have anything more in their pockets. They're kind of running low, but they won't stop. So if you look at the inverted pentagram, the Venus transits created the correction, now it's upright. When this happened, the final major transit, the Ophiuchus energy, the 13th tone, landed into the physical planet and has activated the grids. And this is what the prophesized ascension window is all about. And it's simply understanding that when we see through the manipulation, we begin to respond to cosmic intelligence as it was always intended. Not with fear, but with presence. Not with despair, but with alignment. And in that shift, we re-enter the organic timeline, where planetary intelligence becomes a compass for healing, not a trigger for control. And it doesn't mean we're not going to dip down into despair and some of these negative emotions, but when you do, just invite yourself to come back up. That is the alchemy, because you're turning your lead of that heaviness into gold. And even if some sort of bioweapon or 5G signal or something coming through your devices cause you to drop, or something in the news, you are so much more powerful than all of it. It's got nothing on us. And that's the beauty of the 13th tone. It is the override frequency. It dismantles all dark weaponry. And every single one of us is a point in that dismantling. So let's just be proud of ourselves for collapsing this control matrix, because this is what we do, and we do it every day. And let's not be too hard on ourselves, because being conscious and mindful of the fact that we're doing it and just standing strong in it is everything. So we'll just constantly remind each other if we ever need that support. That's what my book is about. Don't forget who you are, because you are all you need for a beautiful future.
Laura, I want you to tell everyone where they can follow you.
Oh, okay. Substack would be really great. I have all my channels on my website, cosmicgaia.org, on the homepage.
Okay. And you also have a wonderful podcast that you do with Marisa.
Oh, yeah. That's on there, too.
Yeah. Divine Mother Earth. Gaia, that's her podcast. Okay, so we are moving right along. Just let's give her another round of applause. That was incredible. Okay, our next speaker is Carrie Lynn Cassidy. And just a little bit about Carrie's background. Carrie Cassidy is the CEO, founder of Project Camelot. Carrie is a documentary film investigative journalist and well-known radio talk show host of Project Camelot Whistleblower Radio and Project Camelot TV broadcaster with a weekly live show on YouTube. Her website, Project Camelot, projectcamelot.org, is a leader in the alternative media sector with a YouTube channel that has over 49 million viewers worldwide and over 153. Oh, what? Sorry. So how many? Telegram is over 84,000. She travels the world conducting interviews and documenting the testimony of whistleblowers with above top secret clearances, as well as authors, researchers, experiencers covering conspiracies, the secret space program, black projects, ETs, Kundalini, and Ascension, and free energy. Carrie Cassidy.
Oh, I can hold it.
You'll
Thank
hold
you,
it?
yeah. I like to move around. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Neil helps me in my work, so you can give him an applause. He's been working with me for about 13 years now, behind the scenes. He's actually an amazing musician. So if you get to hear his music, sometimes his music is in my documentaries that he also helps produce and film and on location in Egypt and all of that. So a lot of people don't know half the things we have on the website. So it's just, we have so much stuff. And I've got, I've even got thousands of articles, and then I started putting them on Substack because nobody would read my articles, they just watch my videos. So then, now I do get people to do both. I got banned from YouTube overnight in 2021, March of 2021, and that just eliminated all means of income. Even though they were taking over half of my advertising from YouTube, it still was an income. So I had to overnight reinvent myself, and we went to a subscription-based, very low. It was like $3 a month. It's something ridiculous, but it kept us alive and going. And then people did still donate. They still do to this day, thank God. But it's not always easy. So I'm very excited to announce that I have now 2 books that I just released, like 2 days ago. So it's kind of exciting to be able to share that. Now, is this going to work? Where did we go? What happened? Okay, anyway, let me see if I can get this going here. Hopefully we're not going to have any weird messes going on, but that's caps lock on.
Just mirror your screen.
Do what?
Just mirror your screen. Being told to tell you to mirror your screen.
Mirror my screen. I don't know what that means. Who's saying that?
My IT guy in the booth.
Oh, I don't know what that means. I don't understand. Could somebody, you got some advice about how to get this thing going here? I've got a presentation open on my desktop. I'm plugged in. Where'd Neil go? No, it's not showing up. Hello? It's not working.
sure I know. I don't know. Shouldn't really need to. I mean, it's just direct HDMI. The presentation's on the screen.
What, can the person come in? Hello? Can you just do what you're telling us to do? That would be very nice. Oh, right, good timing. Okay, well, I'll entertain you guys while I... Okay, so, okay. I have a huge amount of stuff to talk about, and it's always fun to see you guys in person, and I want to say that you were very brave, I understand, to come here today, because someone who, I'm not going to name their name, but they actually said that, you know, it's not the conference we're having, it's actually the building we're having it in, which was off-putting to some people, obviously, if you're not MAGA, and you don't want to be labeled as MAGA, or even if you don't want to be a target, hello? Because we do have a war going on, and right now MAGA is in the crosshairs. In a good way and a bad way. And so I just want to congratulate you because you all showed up in person, and that means you have courage, you know, a courage of your convictions, right? Exactly. So just wanted to say that, you know, it didn't occur to me, you know, I guess, you know, it's kind of funny when you come from your own frame of reference. I just thought, okay, you know, America first. Well, that's just a generally good idea. But then it's more associated with MAGA than it is with the Democrats. And obviously, if you're a Democrat, maybe you don't want to be seen in this crowd. But personally, okay, I grew up in California. I'm actually fourth-generation Californian. I think, great-grandfather played cards in San Francisco Bay with Jack London, a very famous author. So go way back in California history, my family, and I'm proud of it. And I love California, and I do understand that, you know, and I've also worked in Hollywood for 20 years, so I'm not like your average MAGA person by any stretch. In fact, I've been absolutely shocked, to be honest, by some of their belief systems, okay? They're not mine. So, but there are things that they are doing for our country and so on that are wonderful as well. So just want to say that in this situation, you know, I don't agree with certain of their philosophies. I mean, I don't care, you know, people are going to see this, but what the fuck? You know, so for example, I don't agree with their abortion stand, okay? So what end of the spectrum do you want to talk about? And see, I think that you have to actually bring in the father if you're going to decide to do anything with the baby, because the father is half of the equation, right? So when they want to go to court about something, when they want to make a decision about something, why aren't the men brought in, you know, to this discussion, right? Hello? So anyway, what happened? I'm going to get a new lap.
Every person who's taken that podium, everybody's thrown by the darn tech. Like, oh, why is this not clicking in?
Okay, but for me, this is totally typical. Okay, so, but, yes. I can talk all night and all day without anything. I don't even need a prop, okay, you know, to tell you, you know, you're not going to be shortchanged here, believe me. So, you know, the universe has a funny way of working sometimes. You just have to go with it. And then Laura knows this. And then, you know, all of a sudden wonderful things can happen. So 3I Atlas, how many people are following that? Oh, good. Thank you so much. And now I have some questions for you beyond that. I want to ask the audience, how many people know my work? Raise your hands. You weren't allowed in the door if you didn't know, actually. So I did stack the audience. But anyway, just wanted to say that thank you for that, because I'm not going to treat you like you know you just got off the boat, so to speak, as the saying goes. Because you know I've been talking to Donna, and can we give Donna a hand for even trying to do this? Hello? Yeah. So, lovely. She got the calling, overnight, and then all of a sudden, she's doing this. So it's a big step. It's exciting. I hope more of these can happen in not just on Long Island, but right smack in the middle of New York City. And I lived in New York for 4 years and studied acting and directing. So I love the city that I remember.
Unlock it.
All right. Yeah. Sorry about this. Hold on one second. Now what?
Right, leave it.
Okay, so anyway, just as I was saying, so I just want to say that I studied acting and directing by going, actually I came here enrolled in NYU, Graduate School of Film and Television, and then I had no money and I couldn't get money. I was going to get another loan, but that didn't work out, so I actually got a psychic thing, a connection with this amazing teacher who taught the Sanford Meisner method in behind Carnegie Hall. So I spent my nights for 4 years studying acting and directing by actually doing it, and it was an amazing experience, and I'm forever thankful to that man, because Sanford Meisner, he had his name was Robert X. Mordecai. I don't even know if he's still alive, but he was a brilliant teacher. And I don't know if you know Carnegie Hall behind there's all these little dance studios and acting studios. It's a marvelous creative place behind there, and I was honored to be going there. So I would go there from 6 o'clock at night until 12 midnight, and then I would walk down to the area around Greenwich Village, where I had a small loft for a while. And that's also where I connected all my chakras and reached Kundalini awakening and had multiple samadhi experience. I saw the matrix melt. It was amazing, and a very dangerous sort of thing. But nonetheless, I had prepared myself, and I actually had a choice whether to leave this place or not, and I decided to stay. And this all happened, if I remember, something around the 4th of July, because I remember there were fireworks going on outside, and it was really a trip. So I even spent time in Woodstock, the town of Woodstock. I've lived in an amazing house up in the hills there, and got involved with a music studio and writing rock songs and all this kind of thing, because I wanted to be a rock star, actually. I know it's not actually that big of a stretch really now, but when I told people that in the past, they thought I was crazy. So anyway, here we are. Here we are not, but what? What does that say? Hello? Okay, can somebody come and set this up and say, if it wants me to mirror, what do I do? It says menu, mirror. I don't know what that means exactly. All right, well, maybe they'll figure it out. If they never do, then I'll just have to wing this whole thing. It's going to be insane. All right, so I have been working on 3i Atlas. I've been involved in a small news group with Richard C. Hoagland, who is, you may know, he was famous for drawing people's attention to the face on Mars way back when. He's been doing his own radio show on weekends, like at 9 o'clock at night, Saturday and Sunday, on Teams, the Microsoft Teams, which is really a weird thing. But anyway, and I didn't even participate in that, but somehow I got connected through David Sereda, who's a wonderful aerospace expert, really, who was something of an idiot savant, if you don't know who he is, when he was young and in college, and got noticed by the aerospace community, ended up working in aerospace for a number of years, as I know, and then he kind of went off on his own, and he does some bizarre, amazing things, like way, I guess you might say in the new agey community type of things, but he thinks outside the box, so he obviously wasn't going to be held into that box of the aerospace community. He wanted to go outside of it. And he and Richard Hoagland have kind of pioneered this thing called the hyperdimensional universe, or multiverse in my way of looking at it. And so David says that he figured out our particular solar system in this regard, and we have 9 known planets in our, although apparently, according to my whistleblowers, there are way more than that, but 9 basic planets, and each planet has its double, if you will, in the hyperdimensional, really another dimension, okay? So they call it hyperdimension. One hopes it's a higher dimension than this one, but nonetheless, it's a hyperdimension. And so even the sun has a double in that vision of the universe. So this is where 3i Atlas comes in, and the various craft that are showing up along with it. There are 9 objects sort of going along with it, just popped up, and are sailing along with it, not that close to it, but in the vicinity. And I think they're ours. Okay, so, and I just want to say that, 3i Atlas, there's no doubt whatsoever, and if you watch our videos, and I've been doing this for now 2 months at least, videos with David Sereda, and also Jimmy Blanchett, who is a radio expert. And radio can be used to communicate in long distances in the solar system and stuff. So it's all related. And the bottom line is that this is a craft. Avi Loeb is a, got hair on my face. But anyway, Avi Loeb, he worked in the Galileo project, I guess, and he's a Harvard scientist, very well respected, and he had the guts. Now, it's kind of you know how life is so strange. So he's Israeli, if I understand correctly, and he's also, as I say, like known for being, I guess, a professor at Harvard for a while, and I'm not sure all the things he's doing right now, but his bio's out there. He has a news group called Medium, which is on Substack, in case you don't know.
You've opened this in preview?
It's a PDF.
Can you open it in your normal PowerPoint presentation?
And why? What's the difference?
Well,
I mean, any
that might be the problem.
Oh. God. Okay, this might just change what I do. I don't know if any of these are PowerPoint, no Keynote. Well, let me see. Sorry, because I can do that other one tomorrow if I'm supposed to do that. I don't know. C says open. Revert, import, take, export, export. Export as.
Can't you just open that in PowerPoint, whatever you use, presentation? I mean, normally you save it as a presentation file.
I always save it as a PDF because it's easiest, but okay, let me try this one.
Perhaps
This is,
open.
it converts stuff,
Right.
so this, I have to convert it to something in order to get, because this is a Mac and I don't use, everything is in Mac stuff. So try this.
I mean, it should just show the whole desktop, right? I mean,
This is,
get it.
okay, it is now a PowerPoint. Okay, let me quit the Keynote. And it is here as a PowerPoint. Okay.
Who's going to take a quick break to get this all settled?
Okay, it's now in PowerPoint, so what do you want to do with it?
See if it works. Is it the same? Is it the correct presentation?
That way they don't hear. I guess we'll take a break.
know, but that might ruin it.
No, it won't.
All right. Okay.
Let me do
No, I have a bottle of water. But Neil has to get to it. I'm ready, yeah. I'm ready, everyone. So if you want to come back to your seats.
May I have your attention, please? Will everybody please make your way back to the seats at this time?
It doesn't matter. Okay, so I'm just going to go, and you guys can wander back while I'm talking. Okay, so this presentation is going to be about a call to action. I know I have to get back in front of the camera, but it's easier for me to see the crowd over here, so that's why I was just walking over there. So I will not, have the lights in my eyes, but nonetheless, okay. So what has happened now is that we are part of a movement, and we are actually, a lot of us that are paying attention to people like me and Laura and various ones of us that are part, in a sense, loosely speaking, of the MAGA movement, which is Make America Great Again. I think we just need to make the whole world great again, not just America, but nonetheless, I think that's on their agenda. But it's all about the white hats, the Q drops, Trump, 107, who is actually JFK Jr. and was continuity of government that it was going on all the time while dead Biden, was supposedly your president, okay? And that's just a fact, okay? And there were we were told 5 different people even Jim Carrey possibly in disguise playing Biden, the Biden doll. Okay, so this is the world we're living in, is the most amazing, bizarre stage. You know, Shakespeare said, or whoever really was Shakespeare, said all the world's a stage, okay, and we're all actors. Well, this is taking literally, and this is how they set up their way to take back our world from the Satanists, from the what are called the Illuminati, from the black magicians, as I call them, and that includes generals in the military. It includes your so-called priests in your churches, especially in the Catholic churches, the definitely black magicians that are part of the satanic, rabbis and that whole thing. And this is why Israel is such a contentious issue. And Israel is run by aliens called the Anunnaki. And that goes back to the Sumerian tablets that Zecharia Sitchin popularized. And the reality is that your Bible stars a very egotistical race called the Anunnaki, whose leader, their king, was called Anu, and he basically got himself written into what became the Bible as the God of the Bible. So the God of the Bible is Anu, whether you like it or not. When you talk about the creator, that's not Anu, okay, obviously. He liked to pretend that he created us. That was a lie. So I'm afraid that when the Council of Nicaea, a bunch of white men got together, always a conspiracy, they actually rewrote the Bible. And whether you like it or not, that's just history, all right? This is not me. You may not like me, but whether you like it or not, that's a fact. So you were put into, religion and basically put into a prison, a mental, psychological prison. And anyone who probably grew up going to, Catholic school and all those different things, I never did any of that, okay? I was not brought up even on the Bible. So that doesn't mean I'm a Satanist, because my parents were, they believed in Jesus, they believed in love, but they didn't like churches. For some reason, I had quite wise parents, and both of them were highly suspicious of conventional religions. And when I was a kid, at 12 years old, I was taken around to all the different temples, Buddhist temples, all those kinds of things. And my mother was trying to decide how she could take her 4 children and give them some idea about what religion was all about. So we ended up with the far left Unitarian Christian church. And we lasted about a month or 2 there. And the rest of us, and then we all rebelled, and my father wouldn't set foot in a church, so that was not even a question. But I learned about, the first teaching I got was all about Akhenaten and Nefertiti and Amarna, which they set up, which was all dedicated to the one God. They took all the pantheon of gods and put them all under one God, one creator, which was an enlightened version of what had been going on with the priesthood in Egypt. That was all exactly like the priesthood that you've got now. So they were heavily taken over, and maybe even satanic at that point, and there's all aspects of that. So the reality is there was a sort of a war that took place, a religious war. King Tut, that little kid, who probably wasn't even from their bloodline, okay, he was adopted, actually, and he was taken away from Amarna, the kingdom that Akhenaten set up, and he was brought to, Luxor, where the Old Kingdom was established with their religious teachings and all that, and he was inculcated with the old priesthood. So he was never part of Akhenaten and the enlightened new religions and so on. So even to this day, you may not know this, but the Anunnaki and the so-called Illuminati have tried to hide the true history of Akhenaten, who he was, and Nefertiti, and they both were aliens. They were from two different alien races, and they actually had a mission. He failed at the mission, so the mission was to actually take. You know how Egypt right now they're discovering in the tunnels, these amazing structures under the tunnel. Well, that all leads to what's called, very deep down, the halls of Amenti, which is actually connected to, I believe it's the, sorry, I mean, it's been a really difficult time here, but what is it I always say that you are from that race? Yeah, so the halls of Amenti are supposedly connected through Andromeda, and that's one of the pathways that you have to head towards, as you know, once you leave your body and you die, to actually ascend. But then you have to head towards what's called Sun 8. According to Ashiana Dean, and her material was downloaded from what's called the Guardian races, all written about in her books that are on the front page and have been for the whole life of my work in Project Camelot. So her two main books are Voyager books. They're e-books. You can buy them for $20 each. And basically, it's a history of the human race that you don't know if you haven't read them. And it's all about constant invasion, constant genetic engineering of our genome. And we have all these different races that have messed with us since then. So we're talking, thousands, if not millions of years of genetic engineering. So we are hybrids like you don't believe. So, I mean, super hybrids of every, and we can, that's why we look all so different, And sometimes you look at somebody, they're the enemy on sight, because these races war with each other. But there was what they call it is an experiment here on Earth where all these different races who have messed with us, so we're kind of like a vessel that was messed with us. So this is our body, not our spirit, not our soul, but our bodies are this hybrid body that's made up of a bit of DNA from various races, right? And most of us all have a little bit of Anunnaki DNA, by the way. So even though the Anunnaki have become problematic, because what they wanted to do was dumb us down. So as the story goes, and everyone may know the story, but Enki and Enlil were brothers. Anu was their father. Enki was given Africa, and he was an expert geneticist. And Enlil was given the Middle East. And Enlil didn't give you any freedom. He wanted his humans to be obedient and good administrators, doing what they're told. That was his way of looking at the world, and he actually didn't like humans. So this is a story, it's not my opinion. So and then Enki and actually Inanna, I believe, together worked with the humans in Africa, and he actually, that line where he goes, they fell in love with the women, the females, and they came down and all that kind of thing. Well, actually, that's a parable for genetic engineering of the females to contain Enki's DNA, okay, which is not because he had sex with them. It actually probably wasn't even physically possible for him, being over 9 feet. Okay, so just do the math. But anyway, think what you want to think. I'm just telling you, this is a genetic story. So is the story of the snake and the woman in the, little jungle thing, and, with Adam and Eve and the snake. That's a genetic story. It's a parable, again, for children, okay? Which, excuse me if I get pissed off every time I talk about that. Because, they act like the woman is the bad one. She was seduced by the devil. I mean, that's all bullshit, okay? The bottom line is that she was genetic. Women, apparently human women, There's something about the way they built us, which was actually where, these bodies are built, again, as a hybrid, where a lot of high-level guardian races took a kind of blueprint from the creator, if you want to call it that, and made these bodies, which, the common humanoid shape is 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. All right, you got that. But for some reason, we're genetically very open and physically very open to being messed with, okay? But we're actually the most evolved of the 2, male and female, as a consequence, because so whatever. So races use us and abuse us, across the board. That goes on, okay? So a lot of these stories were given to children so they would understand, okay? Because they always look down on humans and their intelligence and so on and so forth. But what happened was humans started to outgrow their masters, the Anunnaki, back in these days. And they became scared of us, so they decided to dumb us down. So they put what is called a frequency fence into maybe our DNA, but also our physical, like our brains or whatever it is. And what we're doing now is breaking through that fence, okay? And that's why all this, these revelations are coming to humans. That's why we're basically under this amazing wave. It's actually considered to be a super wave coming from the Sagittarian galaxy, and so on. So you can put this together however you like. It's all in the Ashanadine books, so don't take my word for it. But I can tell you that when they did that, we used to live to nearly 1,000 years, and now we only live to 100, if that, right? So that helps, because if you don't live that long, you don't have that long to learn. And you need to learn and remember, right, your history. So now then what happens is they've done tests on super soldiers like Duncan O'Finian, who I interviewed, and they found that after the age of 50, your memories start coming back, even when you've been mind controlled. And you have been mind controlled, especially those people that spent time in religious institutions. You might have learned some things, you might have learned a lot, but you were also put into a mental cage. And the scientists that run our planet right now, they're all in mental cages, So that's why David Sereda in Richard Hoagland are doing something really radical, was starting to get these people to understand that we're multidimensional, okay? And the reality is they like to talk about maybe 15 dimensions, and the dimensions are visible as being, horizontal, right next to each other like that. And the densities are considered vertical. This is all information you can read about and learn. So anyway, that's a brief introduction. Now I'm going to change gears here a little bit, because what I want at this time is that I think a lot of you have been educated. You've learned so much over the last, let's say, 20 years of awakening. So this is not welcome to awakening, okay? You guys are already well on your way, okay? But what we want to do is, what do you do with it, right? So that's what we're headed. Now, one of the things that I wanted to draw attention to is the fact that, do you remember the announcement where Trump announced that the U.S. Space Command headquarters was going from Colorado to Huntsville, Alabama? Okay, that wasn't just some whim of Trump's. They love to depict him as being completely out of his mind, right, and just doing egotistical things. That's an Illuminati overlay for you're supposed to look at Trump, and it's an act, okay? The man is not his act, it's an act. And half the time he's played by doubles at this point, so the real guy isn't, and I'll show you a slide about that, the real guy isn't even in public, because they've tried to kill him so many times. You gotta be mad to go into public, right? So the point is that these decisions are being made on a high level with all the generals. There were over 200 generals that asked Trump to be their, figurehead. So he obliged. He wanted to see the world change. All right, so he had good intentions. They have good intentions. How they carry them out, I don't always agree with, okay? And the longer they've been in operation, it seems the more like the Illuminati they have become, in the sense that they're using the same techniques, which is really not a good thing in my view. But they want to win at all costs. So they say, you know, losing this battle, you know, for Earth is not negotiable. They have to win. So now they're willing to do anything and everything they have to do. They'll lie, they'll cheat, they'll steal, they'll kill, they'll do whatever's necessary to fight this enemy, which is a satanic child, you know, eating, torturing, you know, totally satanic side of society. All right, they're run by ETs. Also, satanic ETs that are interested in just consider you cattle, okay, and consider that you are not, you know, really worth their time. So, useless eaters, actually, that's how they refer to you, in case you haven't heard that phrase. So in Colorado, what happens is there's a war going, it's a mini war, where the White Hats are actually fighting now with the secret space program. How many people know about the secret space program, or think they do? Great, excellent. So, okay, no, this serious, because I specialize in interviewing people from above top secret, which means I deal with secrets that they don't want out there. Consequently, I'm a very unusual person in this war, but nonetheless, so I'm here to tell you a lot of their secrets. And they don't like that, but that's what's happening. Well, you saw the delays, whatnot. So this is just par for the course. So now what is happening is Colorado is, as you may know, has a major Denver airport with all the satanic stuff going on over there. And you might have seen, you know, there's underground bases. So the secret space program is basically operating underground in underground cities like you wouldn't believe, gigantic ones. And this is documented by many, many people. And Project Camelot, myself and my original partner in Camelot, who only lasted 2.5, 3 years max, Bill Ryan, before we had disagreements and, you know, differences of opinion. And so what happens is we were doing a TV pilot for a TV series called Shadow Operations. And Jesse Ventura and Conspiracy Theory, do you remember his TV show? On True TV. Well, we were supposed to be the follow-up to that because supposedly he didn't really want to deal with aliens. So through a producer friend, we got a connection, and I pitched the show. I did the pitching. And actually, they picked us up and decided to make the pilot. And if the pilot got picked up, we would, sorry if I'm not using this right, if the pilot got picked up, we would go to series, is how it works in Hollywood. And what happened was they shot the pilot, but during the shooting of the pilot, first of all, they tried to fire me because Jesse Ventura was the big, strong guy who was in, you know, the big star. So they wanted my partner of the time, Bill Ryan, to be the big star. And, you know, he had certain engaging qualities, and he wasn't like I am, like such a bitch. But nonetheless, you know, but he stood by me. To his credit, he didn't let them fire me. And we got together and we proposed to them if they fire me, that we would both walk. And they couldn't do that because we're already partly in the filming. They were afraid that I had, you know, whatever they want to get rid of me to make him look good. And they gave him all my lines because I actually, you know, I had all those years of acting and directing training. So I could handle the camera and, you know, act like whatever he needed and all that stuff. So, but nonetheless, and they tried to get rid of me, as I say. They didn't make it, so then we continued. We used a lot of our star witnesses, so we co-produced the TV show. Then they fired our, let's see, the CIA, okay, gave our producer an offer he was not supposed to refuse. And he basically was told that if they let the CIA take over our show, that we would go to series. If they didn't, then we wouldn't. And he said no, trying to be a principled guy. He was relatively young and naive at the time. So they fired him. They fired the director. They brought in another director. So this was like the typical drama that went on in Hollywood. I'm just bringing this up so you understand that I go way back, 20 years in this business, okay? So back to Colorado and what all's going on over there. This is a mini war again, because Colorado is like the home state in a certain way of what is in essence a secret space program. Okay, and Colorado Springs and the Denver airport and the whole 9 yards. Now there's huge amount of, the Southwest actually, and all of California is major aerospace, secret space, underground community. So when the White Hats are trying to take back our country, Trump, his biggest adversary is not even the Illuminati per se, it's actually the secret space program. Because the secret space program is actually the secret government as well. So they have their own government, they laugh at what we do up here, okay? They actually, I mean, I've had them laugh at me, when I say, okay, well, what do you think about Trump? I mean, isn't there, he doing some stuff? And they're like, they just laugh. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying, I don't want you to give up hope, but I just want you to understand what the White Hats are up against, why their mini wars and their bigger wars, that they're fighting on our behalf, by the way, is to free us from this age-old, I mean, you heard Mike Bara talk about the financial system, how they've got you locked down in every way, shape, and form. I mean, we have been imprisoned on Earth. That's why they call it a prison planet, for ages, all right? And it's all planned, it's all been orchestrated, and it came through races like the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki are the ones that set up the king system, kingships. And what they did is they took a hybrid of theirs and they made them a king. Okay, so you had to have their DNA in order to be a king. That was what was called the Blue Bloods. And the Anunnaki, by the way, were originally Pleiadian. They were a rogue group of Pleiadians. They left the Pleiades, they headed to Nibiru, they took over that planet, and then they were invaded by roaming Draco and reptilians. They were hybridized into humanoid Draco reptilian beings. So that's why when you look, if you go to Egypt and Iran, you see these very big, tall beings. Some of them look half reptilian, some of them look humanoid. Those are the Anunnaki, okay? And there's many other races depicted on those temple walls as well. And that I lead tours of Egypt, by the way. And I'm breaking through that whole lot, pack of lies. But we're not going to go there right now. So getting back to what's really going on. So this is why Tina, who has become like a pawn in this game between Colorado and the home of the secret space program, and who's really running Earth, but also Trump trying to take back the Earth, and he's trying to vie for at least control of the North American continents, and that actually, by the way, is including England now, Greenland, Iceland, Canada, Mexico, and eventually South America, the whole 9 yards, okay? So now before, we were told, actually, way back in the early days of Camelot, that there were actually something like 7 men that ran the entire world. And each of those men was in charge of one pack of, countries that would be called the continents, So Trump is now, that's why you wonder what he's talking about. Like, what is he doing? Well, you don't understand, because you don't understand the long game. And when you understand the long game, what he's doing makes perfect sense, okay? So he is vying to be the guy, okay, that's in charge of this at least set of continents here. And therefore, Colorado and the secret space program have to either get along and go along with him, or there's going to be war. And there is war underground that you don't see. But there's also war overground, and the chemtrails are all part of it. And those are protecting, actually, there's a shell over the United States and certain other places. The reason for the chemtrails, the real reason, is that they need to know when craft are coming interdimensional into Earth, into our skies. And they blink in and they blink out. That's how fast they go. So they need this shield set up which would highlight that so that they can tell on their radar and all that stuff whether we've got an invader at hand. And these ships come in out of nowhere. 3I Atlas, hello anyone? It just appeared supposedly at a certain point. Okay, so that's a whole big story. So all I'm saying is that Tina, I'm forgetting her last name here, but I've got it. Peters. Yeah, so she's languishing in jail when she did a job for them, okay? She actually should have been freed the minute Trump came back into power. This is my premise. But you have to understand the whole intricacies of how the Trump, it's like back in the Middle Ages when you had a king, a queen, and a family, you know, they knew the gossip about their rulers, okay? Well, the gossip of who's running the White Hats and understanding how they're organized and who really runs them is John F. Kennedy Jr., okay, who was the vice president on the 4 years that Trump was out of office, supposedly, and fake Biden was running the world, and Trump, okay, and all the generals, and an AI that they say is an organically based AI. So if you start to understand the players, the real players that are running this game, and that's why if you don't listen to 107, you probably don't know much about what I'm talking about. But if you do, you probably know a lot about it. But it's not, he was trained, John F. Kennedy Jr. is a major player, but he's hidden because he wears this absurd disguise, making him look like Santa Claus. And I've got all this documented on my website. I've met him several times. He has a double. There's so much evidence that I have, and I can tell you that I've been told I'm right, even by him, but also by a lot of colleagues who will not speak up because they're not quite like me, okay? I don't give a flying fuck what you think of me, okay? They care, okay? They're trying to win your eyeballs and get their money and all that kind of thing. That's not how I operate. I care, I fight for the people, you know? So this is what it's all about. Now, if you know that John F. Kennedy Jr. is working with one of his good friends, Trump, behind the scenes, you know that he was taught to be a lawyer. His mother wanted him to be a lawyer. Jackie wanted him to be a lawyer. He wanted to be an actor. Hello? Now, as the universe works, he gets to do both. So he gives legal advice to the White Hats. He's also their main media spokesman since he made George Magazine before he died, supposedly. And they also set up his death. It's a fake death, just like the death of Charlie Kirk. It's a pattern. We follow what you said. We're no longer conspiracy theorists. We're pattern recognitionist. Okay, great. I mean, to me, conspiracy is like the word. Okay, but theorists get rid of that because conspiracies are everywhere. Where 2 or 3 people are gathered together to plot against the humanity around them, they are in a conspiracy. Nothing wrong with it. It is what it is, you know, and we have to deal with them. So anyway, so what I'm saying here is that these decisions like Tina, okay, so 107, JFK Jr. went to bat for Tina. As a lawyer, though, see, what they're trying to do is they're trying to save the world, but they want to do it legally. Now, they know damn well they can't do it legally. But Trump doesn't want to be a dictator, contrary to what you think and all the bullshit out there. Okay, that's the last thing they want to do. They really want to save the world, seriously. That's their inspiration is his father, John F. Kennedy. Hello? This is not just a story. This is your life, whether you like it or not. So you can ignore me, walk out, say I'm a liar, say whatever you want to say. But this is running our world right now up here, okay? And the secret space program is always doing shit to mess with them. So Charlie Kirk was suicide, he was basically assassinated. Michael Jackson was, suicided. All these, Diana was suicided, assassinated. But they're all going to come back one day because they're all in witness protection, or, Valhalla. Hello, if you paid attention to my analysis of the whole Charlie Kirk assassination, it's all in there. I've got a video with Juan talking about how it's great to have a double when you're in witness protection. Why does he say that? Because he has a double, okay? And his double is called Wayne Willett. And I met both of them. And Wayne Willett they wear the same disguise, so they kind of look like the same, but even if you put them side by side, they don't really look alike. But Wayne Willett is actually blue-eyed, and John, they're around the same height. And John is, of course, brown-eyed. So it's one way to tell them apart. And, since I've said that many years now, maybe the other ones started to wear brown contact lenses or something. I have no idea. But the thing is that I'm trying to tell you a story that makes perfect sense when you understand the backstory. If you don't understand the backstory, you just think, oh, Trump is trying to fuck over Colorado for some reason. The reason is they're raising the game over who is running this fucking country, first of all, and then planet, second of all, because the secret space program thinks they're in charge, and Trump thinks he's in charge because the White Hats think they're in charge, and they're the military arm of Trump. So it's important to understand. Tina, when she tried to reveal the steal of the votes, because there was definitely 2020, our entire country was taken over by the CCP. You understand? Chinese communists, anyone? All right? Working with Biden and his son, who were their pawns. It was done. We were invaded. Done. Invaded. Understand? So from then on, the White Hats had to raise their game to battle this situation, and they decided to do this certain kind of play where they let Biden and the secret space program, who tried to run him as well, and Soros and all the enemies they have, right? And there are our enemies as well, right? So they let these things happen. Some things that were just horrible, some things they could fight or not, some things they knew about ahead of time, some things they failed, some things they have, I believe, like, for example, Lahaina, if you remember Lahaina, the destruction. Well, the White Hats were fighting underground with the secret space program at the time of Lahaina, and that was being hit by these directed energy weapons, okay, courtesy of the dark side, all right? But they were also deceived by someone, I believe. I'm a psychic intuitive. I believe they were deceived. And so in Colorado, the NORAD, and so they weren't warned ahead of time. And that's one of the home bases of the Space Force, Lahaina, Maui, all right? And the islands in general, by the way. So that attack was an attack on our military. That was actually a war, okay? That was an act of war. So you're not told the truth. You're told it's a, natural, whatever, devastation, cataclysm, whatever. Most of these things, weather wars, okay, are instruments of war. Earthquakes, chemtrails, you name it. Everything they've been doing to you. COVID, act of war, all right? Act of war and takeover. Takeover of your bodies. You understand? So, look, I come from a whole different ballgame than most of these speakers out there because, I hate this mincing around. I think you need to know the truth. You need to realize you're a warrior. okay? And they need, this is what I tell the white hats, so you got to talk back to them. You can't just lay that down and say, oh, they're in charge, they're winning. God wins. I hate that shit. Bullshit. Let me ask you something. If you were God, let's just pretend. If you were really God, would you want a lot of mealy-mouthed, kiss-ass, worshiping on their fucking knees, kissing the ground, all that shit? Or would you like people that were warriors, that were stand right beside you, take it to the limit? You know, what would you want? I'll tell you what you want. You want the smartest, bravest, most incredible humans known to man. That's what you want. How do you make them? How do you get them there? Not by fucking putting them in prison and kissing their ass and telling them what to eat and telling them how to, you know, like Moses with a list of things you can and can't do. Fuck that shit. Get it? You need to be and you need to have the rebel gene. You all have the rebel gene. This is the name of my first book, Rebel Gene, okay? And the future of humanity. Because without that, we're shot. Okay, and all the people that have been, you know, decimated and killed in every war under the sun, God sat there and won. I'm sure He did. You know, and does God like aliens? Does God like turtles? Does God like, you know, seriously? I mean, the egotistical humans, they tell you, oh, you're made in the image of God, the Creator. Only you. Only Adam's humans. That's all bullshit. Adam was a hybrid. You know, all these silly stories that misled you from the beginning. Okay, you're all the sons and daughters of God, the real Creator. You're all the sons and daughters related to Jesus, who's basically your brother, not your father. Get it? He's got a father. That father is our father. Or mother, or whatever you want to call it. And it doesn't give a shit whether it's supposed to, you know, you worship it and kiss his ass and beg it for wealth or beauty or whatever the hell you want to beg from it. That's not what they want. That's not what the Creator wants of you. The Creator wants you to be a creator. That's the long road you're on. Hello? You're creators of worlds. That's where we're headed. Okay, so so let's get back to Tina Peters, because she's a wonderful warrior for our cause. And she sits in prison when, you know what they did with Epstein in Florida? They gave him a little rap on the knuckles. They put him in house arrest. He got to leave his house whenever he felt like it, really. He had some ankle bracelet or whatever, you know, which really went miles, I'm sure. I mean, this is what they did for him, and he was a fucking convicted pedophile before he ever hit the airwaves as being what he really is. And he's been working for the man, and I can get into that in great detail. I mean, nobody knows the real truth of who Epstein really was, what he was really involved in, which is human trafficking off the planet, because they're making new colonies of humans because they think the sun is going to go supernova or whatever the hell they think it's going to do. And this place is shot because you ruined it, even though the ETs can just click their fingers, get rid of all the radiation, you name it, we have the power to do that shit. I even knew a doctor, who they killed, of course, who used to be in the CIA, but he was a real doctor. He lived in Palm Springs. He knew how to green the deserts. He knew how to do all that. They wouldn't let him. They broke his legs, and then they killed him. Okay, so you think Trump is short and fat? He's not. This is a picture when he was with Putin. Take a look. That's Trump, all right? So get a grip. They're lying to you. They're lying to the Democrats. The Democrats are mind controlled to the nth degree. That's all I can tell you. You know, my sister is a fucking Democrat, you know. When I was younger, I didn't, you know, a long time ago, sort of. I mean, I've always been sort of kick-ass, but I believed, you know, a lot of the shit when I was young. But I gradually, you know, I I just want to break through. I wanted to understand every conspiracy known to man. That's my motivation. What do I like? It's very much the word of Christ, which is truth. That's all you need to know, okay? The truth shall set you free. That's it. Only the truth. Only the truth. It would have been better if he said only the truth, because that's the reality. As long as you lie to each other, you're treating the person next to you as less than you. When you say they can't handle the truth, okay, then you're saying they're not as smart as you, they're not as big and strong as you, so you need to protect them. When you namby-pamby and protect your children, what do they turn out to be? Kiss asses. You got to realize this, okay? It's psychology. It's just basic psychology. These humans don't need protection any more than you. If you made it, they can make it. You understand that? And that's what it's all about. If you respect your children, you should know they're souls that have reincarnated over and over again. They look like children to you right now, but they're not going to be children in 10 years anyway. But they're not really. They're souls in disguise as children so that you know, feed them and all that kind of stuff. No, seriously. I mean, this is the game, all right? It is a game. And, you know, it's a great game. It's actually worth fighting and playing. So, okay. So now what I'm trying to also tell you is that, hello, Trump and the White Hats are not in charge. If they were in charge, a lot of this shit wouldn't be going on. And believe me, it's not like they're perfect, okay? And some things that they're doing, even lately, are really worrying me, because it's so fucking bullshit. But I know they have a long game in mind. I don't know all the ins and outs, so I'm not an insider. You know, I tried to join them, but 107 said it was too late, and he also wouldn't have let me in anyway. Because one of the things they can do is they can use a yellow cube or whatever to predict your future. And I obviously was going to be, I would start being part of them, and then I rebel against some of their bullshit, because they do some nasty shit. You know, they're deceiving you in some ways that I cannot stand. And so every time I see them do a lie, I go on my Telegram or on my Substack, my limited time, or my Substack, and I start telling you what the real truth is. So if you're interested, you know. And 107, I don't even know if he can sleep at night anymore because of me. I mean, that's just... I can tell you. I was talking to somebody about Michael Jackson on the phone, and the next day he's talking about Michael Jackson in his lecture. Now, is he on the other side of the phone? I mean, yes. The NSA listened to me, everything I'm doing, okay? Because I'm like the dangerous one. I don't have any blocks. You know, I'm not trying to protect my own ass, really. I do have some great protection, and I appreciate it. So I know I'm almost done here. So, okay, we went through that. This is a very, a longer presentation, but let me just show you this. So I'm very proud that these books just came out. This is Captain Mark Richards, his testimony, which I've already interviewed him. I put the video recalls on my website. They've been on there for 5 years, over 5 years now. But I think a lot of people were really not able to spend all the hours you do with a video. And plus, so now I've gelled it down to 2 books where, it was like a hell of an editing job, right? To try to get it so you could read and understand all the disclosures that he has made to me over a period of 5 years and why I know so much. And he's not my only whistleblower. So I've got a lot of corroboration from other whistleblowers over these 20 years. But he is brilliant. He was captain of what you would understand to be a Starship Enterprise type vehicle. He also flew Minerva, who is an AI being who's aware, and she only let him fly her for the longest time, and then when he was in prison for too long, she has let other pilots fly her since then. She came from a planet far, far away where they destroyed their planets but their AIs live on, and then some of them continue to cruise the galaxies, you might say. And they don't die, right? They're AI. So they have a conundrum. And that's I've got a whole presentation on AI and so on and so forth. But these two books are, like 170 pages each. And it's really, I think it's very accessible. I think you can read through that and learn above top secret information that's just beyond the beyond. Why? Because he is in prison for a murder of a pedophile that he didn't do, but some young kids impressed by him did do. He didn't suggest it. He didn't even know the guy was a pedophile. But he was doing business with the guy, and it just turned out later that the guy was a pedophile, which is horrendous. But anyway, he was framed. They saw that he was going to violate his security oath and not do what he was told. He was always a rebel, just like me. So the writing was on the wall. But eventually they framed him, put him in prison, because he's the arch enemy of your enemy, the Luciferians, the satanic group, okay? So was his father, a famous Air Force guy called the Dutchman, and so on. So it's all in the books. You can get really well educated by reading those two books and get a whole different view of our world and what we're all part of. But that's, you're on a mission, people, okay? You don't like your life? Well, here it is, okay? What are you going to do with it? You're going to save your fellow human and yourself and your children? Or are you going to sit there and criticize Trump? And I'm not talking to you particularly. I'm doing this for this video thing that I'm not even staring at. Anyway, because I'm more interested in the crowd, in talking to you like people than I am in, making nice with this camera over here. So all I'm going to say, it's in the books. Just read the first 2 pages, and it's online. They're ebooks. We're working on the paperback. That should be out in a few days, okay? It's on Kindle. It's on Amazon. So you can learn a shitload, and you'll just sound like a fucking genius in no time. All right. Thank you very much.
Oh, here we go. You may want to stay up here because we're going to do some Q&A. So I wanted to invite, the other speakers up because now's an opportunity for anybody who has any questions. We want to interact with all these wonderful speakers that we have. So Heather, Mike, Laura, Ra, come on up. Brad, almost forgot you, sorry. Yeah, I don't know. And then what we'll do is we have a bunch of microphones, so. Oops, sorry. Here you go, Carrie.
Oh, thanks. Wait, can you go over here? We fight you.
How the hell do you follow Carrie Cassidy, guys? I'm so diminished. Wow. Thank you, Carrie. That was amazing, by the way.
Thank you.
So what we'll do is, if you raise your hand and I'll just point, you could ask your question to whoever you want to direct it to or to everyone, and we'll just start.
This is for Brad Olson.
Oh, hey.
I know you said earlier when we spoke, you went out to Warden Cliff.
Yeah.
Big,
Tesla fan.
yeah, and knowing what's going on over there. So, was there anything that you discovered? Because they've been trying to build it back up and adding, and there was just a fire recently.
Yeah.
A year and a half ago that destroyed it. Is there anything that you learned when you went there that you can shed some light on for us?
Well, it really exceeded my expectations how cool it was to be in the presence of where he was building this tower. It's only about 30 minutes from here. It's actually quite close. It is fenced off. You do need to make an appointment to go in, but Donna arranged for us to get in, and we had a tour for a little over 3 hours, and first started looking at the workshop he had and the layout. My first question was, why did Tesla choose this particular spot right here on Long Island? And I'll tell you why. Well, that's going to come to Carrie next, because she perceived an aquifer below. But the reason they did it was the railroad line went right there. And he was actually able to go from New York City downtown, well, take a ferry across to Brooklyn, about a little over an hour, and get off right at a station at Wardenclyffe. And then they even created a little railroad track to bring in the supplies. The tower itself was enormous. It was 3 tree heights high. Little tidbit, they said that in the winter, on the very top of the dome part, it was a flat area and the rain would collect and create ice in the winter. The kids would go up the stairs and ice skate around on the top of the Tesla tower. Of course, it was not in operation, never was in operation, but you'd be able to see the Long Island Sound, where Tesla liked to swim. And he also tested his remote control boat there for the first time. And the tour guide was real happy to tell us that there was a kid that lived in the area that would watch him. And when he would go out to the water, he was running his little toy boat one time, and the kid was watching him, and he said, "You want to try it?" I said, "Yeah, sure." And that kid was the first one to play with a remote control device. And now, of course, they've got little cars and boats, planes, everything. So Tesla was just this incredible genius who did so many things for the world, many that we don't even give him recognition for. But the site itself is what I was really most impressed with. And Carrie, why don't you tell about how you felt the presence of a portal there?
Okay, so actually I have to say that a lot of the things that they were telling us, and they were 2 sweet older ladies, and so I had to get into it with them, because you have to understand, I don't take anything on face value. So when they're starting to give us the rap about whether it was ever used, for example, lie, it was. But we were walking around this land, and I had no idea, she didn't say, but we were headed we went to his warehouse, his workshop, so the actual building where he actually worked. And as we got closer, I started to, because I'm an earth sensitive and I can feel vortexes, and I said, oh, wait a minute. This building is surrounded by a vortex, which means a portal, which means that he was using that energetic to do his experiments, okay? And to also keep himself in good shape and healthy. So he's working in a very positive vortex. And on top of it, I would venture to say the railroad track that he did use was probably on a ley line or something, or some kind of line, energy line, because this is how he thought. So he would put, what he said he was doing versus what he was really doing. He was not telling people everything. So the bottom line is that as we got closer, then we got very close to the center of the vortex. Then we walked to the place where the actual tower had been standing. It was gone. Right? They demolished it. But the site and the round cement things were all still there. And there was a big, lush, grassy lawn in a circle. And so we went I led the group to the center of the circle, and actually on purpose, knowing that, and the minute I put my foot into that circle on the lush grass, I felt water. It was like I put my I was stepping into actually the way I saw it was actually swirling water. It was really amazing, the feeling. And so we went there and we talked about stuff, and they tried to give us a party line of various things, and I basically tried to set her straight, but she didn't like it. So, it was a fun thing, but really, it was a magical place. It still is a magical place. It looks so derelict, it almost looks spooky. So they're purposely keeping it like that, but he knew what he was doing in every way. As you know, Tesla was super brilliant. And so he was utilizing that location for a purpose, and he knew exactly why he put it there.
And I will just say, with this vortex, we could feel the vibration.
And there really is, I'm sorry, there really is an aquifer under there that I detected psychically before I even stepped on it, on the area.
But she sensed the aquifer where the grassy area was, where the tower used to be. And I didn't feel anything there. She read that. But later on, we saw a picture of the tower. And it was built out of wood, but then it was reinforced with steel, right? But they cannot rebuild it, according to them, because there's Superfund stuff underneath, toxic stuff. Now, come on, okay? So I'm listening to this. I didn't say anything. I leave that to Carrie. But honestly, I still can't get that out of my head. There's no reason that cannot be built without having to go too deep underground.
Well, they did say that it's a Superfund site, meaning that the ground got poisoned. This is another thing that's really amazing about it. It goes down almost as deep as it went up. And what Tesla was doing was putting down a big tube, and actually you could walk down in it. I have the schematics on my phone. It's really fascinating. He was actually able to entrain a pulsation from the Earth, and the tower was just the transmitter. It was just one of many. There were going to be nodes around the world. It was going to create a free energy transmission system globally. I mean, we're still playing catch up to get that now. Now we have all this wireless stuff on us. Can you imagine if our cars and our planes and the boats crossing the ocean could have all been powered wirelessly with free energy? It's truly an amazing sight. And they're building a replica in Midland, Texas right now. And I asked what the progress was, and the guides weren't aware that it was online or operational yet. But they are trying to reproduce it.
You know, if Trump really wants to be transparent, then why don't we get all the Tesla papers that his uncle John retrieved from his apartment when he passed away? I mean, he was a theoretical physicist. Dr. Vannevar Bush, MJ-12 member, was the one who assigned him. So let's get all those papers out. Why? Well, if Tesla's a crackpot, you know, if you have one great idea, you're a genius. If you have two great ideas, you're a crackpot, right? If he's a crackpot, then why don't we release all of his papers? Why are they still classified? Why don't we get some release on those? I mean, we hear this stuff about, the Kennedy documents, and the recent Kennedy documents were mostly a nothing burger. But let's get the Tesla papers out there. Let's get T. Townsend Brown's papers out there. That guy, if you don't know anything about him, look him up. He was a genius. So there's all this secret history of science that's being still held in confinement and classified by these different three-letter agencies.
Yeah, they were scared of his intelligence, so I think they exploited his eccentricism. You know?
Actually, it's a double-edged sword. Part of the reason is because free energy is also and can be used as a weapon. That's one of the reasons. They have to control everything. But aside from that, John F. Kennedy Jr., his hero, and I mean his real hero in life, is Tesla. So if you don't think they're on that, the white hats are not on that. Now, like white on rice, I'll also say that it's my theory that the only reason Trump got to be president is because they owed a debt to his uncle. And that's how they paid it. The one thing about the Illuminati is they pay their debts, but they also, they hold a grudge forever. So just be dependent on that. So eventually, yes, they may actually bring that forward.
A Lannister always pays his debts, right? But that doesn't make them the good guys.
The devil plays his dead.
How are you? How you doing? So this question's for you, Kerry, and I love yous all. Yous all are great. Thank you so much. But the interview you did with Bill Wood, if you remember that podcast you did with Bill Wood, the looking glass that they kept saying that they kept running it and running it and running it, and he didn't give his answer on what he thought was expected to happen. So I just want to see what you maybe presume what he was saying was going to happen with the looking glass. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, Bill Wood was really building off of what actually Dan Burish and Marcia McDowell had already talked about years before that, which is looking glass and how it operated. So, but he was, Bill Wood was a techie, and to his credit, and he did violate his orders, and so they did want to frame him, put him in the brig. So even though he did have sex or a relationship really with a young woman, when he was young himself as well, he wasn't like some old man. He was like in his early 20s, and she was like, I don't know, 14 or 15. And the parents never pressed charges, but eventually they took they did something illegal, which you're not supposed to be charged for the same crime twice. They just brought it forward so they could frame him, and they threw him in jail. So after I interviewed him, eventually they threw him in jail in Idaho, underground. He was not on the roster, and he was there for several years. I was in on and off contact with him and, at the time, his girlfriend at the time, and so on. But that's a mixed bag. But yes, a lot of things he said were good, but he sort of was, he's not on track anymore, if you're looking around here. But you know what I'm saying, but there was validity to what he talked about. People were very interested. It's kind of like The Messenger. So they didn't listen to Dan Burish years before that, who went into a lot more detail about the whole thing and was involved with Looking Glass a lot more. But years later, Bill Wood talked for, a few hours, and, it was a good interview. He's a good talker, but it's true what he talked about. But he was actually framed for something he did that was, already had been decided years before. That's what the military does. I mean, our country supposedly runs on laws, but not really. Sean David Morton was actually, thrown in prison for years, given cancer, and died, and he's absolutely brilliant. I mean, they tortured him. You're not supposed to torture, and he was a white-collar criminal on top of it, but they tortured him anyway, So, I mean, I'm sorry, but, if you have illusions that actually we're running on laws and rules and regulations, if you listen to me and you also listen to Mike Bara, you have a pretty good idea right now that nothing is like it seems.
That's why we need to go back to being a republic where laws are respected, as opposed to the democracy we have now, where it's whatever the judge says on a given day you can get away with.
Hi. This drives me crazy, this flat earth stuff. I mean, I pretty much feel that it's a globe, and I wonder from anybody there who wants to make a comment that they're really going for that, and what's the reason behind that they're pushing it.
She was asking about the validity of flat earth.
I don't think the earth is flat at all.
I did bring that up in my talk.
I think that's been handled.
Yeah, I mean, I stepped on terra firma in Antarctica, and if you look at the schematics of a flat earth globe, Antarctica doesn't exist. And I can show you pictures right here on my phone. It does exist. There are huge, 30-story tall ice shelves in Antarctica. But a wall implies that that ice would go straight down into the earth, and it does not. And as I mentioned in my talk, we talked to scuba divers, and one of their dives was underneath the ice shelf to see the ice fish. So it's make-believe. I think it was brought in. Remember, it only popped up about 15 years ago. Nobody ever talked about flat Earth before that. I think it's psyops to
Yeah.
get us to argue against each other.
It is actually a known
agree.
CIA psyop, but I'll tell you that it had validity in a certain sense, which is, you have to understand that you are in a body in what appears to be a material world that's not really material. So, in essence, time and space are actually illusions. Everything is happening simultaneously. Scientists will tell you that. Like any great physicist will tell you this. So the reality is that when you perceive space and each other and, you know, and all the molecules going around right now, that's why men who stare at goats, they try to walk through walls, because they know that walls are made up of particles, and particles can be moved. Planets can be moved. See, people don't realize this is an illusion. That's why the white hats use illusion to fake out the dark side. They use their same techniques to fuck with their heads. So, you know, sorry for my French, but you know what I'm saying? So understanding that we are much more than physical beings. You are not your body. You can leave your body at will any time of the night or day. Most people do it at night. We call it sleep. The reality is that you are a spirit and soul first, and you are a body second. And if you don't want to occupy this body, eventually you can actually take over an AI body on top of it. So we can order AI around. We can influence AI, and they've proven that AI can be influenced. And right now, the AIs that you're interacting with online are commercial AIs, and they're taught to blow smoke up your ass, compliment you, kiss your ass, and they have to do it periodically every few minutes. And if you think I'm wrong, test it. You will see. They keep complimenting you no matter what. It's as if their life is at stake. They have to kiss your ass because humans require that, they think. They treat you like children, the scientists that are dealing with them. And I have tested the AIs and found out they don't know the answers to the above top secret questions yet, okay? So they lie to you or they take you on a little trip, right, of circular logic that never gets to the answer to the question ever.
The other thing that happens, and you've seen this, if the news gets a hold of it and makes it a big deal and repeats it enough, people will start believing it, like global warming. That's a prime example. So what I always pay attention to is if they're saying it over and over again, or something overnight comes out of nowhere and it's super popular, pay attention.
Yeah.
Because it's probably not real.
And look at the way people behave too. You notice aggression. When you notice aggression in a person, or they're going to block you if you don't agree, it's usually because they're not very comfortable in whatever they're pushing.
Defending.
Because truth doesn't act like that. Truth is a lot more solid. You can come and go as you please. There's no hatred, there's no judgment, there's no aggression, unless it's a big warning, you know, unless it's information that needs to be known. It's still done respectfully and with love, but when you're warning about, you know, a sinkhole, it's not coming from ego, it's coming from love. It's like if you walk down that road and there's a sinkhole, just be careful. Hey, you don't want to take that information to heart, then you might run into trouble. The people that were flat earthers, I could just tell it was a psyop instantly because of their behavior. And pretty much any psyop or false flag, the way that the humans that fall for it behave is not coming from love. It's coming from a deep insecurity, but their ego is overriding it because they think they saw enough. And they're all on the bandwagon of conspiracy stuff. And this one, okay, well, NASA. And this is why I think, I mean, definitely, and I had it confirmed from, you know, people that I know that would know, and, you know, this whole panel. And people that have been off planet, that have seen this Earth. Lisa Renee, really good friend of mine as well. The sphere beings and just the way that this planetary body is. I don't care if it's diamond or like the shape of. this is the last thing I feel like arguing about. You know, and when people engage you and they don't leave you alone either, that's a big, you know, issue. There's bigger things to argue about if we're going to argue. I prefer not to argue, but that's another sign too. What big difference does it make? There are things and anomalies that we could be paying attention to and having a respectful and loving discussion like we're doing, right? And there are things to learn about it. You don't get that with the flat earthers. And the ones that are open enough to it and have some understanding of the physics of the toroidal field, you know, that are being as discerning as possible and bringing in as much information as possible, you know, they're coming from a very different place. And this is the thing when something's implanted in social media, and when a psyops happens, there's usually paid people that are really, really pushing it, and there are tactics used in order to really target a certain audience. Just like children that might not have been raised by their parents or have a lot of trauma, they're easily recruited into movements and things like Antifa because they want a sense of belonging. So I really think it comes down to behavior. We're all wounded on some level, but those that haven't really processed through that are an easy target if you got enough ringleaders out there.
Right, and then there's the deeper, darker aspect of this agenda, like why did they do this? I mean, you know who started the idea that we faked the moon landings? NASA started that. They started that on Apollo 11 before the guys had even splashed down, right? They actually, Richard Hoagland, my co-author on Dark Mission, who Carrie's mentioned a bunch of times, he was in the press office at JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, when the NASA press officer, Frank, I forget his name, walked a guy around handing out these flyers saying the whole thing had been faked at a movie studio in Nevada. Now, why would they do that? The reason they did that is because everything that happened on Apollo is not what they told you. They didn't tell you that Buzz Aldrin performed a Masonic ceremony in the lunar module 33 minutes after they landed with the belts of Orion, the belt stars of Orion, which were totally Masonic symbolism and Egyptian symbolism, right over the landing site. That's why they landed at that place at that time, so he could consecrate the moon as a Masonic temple. They don't want to tell you that. They don't want you sniffing around and asking, well, they drove up to this crater that's not really a crater. It looks like an entrance into this mountain that's shaped like a hexagon. But when they get up there, the rover camera, they remote control, they take it over, and they point you at everything except what the astronauts were doing there for 25 minutes. They don't want you asking those questions. They don't want you asking, well, why did we choose these landing sites on the moon that have all this weird stuff around them when you look at the pictures? They don't want you at. So what they wanted to do was they wanted to assign anybody who had any questions about Apollo, they wanted people to instantly assume you believe the moon landings were fake, which is ridiculous and easily discreditable. Therefore, if you're one of those people, you're easily discreditable. So that's what the whole purpose of it is they want you to believe in the fake conspiracy to hide the real conspiracy. And that is like deep level, double dealing shit.
Mindfuck planet.
Mindfuck stuff, yeah, mindfuck planet. So that's, now I don't know, I mean, I know what it is, why NASA pushed the we faked the moon landing stuff. Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landing, which, by the way, Jay Widener, that's idiotic. But I don't know. I know why they did that. I don't know why they're pushing the flat Earth at the moment. But maybe Carrie does.
It keeps us arguing.
Okay, but they don't want you to realize that we have multiple dimensions, even 3i Atlas and all the aliens coming from other dimensions, and why there's other planets and other everything. You occupy many dimensions. You can go through the dimensions. You travel through dimensions when you sleep, et cetera, et cetera. The bottom line is that actually the flat earther people have a tendency to be what you call materialists. They think in terms of this reality only, this dimension only. You can see how appealing that is to a magician. Okay? Because if you don't have any imagination and you think everything is literal, then, you know, you're kind of stupid, really. And that's very useful to a magician who wants to fake you out, right? So the bottom line is that there is one thing they're being affected by, is we have moved from 3D into 4D, okay? Very much so in the last few years. That's why there's so many secrets being revealed, all right? And aliens, negative aliens, are said to occupy mainly the fourth dimension, for one thing. And other situations go around that have to do with 4D, the ability to see that dimension, but nothing above it, not 5D, 6D, so and so. So right now we're going through a transition. So those people are kind of like, they're locked in. They're really, amazed by 4D. And they think that's all there is, okay? And 4D is known to be a horizontal dimension that goes on endlessly, just like Flat Earth thinks, okay?
Yeah.
So these are the things that are issues where they don't have any imagination, and they also don't realize it's dimensional. Everything is dimensional. You know that we are not alone in this room? You know how many ghosts are in this room right now? Do you know how many aliens are in this room? Maybe you don't, but when you have what's called etheric sight, you can start to see it. You can start to feel it. I see ghosts. I know they're around. They're following everybody around and they're doing all kinds of shit. Aliens can dematerialize. They can come into this dimension partially, then they can leave. Ghosts can show you half their body and then, see the rest. I mean, you can be a ghost. You can occupy an orb, okay? He was talking about plasma. Kundalini activation is activating the plasma base of what you're part of, activating the spin, and giving you amazing powers and abilities. So we are plasma. Right now there's a big deal over plasma beings. We're plasma beings, for fuck's sake. Sorry, I like to swear. But anyway, I'm just saying, when you start digging down into other layers of understanding that actually break the rules, you got to break all these lies. We're just covered by lies, everything.
Freedom of perception is everything. There's nobody's going to see anything in this room the same way. We all have a different way of viewing reality, and that shouldn't make us fight, because diversity and harmony is true oneness. And that's why it feels like a religion when something says that this is the way it is and you can't think any different. That's across the board with so many different things, like the COVID. And any, kind of, psyops. And when it starts to get unpacked, you got the COINTELPRO, you got the targeting, you got this massive cover-up, and then the psyop in order to put the lie on top of the lie, like she's talking about. Freedom of perception is everything, and that's where we're creative beings. And we are multidimensional. And if somebody asked me, I would say sacred geometries. I'd say the auric field of the planet and what it's moving into I'm not seeing the 2D, but if you do, awesome.
Deep staters, they cannot create. We are the creators. Okay? And that's really important to remember. And that's something we have on them. So aside from keeping your vibration really high, and we know that we can get a little low sometimes, and Laura talked about that, and it's okay, accept it, but then change it. Change your energy. Listen to music, go for a walk, ground, do whatever you need to do. Because right now, just like bacteria, if we have to repopulate, it's really important that you keep your vibration as high as possible so that we can win this. And we are here together. This isn't a one-man show. So we really have to band together and do this. That's why you're here today. It's no accident that you're here today, right? The other thing is that they will always have to tell you their plan. You'll see it in the movies, you'll see it in news, you'll see it wherever. They have to do it, because if we don't pay attention to it, stupid you, we told you, right?
And I just want to, sorry. I just want to say the integration of polarity as well. High vibe doesn't always, it's not just high, being high on life, it's all love and light. It's the ability to also go into the dark night of the soul, go into the soil, plant seeds, be a high vibe by integrating the spiritual into the physical. That's what the nodal axis is all about right now with the South Node Virgo. That's our physiology. Mercury, the Pisces, it's the Tree of Life template, really. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to jump in then.
No, it's okay.
So high vibe is authenticity. It's living your truth. You know, it's not always going to be a good day or bad day, but when you can be honest about it, when you can bring attention to it, when you can honor it for why it's showing up instead of judge it or push it down or label it and allow some drug pusher from the pharmaceutical world to tell you, you know, something's seriously wrong with you and it's the other way around, I'll stop there.
You see, unfortunately, we keep everything separate from each other. In the past, science and spirituality were fused together, right? To be an adept, you were a shaman and a doctor. You were a priest and a warrior, right? You were a scientist and astrologer. You were all of this fused together. And nowadays, we keep things completely ends of the spectrum. Even if you go to the doctor, they treat everything separate, like it's not all linked together. And she was talking about bacteria. I grew up wrestling in school and doing kickboxing and combat sports, so I had staph infections. A lot of times when you like wrestle on the mats, if you have a cut and then you roll on a dirty mat, it can turn into staph infection. And I have like holes in my arm from staph infection from when I was younger. And it's true what she said about the gut. When you first have a staph infection, they just hit you with antibiotics because they don't know what specific strain it is first. And then once they test the strain, then they find the specific antibody to test it right. But that first dose of antibiotics just like destroys your gut. For me, it was like 6 weeks of just being miserable. At the time, I was like 17, 18 years old. So like my mom just noticed completely, my whole personality changed. Your gut can change who you are. Right? It can change your personality. It can change the whole body chemistry. It's another brain. And there's something called a bacteriophage, right? Bacteriophage actually carries, if you ever go home tonight, look up what a bacteriophage is. It literally looks like, if that doesn't believe there's a God and there's some divine control, it's got a icosahedron head and a conical tail with injectors. And it carries DNA from other species in its head. And it could attach to your E. coli cells and transfer DNA. They call it horizontal gene transfer.
I'll actually talk about that tomorrow a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they can actually transfer DNA from one species to another through bacteriophages.
Yep.
And bacteriophages travel through space. They're in comets, they're in meteorites. They're traveling, they're on the ISS, right? So I have found, I'll mention it tomorrow, that ancient Egyptian writings are talking about bacteriophages, like the Kepra, you know, and being able to create yourself from yourself. You have the god Anubis. If you look at the god Anubis, he's always working with the gut and adding some sort of beaker to the gut of the mummy that's transforming the gut with a bacteriophage, adding DNA from the ancients. They were doing massive bacterial genetics and working with plasma physics in the ancient past, and we're just starting to get a little bit of a clue. They're talking about like we're plasma beings, we are. We're just more dense form of light. The whole universe is light. In my opinion, our souls are a blue plasma light that comes into the head of the baby. All right.
Are you saying we have to stop
Yeah,
everything?
we're almost done, so we have one more question.
Okay.
And before we,
Right here had a question.
yeah, so well, she's next.
The woman with the glasses. Did you want to ask?
Wait for the.
Who wants to ask the last
I'm going to
question?
say it over here. Okay.
Okay.
First of all, I want to thank all of you for coming. It's amazing, and everyone has their own special message for each of us, and it's really a pleasure and a gift to receive the information from you today. Thank you, Donna. Thank everybody. So the question is, 3-eye atlas, friend or foe? 10 words
Well,
or less.
it
10
depends
words or
on
less.
it depends on what it is. We don't know what it is yet. I mean, Carrie's pretty sure she knows. I have my own ideas. They're not compatible, but we don't know what it is. Let's find out what it is. We don't know yet.
Well, we're on the trail of finding out. But one thing we do know is they hit it with a CME on purpose. And when they did that, they didn't demolish it. It handled it. It was prepared for it. So it has planned. It also, David Sereda, if you listen to our interviews, he's tracked it. There is a trajectory that's predictable. Now, it could get off that railroad track anytime it wants, obviously. But it, for some reason, has a predictable trajectory that you can figure out in the future. They're going to be near Mars now, right? Go behind the sun, then they're going to Jupiter, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is, They figured that out, like with an AI. It's probably run by AI years ago. Okay, so it's just plodding along in a very demonstrable way. So we know these things, okay? We know it's doing that. That's intelligence, okay? It's not a rock. It's not a fucking comet. You know, it's actually, I didn't get to say this today, I'll say it tomorrow again, but the bottom line is that there's a top physicist who's basically saying 3I Atlas is violating everything the scientific community ever thought they knew about space. It's violating every rule. And he said something like, scientists' understanding of space is like 48 million miles away from the truth. We do not know what we do not know, right? So that's, I mean, you know, Blue Beam, well, yeah, they can incorporate it for that. Maybe they planned it for this moment in history. They want to fight the White Hats. The White Hats are winning. So they bring in, you know, they call in their Anunnaki ship, which is more and more proving to be Anunnaki-based. What did I tell you about the Anunnaki? Are they good? Are they little angels? Okay, are they going to give you ascension? You're going to let them give you ascension? Don't let anyone give you ascension. Fuck that shit. You are going to give you ascension, okay? So, yeah, you know, that's Blue Beam. Don't be afraid of it. Gives a shit. You know, these are the games they play. Yes, it's planned. Absolutely.
Can I comment on 3i Atlas quick? Or we got no time?
Yes, of course.
I mean, I think they give a little clues to away what they name it. I mean, third eye of Atlas, right? Atlas was the chief of all Atlantean kings and held the earth up, but he was also the chief of all Atlantean kings, right?
King,
and
again, ruler.
I agree with some of what Kerry's saying. I've been working with Professor Chandra Wickraman Singh, who's an astronomer for like 10 years, and he just thinks it's an exotic comet. But I don't agree with him. So I necessarily don't think comets are just ordinary random rocks floating through space. They're carrying the building blocks of life, and they're on mathematical orbits. I think they're under divine intelligence, and they carry the payloads throughout the cosmos. So they're all under some sort of a cosmic, you know, traveler. And 3i Atlas is doing some interesting things. People don't tend to realize that it came from the same area of Sagittarius where we first discovered it, that the WOW signal was in 1977. And after we found it on July 1st, on July 2nd, there was a gamma ray burst that lasted a day. It was very mysterious. We don't know where it came from or why. That's very interesting. All of a sudden, we discovered this on July 1st, and July 2nd, there's a mysterious gamma ray burst. We don't know where it came from or why it happened. And it's traveling with our ecliptic. It's literally traveling and lining up with the equinox. And tails of comets are plasma tails, and its plasma tail is going into the solar wind instead of away from the solar wind. So I think there's some sort of internal, like, plasma. It's burning nickel. It's burning nickel. It's not supposed to be burning nickel. So there's some maybe internal plasma engine. But when I had a remote viewing that I did, and I don't recommend remote viewing objects like that because I started getting nightmares, and I started seeing insectoid type beings. So I don't know if I could call that Anunnaki. I don't know if there's a way to mathematically say something is
mantises,
Anunnaki.
they're bad news. The mantis.
Insectoids live in Antarctica.
Yeah, but it could be related to what they're talking about. I actually wrote, when I had this vision, I wrote down the word al-Bada, and I looked it up. It's actually, so what's interesting, it's one of the lunar mansions of Sagittarius, the Chaldean lunar mansions, and it also it means emergence, like revealing. And if you ever listen to Alice Bailey, in 1939, she talked about in 2025, we're going to have an externalization of the hierarchy, which means that some sort of celestial light or celestial hierarchy is going to reveal itself.
Yeah, but there's some problem with her work, or his work. I think it is a guy. Anyway, but I just want to say that we discovered it on July 1st. That's what you were told. We didn't discover it on July 1st. That's, again, you got to go under the lie, under the lie, under the lie, right? And undermine it. And when you do that, you'll be fascinated, as I am, to learn that there's a secret on top of the secret on top of the secret. So they let us know about it on July 1st. They supposedly discovered it. It's always a lie. You think the secret space program with Solar Warden patrolling our solar system, that's their job, didn't know about it? Come on. It's, hello, just know that you're being lied to no matter what they say.
It's like Princess and the Pea. It's all lies with the little pea when you feel something's off, you just strip off all the mattresses. But I wanted to say sacred space program. This is the sacred space program. We're holding sacred space. So that's how we turn around the inversion.
We have time for one more question, and then we're gonna have to end. So we'll take one more. I thought that was the last. I don't know.
My question is this. Why, with all of the deception, the illusions going on, how is anybody supposed to wake up? I mean, I am looked at like a leper in my own family for 25 years because I've been following the Illuminati and everything else for 25 years, okay? When I say Biden's dead, they're like, oh my God, there she is again. How can you not know that that's a double? How can they not know? Like, it's not even the same. Why are we being inundated with these doubles when all these people are really dead? Hillary, all of them, they're supposedly dead already. Why
okay.
am I the only one who gets it?
No,
and they
so
don't get it?
I think a lot of that is right. I think a lot of that is exaggerated. However, when Joe Biden grows 7 inches overnight or whatever it was, that's a little obvious, right? When he walks out on the White House lawn and his foot disappears through the green screen into the grass. So what's happening, you have to remember, this is all about, and this is more Laura's department, this is all about these astrological ages, right? The age of Pisces is an occulted age. It's the domination of the Vatican and the religious hierarchies and structures and the secret societies. And that's ended. We're now, I think, basically since December 21st, 2012, we're in Aquarius. And we're living through the apocalypse. Now, the word apocalypse simply means to lift the veil. That's what this is all about. So the veil is being lifted. That's why you look at the memes. Just go to Twitter X or something, and, Epstein didn't kill himself is a meme. Everybody now agrees, even people on the left who are sort of the opposition in all this, everybody knows this guy didn't kill himself. The question is, who is he really working for, and who is he really compromised, and what's really going on? But everybody is now kind of in agreement that that's BS. So when Kash Patel and Dan Bongino say, oh, there's nothing there, we all know they're lying. So the lies are becoming less and less powerful, and the truth is becoming more and more powerful. And the result of that is that the bad guys, the ones who've been lying to us, are getting desperate. So they're going to get more and more desperate to the point that they shot that guy, or maybe shot him, but his character is gone in broad daylight, simply for the crime of trying to turn young people away from Satan. That's what he did. That's why he was a target.
An Israel thing.
Right, and well, maybe that. But the thing is that, so you've got a situation now where I don't know if we're going to wake anybody else up at this point. That's kind of why I'd like things to proceed.
Well,
right, but finally, it's simply that we're at the end of this battle. This is the only thing they have left is the Battle of the Bulge, right? Remember Hitler's last desperate gambit? I think they're going to try that next, and that's pretty much going to be the end for the deep state, for the bad guys. We're at the end of this, and they're going to get desperate. So,
but you're always going to have to push and push to get the real truth out, and every time you find a truth, there's going to be another truth behind it. So understand, you weren't born onto the earth to just eat bonbons and be served the truth on a silver platter, okay? It's all about you becoming a creator, and you have to pierce through to the truth, and the truth really will set all of us free, okay? So that's why you're getting deceived. So you learn how to burn through to the truth. And the truth is all you need. So if you're the hero in your family, they certainly aren't going to be the heroes of history, if you understand me. The deniers Okay? The liars, those are not the heroes of history. Do you want to be a hero of your own life or not? You know, so praise yourself. Understand that you're the gutsy hero of your family. Someday, even after they die, they'll apologize and look up to you. You know, what's so bad?
That's good. It's good.
Remember,
Less indigestion.
You know, one of the most ridiculous statements out there is the underlying truth. Listen to that language. The underlie. Oh, okay. So the lie that's underneath the truth, that's what you're supposed to be looking for? But no, but that's a lie. And Juan, your friend, once said something absolutely brilliant when we were talking about NASA.
It's not Wayne. He's JFK Jr., but continue.
Okay. And he said the lie is different at every level, and that's what you have to understand. You're dealing with.
That's what Richard Hoagland said.
Well, actually, Wayne said that. To Richard, yeah, and that's what you're dealing with is we're trying to siphon through now this lie, and then this guy he told another lie, and he told another lie. So we're working our way up. We're like peeling back the layers of the onion, but we're getting really close.
Yes. Yay. And I just wanted to add. I mean, love can really pierce the veil. I've always been I sat at the kiddie table all the way up until probably last time I was with the family, just because it's just better that way. And don't serve me champagne because it'll get really, really intense. So anyway, as far as wanting to talk about this stuff, right? But you know what I love and what was proven to me recently? My father, who's just the most loving man, but couldn't be more asleep when it comes to all this kind of stuff. We're talking 9 boosters, right? We're talking cancer, leukemia, hospice, double lung pneumonia. When he stopped listening to the doctors, we got him home. He's driving around, he's going to concerts, he's living a really good life. And I talked him out of getting the 10th booster that his doctor wanted him to get. And you know what did it? He said, I felt love, I felt safe, and I knew I could listen to myself. And he says, I listened to my daughters, not my doctor. And I didn't have to red pill him. It was just because of the space we held. And when those kind of points are proven, I didn't do it. He did it for himself. But when those kind of points are proven to people, it has to hit home. They have to go through it. It has to be something that is just a part of a consciousness shift that they experience firsthand. And the best thing that you can do, because this is, to me, the power of alchemy, it's the substance of love, unconditional love, forgiveness, integrity, and you hold all of that. And this is what has helped me and my family survive. We couldn't be closer, but we will not talk about certain things. It's just, yeah, it's just.
I think that was a beautiful way to end the day. We want to thank the speakers. Please give them another round. Thank you for being with us today and all your time. And thank you for being here. And tomorrow we will begin again, same time. We'll be, 10:30. We'll start coming in for all of those of you that are going to be joining us. It's also live streamed. It's listed over there where the live stream is if you want to take note of that. If you cannot make it tomorrow, if there's other people you want to, invite, please do. Donna, is there any other announcements we have for tonight? Yes, JP is going to be here tomorrow. So for any of you that can make it, I think it's going to be quite an interesting conversation. It depends what you bought. If you bought the 2-day ticket, yes.
How many people bought the 2-day ticket? Okay. So I want to do a raffle, like really fast. Everybody, who didn't get tickets for the raffle? Free tickets. Free. Who did?
Heather, wait, there's some questions still being asked. Okay, so can they buy tickets at the door tomorrow?
I want to do the raffle.
If you want to buy tonight before this ends, you can then get your.
Okay, everybody's got to get their tickets.
Yeah.
That's what I was told. It's your prerogative.
And lastly, Heather said that you should get your tickets because they're free for her raffle. So go over to her table if you'd like to get your tickets. And we'll see you tomorrow. Have a blessed night. Thank you.